Hey, it ain't gonna sound like that when I'm done, boy.
Is this long.
Dude.
And like
listen,
that wide.
He's wasting the oxygen. Not enough stoic.
Acting.
Even know after he says a sentence, he ends it with like he just like.
I would always just go, Bryce is a poopy head.
So
I would like when we started joking.
Here's the doctor's. Here's the doctor's table, and I'm like this.
You better zoom in,
Dude.
Punching in hard.
Look at him now, Mom.
God, I can't
Experience
wait to
Rose
kiss
Bucket.
you later.
What flavor you want, boys?
It does not matter.
Actually, I've never had a White Claw.
Give me the purple.
What's a good
You've
introductory
never
flavor?
had a White Claw?
You've never.
Black cherry for sure.
You've never broken the law.
Black cherry is for sure.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
I don't care.
All right,
I'm a
Ruby,
fucking
Ruby
Never
Gage.
broken that.
Yeah, you are. That's
Hey, I'm
that's
up like $83 for the day though.
Hey,
so.
that's
For real?
better
Yeah.
than me. I'll tell you
Yep.
that much.
Well, that's if you. I use some of my winnings to buy some beers for me and my brother. But
well, so you're still up.
yeah,
I would
yeah.
consider that up.
It feels. It's obviously the scam and how the house gets the money back, but it feels better spending the house money to get my beer
Absolutely.
than losing it on craps and having to buy a beer.
And then not tipping your craps dealer.
Never.
They're getting paid to be there.
I didn't know.
Why would I tip them?
I asked my brother. He comes to Vegas. He does all that. I was like, hey, am I supposed to tip them? And he was like, I don't. I was like, all right, cool.
All right, because he would know better.
Oh yeah. He's like black. It's like blackjack and poker dealers. I think you're supposed to generally tip. But no.
Oh yeah.
Last time I was
I think
in-
you just
I guess
supposed to tip
card
when you
games,
win.
maybe.
You know what's crazy is like when we had our Christmas party and I walked inside. I was 10 minutes in at the casino, sat down. 10 minutes into playing a machine, sat down, won $1,600.
Oh.
They came out, and I don't really gamble very often. They came out and they pay you out right at the machine, right? So they count it out to you. They make you sign this W-2, and then somebody in the process of part of the gambling crew that I was with was like, you have to tip the person bringing you the money. And I was like,
No,
no,
I don't have to do
And
that.
they were like, no, dude, it's customary. Like that's what.
No,
those
I
people
would have
count.
walked over
They
there and
count
got my
on
money.
they count on jackpots and they count on like walking over and giving you the money. And I was like, what are you supposed to give? And they were like, the tip, it's 20%.
Oh,
20
fuck that.
300.
Absolutely.
I'm
not.
supposed to
No.
pay you $300 to
Tom
bring
Fuller.
me $1,600.
No.
Listen,
Now
so
I'll walk
here's-
to the
all right,
cage.
so
Yeah, I
here's-
was like, what the fuck?
If-
To walk from here to there and make me sign a dog gag.
if I'm expected
Get
to
outta
give
here with that shit.
$300 to somebody walking me money, do I get paid for opening my own door?
Right.
These are the questions.
These are the questions
This is
we
how
need
the
answers.
communists get you.
Yep.
That's communism.
That's communism. right
Because
there.
no one really
They
knows
do.
what communism is.
Yeah,
anymore.
I know. Yeah, it's getting money and giving it to other people. Really, is earning money in some capacity
So
and then
casino-
redistributing it amongst other people.
Wait, so
so
casinos are communists?
yeah,
Shit.
yeah,
I
it's
gotta
a
get
lot-
out of here.
we are communism.
Whole operation.
I got a fucking $13 juice this morning trying to save my life.
Fuck yeah.
And-
Is that how much that juice costs?
Yeah.
That you brought to the booth?
It was the pre-made one, mind you. It was already in a bottle.
Yeah.
I fucking he scans it for me, just walks away. Doesn't say a word. This guy doesn't say a word to me. Tip screen pops up.
Did you?
Doesn't even say hi.
Dude, didn't even say hello to me.
Did you?
No, fuck no.
Fuck no.
That's
I
the
felt
right
the
answer.
pressure.
Yeah.
But then you made the right decision.
Yeah.
I've
You
seen
got me to tip way too much last
That made up for that. You've heard
That's
this,
not
right?
how that works for the
I
other
don't
person.
think
that
it-
It was your own money, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was my own money.
So we were pretty tipsy, and we wanted some pizza. So we went to the pizza place, and he bought a pizza. It was like, I don't know, $20 for a
Yeah.
bunch
It was
of pizza crap.
$35.
Oh, okay. So the
For
tip
two
screen,
slices
the
of
tip screen
pizza.
pops up, and
And
there's a
calzone.
whole
And
a
bunch of
calzone.
bunches
Yeah.
options from like 5% up to like 25%. I'm like, max bet, and he's like, okay. I'm like, what? So it was like a $75 pizza is what happened. So
While they're all talking about not tipping, I tip heavy as shit. Just so that
just so the camera out there knows,
Just so
yeah.
we're all
I
aware.
tip heavier shit.
minimum 20% even for bad service.
Speaking of tipping, something really fucking interesting happened. Danny had organized the entire Freeman thing where they bring the tables down for you and help you set your booth up. And everything is just a fucking racket, by the way. So a folding table is, $6,000. I mean, literally, the two TVs that we have in that booth are $3,000 if you rent them from the show. And they're actually 10 inches smaller than the ones we got that I bought from Costco for $500 a piece. So
You say $3,000?
To borrow a television.
To borrow it
Trace.
for a week.
Do
$3,000.
they come set it up? They install it?
They bring it out to you and you got to plug it in. They set it on the table. That's all. They don't install it. They
So
just
that's not
bring
mounted.
it.
That's not anything.
They just set it there.
They
Yeah.
just go here
Yeah, they say here's a fucking TV.
and then give it back.
Yeah. And it's like 15 inches smaller. It was a 60 inch and that's a 75. So it's 15 inches smaller than the ones we brought. $3,000. Anyway, that's why I shipped my own. But that's why, I did not. Fucking did not. I will not do that. So, we were having a hard time getting a table, and Danny had gone up and down talking to Freeman. Hey, where is this table? We needed to lay the armor out. He had ordered it early on
Dude, yeah.
Sunday.
He ordered it super early. Danny's on top of his shit.
He did. Had everything kind of squared away and ready to rock and roll. It's not coming. They keep coming back and checking in. Everything okay? No, we don't have a fucking table. Everything okay? Don't have a table. And then one dude came along and he was like, everything okay? And I was like, you know what, dude? I was like, there's a table for us. It's that one right there. I said, can you please bring it? And I reached in my wallet and I gave him $20.
And you got it within a fucking minute and a half.
20 minutes. There
There
was
you
a
go.
fucking table at the show.
That's all it
It
takes.
is
$1 a
incredible.
minute.
It
Yeah.
just gets them. It just gets them. Sometimes it gets them moving a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
I mean, the reality is casinos, anybody is going to pay dog shit. And the problem with the tipping societies, they
know.
make customers
leverage it.
pay their wages, right? Why don't they really do?
The
They
customer makes up for what the employer is lacking.
Exactly.
Basically.
So
straight up.
So the employer only covers. They're legally bound to at least pay them what they would owe in taxes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
So
they
th-
didn't make
so they
enough.
have to, right. And then there is a bylaw where if they didn't make that much to have made minimum wage for the year, there is a legally binding thing where they would have to at least make minimum wage for the year.
Correct. They have to
Doesn't
make up for
always
it.
happen.
Yep.
But I have talked to so many waitresses. I used to be like really good at resumes and stuff,
Yeah.
and they
What
would
does
be
that mean?
like helping people build their resume.
I was
Like what keywords do you
I
use?
was,
Yeah.
I was going to start a business helping people do resumes, but then I realized they didn't have a job and I couldn't get paid.
It was called Ryan's Resumes,
Ryan's
but my
Resume.
name's not Ryan.
Is that right? No, like through SciOp, like you learn like keywords and like colors and things that help, and I didn't do it for a business. I just was helping people, and it was like a bunch of waitresses.
Do colors that help on a resume? Is it like white?
No,
Or
it's actually
not
Where are you
black.
going with
It
that?
depends-
Not black.
No, it depends on the company.
Yeah.
You want to match your match your header color to the company logo colors.
That was just a joke about racism in the United States.
Oh,
That doesn't exist. That's fabricated by the left.
I
and
don't
the
see
media.
race.
Yeah, I don't see race.
Did that zoom in on that
No, but
wide
still-
angle?
Just punch in.
Dude, I'm going to give you the nastiest punch in.
You're gonna be like 6 pixels across, all grainy.
Yeah.
No, so
Say some
I'll wrap
racist,
it up.
okay?
So these waitresses would come in, like they want a new job because they don't want a waitress anymore. And then I would just be like, okay, like you could probably get, you could get, this is years ago, like you could get $10 over here, $15 over there.
Yeah.
And they were like, I make like 25 an hour waitressing. I'm like, yeah, because you don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, well then I'm going to stay waitressing. I'm like,
Yeah.
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
conclusion.
a correct
Correct.
answer.
That's
Now
exactly
there
what
probably
it
are
is.
waitresses that get fucked over, whatever. But you know,
Yeah. In
that's on them for
California,
not
I
learning
fucked
how
over
to
a few
commit
waitresses.
tax fraud.
so there's actually California mandates that you pay minimum wage to servers and bartenders, and they get tips on top of it. So it's federal minimum wage or state minimum wage, really, to everybody, and tips on top. So you can actually
So are they up to like? So they're making like 15 an hour minimum wage in
I
California.
think
and
it's
then,
close to
right.
18 now.
I
Well,
don't know
no,
what it
Carly's
is. I
still
think it's
making
15.
Yeah.
But what was interesting is during this kind of like hybrid moment where I got out of college and I was still bartending and serving, and then I got this job, making a salary which was twice. So minimum salary is twice minimum wage, kind of irrelevant, but I was being paid absolute dog shit in 2013 because it was still technically a recession. So I was making, my initial salary was $35,000 a year. But I was making $50,000 to $60,000 a year serving tables and bartending, working less hours. I could walk out, I would go to my job and make $17 or $18 an hour in the finance sector as a college graduate, but then I would leave that job and go make, swear to God, some nights $100 an hour.
Yeah.
fucking bartending. And I was like, no fucking
Because
wonder.
of
That is
degenerates
the way to
like
go.
me, you're like, dude, I love you.
Dude,
Fucking
I had
love
the
it.
same experience.
God, I can't
when
wait to
was
kiss
bartending.
you later.
I said, well,
You can
Here's
cut
a
that
tip.
out, right? You can cut that.
It's gonna be only that over and over.
Cut that.
it's an hour and a half of, I'm going to kiss you later.
God, I can't wait to kiss you later. God, I can't wait to kiss you later.
I'm going to kiss you later.
This is going to be on the TV at the booth tomorrow.
With
Full volume.
Yeah, full volume over
with a
and
plus
over and over.
1% cropping every time until it's only this.
And then it
This
goes
is
back into his mouth, right? Like,
So do you guys have like an intro to do?
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the 2A Procast.
We have Ballsack High Speed here.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
That's
yes.
fair.
I'm just kidding. It's
And we're
Ballistic
leaving.
High Speed.
It's Ballsack.
And we're leaving.
That's
Bryce-
Ballsack.
Bryce just gets up. He's like, I'm done.
I heard ball sacks and I was in. I'm staying.
Ballsack Low Speed. There will be a casting couch after this. Find us on our Patreon when we stop this video.
Because
Yes.
that's all Patreon is.
That's all Patreon
It's
is.
OnlyFans for
Yeah.
creators.
I love the fucking
Yeah.
creators that are like, all right, man, I just gave this thing, and I'm not going to say any names because we're trying to be LPC here, but there's one that does it all the fucking time. Now, if you want to really know how I really feel, go to my Patreon so I can really say
There
it.
you go.
Yeah, we all know who that is.
The real,
Yeah.
I don't, but does it work for them?
I'm sure
Probably.
it does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Then there you go.
I
There's,
just
a,
like-
there's a shtick for everybody.
Can I
right?
fucking troll?
Yeah.
Can I troll? Can you
Yes,
just let me
Just
troll?
don't drag me into your internet drama. we stay
You're
out of
on the
politics.
couch, dude.
Yeah.
We stay out of politics. We stay out of drama.
You're not
For the
leaving
most
this
part.
fucking room not pregnant. I'm telling you that much right now.
Well, gentlemen, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Well, I'm Adam from Ballistic High Speed. I'm the trigger puller, almost die guys.
Yeah, that's true. I'm Bryce from Ballistic High Speed. I'm the trigger pusher on the camera.
That's
So,
true.
Trigger
Yeah.
pull, trigger push.
Hey,
You
that's
guys have
very
got
nice.
this down.
Yeah.
Been interviewed a couple
We
times,
just
have you?
thought
It's
of
kind
this
of-
right now.
It's like when we come up with an
I'm gonna let you in
idea,
on a little secret.
I kind of make the idea happen through building like the contraptions and a lot of the sets and get the firearms and all that stuff around. And then he actually makes it look good,
Yep.
sound good, and be presentable.
So it's like we
So-
ideate together, and then he sort of figures out how can we make it happen, and then together we make it happen, and I capture it, and then it's just kind of
Because I have the
flowing
range
to the next.
and a machine shop and
Yeah.
stuff, so I can like make if we need like a robotic firing device, like all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, it was interesting when I was talking to you that one night. You actually, I was like, "Well, how did you get this thing to go that fast across the thing?" And you're like, "Oh, I fucking made it." I was like, "You just made it?" Yeah, I just said, "Yeah, I
What
just
was
fucking
the
made it."
contraption you were talking about?
It was like the thing that launched the bowling ball, maybe. What was it? We were out there talking in the parking lot for
Wasn't
like
it
2
cannon?
hours.
This was down in Texas, right? When we first met.
Yeah, when we
Yeah.
first met. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were in the parking lot. and
we
you-
didn't make that. That was
Oh
all-
no, I know what it was. It was when you when you
collision.
touching tips, the bullet collision.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was the
yeah.
bullet
How
collision,
to
and I
use,
said, "How did you set that up?" And
programming the actuators and
Yeah.
all that stuff?
yeah, it's pretty fucking incredible.
Turns out
yeah.
electromagnets are very fast and reliable.
Nice.
It's kind of one of those things that like we get together so much and we nerd out and just make these things happen that to us it's just totally normal to be able to do this very wide range of things.
Yeah.
And then we'll just talk to people about it and they were like,
What?
What? Yeah.
Right.
"You wrote software?"
So-
yeah. They're like, "But I
Yes.
thought you built guns."
That's
I
it.
do.
Yeah,
I do.
Dude, yeah, I know. I'm like, no, people in the gun industry are dummies. That you can't be both.
that doesn't
You can't be both. It doesn't
Exactly,
yeah, I know.
yeah.
There's this
And
assumption.
you were enlisted?
And you were in the you were in the army. Fuck.
Enlisted?
Enlisted. And
Oh.
oh God. yeah.
But
Lies.
we both have our very strong suits that are super specific. So
Are they gray?
no.
Navy?
So
I don't know why I thought that was fucking
so
awesome.
his knowledge will go really deep into for this example, like programming and stuff. And so we essentially have two different addressable bullets where we can time microsecond delays and stuff, and that'll be all really specific on his knowledge, and then it will immediately go to my knowledge with capturing it and then figuring out, where can we make the delays happen, what's the microseconds and the difference, and then if we need to, because we basically had to do physics calculations for like the trajectory cross-sectional area based on the width of the bullet and all
Right.
that stuff. So it's like our super specific things that we enjoy just mesh perfectly into like, let's just send bullets into each other.
Like a really good, just like palatable way to get that is I don't know how to find out the microseconds and the cross-sectional surface areas and stuff. Once I have that data, I know how to implement it into the real world.
Which I have no knowledge
But
of.
he knows how to find that stuff with the cameras and all of his physics knowledge and stuff like
You
that.
guys are each other's missing chromosomes.
It is.
Like,
The yin to his yang.
Yeah.
I thought I had extra.
Extra.
I don't have any
Yeah. 2 halves make a 47th.
thing or whatever.
We're so dumb we don't even know.
I don't know.
But no, it's like it's a really good matchup. It works out really well.
Yep.
So
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I gotta ask one question. Are you guys gonna copyright strike me? When
Yes.
I put your video.
Which one?
Just introducing you guys. I'm gonna overlay it.
I don't care what you put in there. I'm suing you.
Yeah, I'm fucking
I would expect
suing the
anyway.
dog shit out of you.
When the race
What?
charges are done, I'm moving straight.
What
to
I want to preface this before I forget. So anybody out there that's watching, get in the comments and let us know what you guys can do. Let us know what you want them to do as far as
okay.
right?
Okay, yeah.
We were thinking about we're gonna do collabs, hopefully mini collabs here in the future,
I would love
like
to.
of things happening,
Well, probably
crashing
not
into
after
each other.
this.
What's that?
Probably not after this.
Not after this. Not after this little rape
The
fest.
cease and desist is
Yeah.
right out
This is
there.
right
That's that
outside, yeah.
WWE
Yeah.
like gift, guys. He's like crying into it.
We're done.
We're done. We're done.
This means you got to go through and figure out like kind of what they do. So go binge watch some of the stuff that they do, and then think of what they haven't done that we could participate in,
Yeah.
and make some really cool fucking videos.
If-
And we will take those comments, we will read them, and we will execute on them. I promise.
Their channel is going to be linked in the description.
Absolutely.
And if you do not go watch their videos, I no longer love you.
I would be careful sending them to our channel. They're not going to come back to yours.
That's fine.
Wow. I thought that was serious, but it's like you got me. You
Show us your
You're
audience
good, you.
analytics.
that was good. Yeah,
it's
good
almost
thing we
like
can
I
edit
messed
that
with
out.
People's minds for a living at one point.
Okay.
That was healthy.
Listen, if I lose all of my subscribers to you, that's a battle. well
It'll be a
fought.
victory.
Hey, you already lost the Gundy to us, so
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You're on it, dude. Fucking singer.
This was a great episode of the 2A Procast. Thank you. Tune in
Thank
next
you.
time.
And now over to the Patreon.
And now Patreon.
Now I'm going to tell you how I really feel on the Patreon.
No, it's fucking great.
We have so much context already in this.
Everything makes so much sense. So, if my phone will work,
No, while you're getting your phone to work,
yeah.
of all the projects that you did to kind of guide them in the right direction on like the first videos that they should go watch, because this shit is serious. This is gonna sound ridiculous. It's seriously high speed. I mean, it really is. It's high speed, low drag shit. It's fucking cool to watch. You are.
I'll give you that.
And this is not just to stroke you off, but I gotta say it because I mean it from the bottom of my heart. You guys are two like absolute legitimate creators doing creative things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nonsense out there right now,
Yeah.
and including us.
You're looking at him.
Hot kettle pot.
And when you guys won the Gundies last night, congratulations! By the way,
Dude,
you
that was
deserve.
so cool.
You fucking deserved it
Yeah,
because
you absolutely.
yeah,
deserve
the
it. I wouldn't
amount
have
of-
lost it to anybody else.
the amount of work, time, and science that goes into your shit is just absolutely
my
fucking
hand, too.
incredible. So
We can't leave you.
Touch.
um,
No,
it
I
really
was
is.
I was totally ready to applaud for you guys for video of the year, but applauded for myself.
Yeah, you will. It was well earned.
We were
So,
the only two I was clapping for.
do you think now? Do you
Another
think that
zoom in.
Quit zooming in.
Do we think what?
Do you think that the video that they chose, that they nominated you for, was the best video that they should have put up there, or do you think it should have been another one? And if not, which video do you think?
While
they should
you
have put up there?
think about this,
I already have an answer. No thinking.
Okay.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, I
No,
kinda
I need to think about it. Go
I'm
for
sorry, guys. I was gonna say, while you think about that, the video that they played when they fucking nominated you,
it. Yeah.
garbage.
I know.
It was like a smoke, and Adam goes, "I blew him in half."
I think that was Tread, but yeah.
Tread.
So
I
I know.
shit,
I know. So
yeah.
you couldn't have given them another like 15
Like
seconds
like
for
the
video
first
of the
one
year.
was the bullet going in the pumpkin. I'm like, that's fucking sick.
yeah.
Which
and then I was expecting
we could have done better
something like
shots for that, but it was at least slow mo,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. It
But
was
then for
high-speed
our
footage.
video of the year, it's just a boom. What happened?
I
And
blew him in half.
Yeah.
I think it was a great video to do it, specifically for the reason that it did so well.
Yeah.
It was extremely palatable to a wide audience.
That was the point I was going to
A
bring up.
lot of the stuff that we do, if it's a firearm, there's people that are immediately turned off.
Right.
Like,
Right.
If they're just not into guns, they're turned off. if we go too in depth into like armor or like the window episodes where we're trying to like calculate deflection, it's like too sciencey and it's too far away from something that
Which
they
is
care
great
about.
for some people.
The bowling ball cannon, and I will say, of the videos that we did with Tread in Pennsylvania, I did not think that was going to be the one that clicked off.
Really?
But people they know what it feels like to pick up a bowling ball and throw it.
Right.
So when the screen says it went 200
It's like 200 some miles an
whatever,
hour. Yeah.
they're like, what?
Yeah.
Like I've almost
It's like-
thrown
it's
my
like a-
shoulder out
it's like a
getting
12-pound
9
bowling
miles
ball.
an hour.
Right.
Going faster than my car's ever gone.
That fast?
Probably.
Yeah,
twice.
I believe
Bet
in
you I could
Yeah.
throw a football over the mountains.
Can we-
Straight up.
I could run the Tupperware over with my van.
Yeah. If we look at it just objectively based on analytics, it is our best video.
Yep.
I don't know if it's like, because like we're talking about the Gundies, right? All gun related channels
Right.
that got involved. I don't know if that necessarily should have won video of the year for
Obviously not.
all gun related stuff for
Yeah.
the year.
Should have been me.
Right. Definitely.
You were.
But you're saying if you were to actually capture the entire essence of
Horrible.
that year's videos, there may have been other
Yeah,
videos
and
in your channel specifically.
potentially,
or-
yeah. But I mean, just thinking of like some of our best performing videos, like seeing bullets fragment across steel, like that's
Yeah.
still
That
a
was a good
personal
one.
favorite of
That
mine.
was the first
I
one I
like
ever
that.
saw from you guys.
That was.
That
Was
was
it
the
really? That was a
that
good
was
one.
the first one
good
we
one.
filmed with our newest camera, the V2512,
Yeah.
where we could do like ultra high speed.
Yeah.
And that's a big like memorable moment for me at least, because that was the first time we like took the big step into really no other channels are doing this, minus
Yeah.
like slow-mo guys that have the fancy
Right.
cameras.
Who?
But right.
When you filmed that, did you film the backside of the plate? Because I'm really curious. Because what happens when we put steel up against clay? When we check the BFD, the back face deformation, it's always way deeper than the little nub on the back of the steel.
Is it because it flexes?
Spring.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's spring back in the steel.
Yeah,
And
we
so
could-
did you?
yeah.
Have you seen it go brrr and then back in?
no.
Because it definitely
no, but
does
like-
it.
plates.
What's that?
He runs
Ouch.
ceramic. So
Punch
no,
it.
you bring up
Just punch it.
you bring up a good point though, because when we
Outlandish.
when we watch some of the collisions from the front side, and especially on like that diagonal close up, you could see the flexing happening in the plate
Right.
going out.
Right.
And then as it was, you could see the vibration flexions as it was happening. So it makes sense to expect that, but
Sheet metal.
we didn't know at the time that was something we could look for.
Got it.
So, and it's one of those things that like add it to the list, stuff we need to revisit. But
Right.
it's
It would be really cool to watch the backside of that, because what often another, and I'd say this because obviously I want the best for steel, right? I'm a huge proponent of the armor,
Naturally.
but what people see to the naked eye is not what's actually happening with steel, which is, oh, there's very minimal back face deformation. There is. It just comes right back to the natural position.
Yep.
But in fact, it can actually get pretty close to that 44 millimeters if shot with a large enough caliber. You actually will get a ton of back face signature, even more so than polyethylene at times.
yeah,
What's
because
what's the term for that?
which part?
When it goes past what it can return.
Oh,
Is that
plastic
spring back?
deformation.
Oh, plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what?
Even though it's steel.
Because what's
it's the same
interesting,
term.
and this I
Yeah,
hadn't really,
plasticity.
I hadn't really thought about this till you're bringing it up now, but the way that energy transfers through mediums has got to be totally different for steel, because all of that vibration is energy that's been deposited by the round, and that energy is on you.
Right.
So you're still getting more energy than just the bullet stopping. Whereas ceramic, that goes into like plastic deformation and mechanical failure, where you've got things like coming out.
Right.
And failing internally in a structure, the energy is going and stopping somewhere.
And
But in steel, there's no plastic deformation. It's all turning into vibrational energy. So I hadn't thought of that before.
Reverberance?
So
Yeah.
what would be really curious to find out, because Danny and I are on this kind of, like, I think I bet him like 3 days wages on this one particular thing, because I said it was my thought
Wait,
that
you guys are getting paid?
Hold up.
it was my thought that when steel gets hit, the energy gets kind of dispersed. Thank you. Jesus,
that's a
words.
good
The energy is being dispersed, whereas
1 point.
the ceramic and polyethylene plates are actually capturing the energy within it, which is then being transferred to your body. So, with your physics background, would you say that energy from a bullet going into steel is going to transfer more so into your body than energy going into ceramic and polyethylene?
That's tough. So this this is stuff that I've been able to see a lot more with the ultra high speed, which is impulse time, and that changes a lot. And I'm not a gun person by trade, so like all of my knowledge that I have, I'm trying to extrapolate into firearms. So like I don't know stuff, but like it's fun for me to try to figure it out. But
2024 quote.
Sure.
Bryce, I don't know.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
I don't know.
No, but like you think about like if a metal plate's gonna flex, it's gonna be determined by like how heavy the bullet is, how long the bullet is, because like when we saw shooting a 9mm, it splats apart pretty quickly.
Right.
But like a rifle round, it's peeling for a long time, so that impulse time is longer.
That's
which
a good
means
point.
which means that nodal point of the flexing has more time to start flexing, which means you might get more back face deformation. It might flex with more amplitude because it's been depositing energy for longer. So I think there's the possibility of that. It just depends on, is this a short stubby round or is this a long penetrating rifle round?
Dependent on the radius of the. It's
Right.
dependent on the radius.
But
of
it
the front of the
also has
round,
to
right?
hit in, like I said, the nodal point of the plate, so it can flex harmonically, right?
Yeah.
If it's hit off to the side, it's not going to be happy harmonically and it won't flex as much.
Checks out. That makes sense.
I don't know. I just made that up. So.
That's
Yeah. Well,
Does
yeah.
that sound real?
That
It
sounds-
sounds very
very
sciencey.
good.
It sounds very sciencey,
All right,
and I like it.
Whoever your guys' Jamie is, caption that in
Pull
Fortnite
up-
terms.
Jamie, pull up the clip
I'm
of the bear
Jamie.
getting
Hold
blown
on.
up with the RPG.
Oh
Translate.
wait, is that you?
That's me.
You better find an AI in Fortnite caption generator.
Yeah, we need cars going down ramps
Jamie.
in GTA down below.
Yeah, I know. It's that fucking connection. All we have
Did
to do
you
is
see
just,
that the
we'll
unsub
put it
guys actually
into
did
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
like
did
made a
it.
joke about it, and while I was making the joke,
They did the fucking thing up with the. Yeah.
Dude, it's-
You might as well do it here too.
God.
Yeah.
Fucking why not? But we could
It
just
just
break
keeps
it.
your attention. It's
We
there.
could break it down in Gen Z terms and just like have the Gen Z little teleprompter thing going on.
Oh, no.
Yeah, subtitles. So it'd be like that
How long do you
9mm
wanna
round
spend
is
editing?
bussin'.
is busting.
No
On
cap,
God,
for
no
real, for
cap,
real.
yeah,
For real, for real.
go off king. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. I get it. Totally
But the
understand.
ceramic.
But the ceramic.
Could have been. Murder suicide.
So
I can honestly say that in
So there's
probably-
actually an even split across the room here. It would appear.
You got
I
two-
thought it was just between the two of us. I guess it's just the room.
You guys are talking intelligent talk.
This is what
Fucking nerds.
this is what happened on Unsub. It was me and Eli talking cameras,
I
and
know.
they were talking guns and machining.
I know I couldn't hear over the double time.
Yeah, that's like two things.
I'm like,
I told them they
fucking
should
awesome.
split it stereo, like 1 ear, 1 ear, and
That'd
be like,
be-
okay. Just pick what
Oh,
conversation
that is
you want.
terrible for
Put it
ADD.
in.
There's no fucking way my ADHD would fucking I'd just be
You would
twitching,
panic, dude.
just straight twitching like he was doing, just brain
Is there,
exploding.
is there like
Like-
a summed up of what you guys just said? Because I'm not lying to you. I didn't really.
I
track-
blacked out.
What
I
the
can
hell?
say, I can say in like what 28 episodes now, and 2 hours roughly per episode. That is in 56 hours of content. That 45 seconds was the most intelligent.
I
45
made
seconds
it all up.
of all 56 hours combined.
The comment
into
section
one
is just going to be a bunch of fact checkers.
Nerd.
No, that wasn't.
Nerd.
It's actually
Actually.
squared 3, whatever.
But
go ahead.
Can we talk about real quick our indie punk band, Happy Harmonics?
Dude, this is the second
That happened at the.
Wait, what?
on the unsub.
I also. Oh, it was
Wait,
Sonic Disruption.
God
Yeah,
damn
that's
it, you
what
are
it
just
was.
full of fucking names, dude.
No, that Herrera stole that from him.
Yeah.
On the unsub podcast. Are
we
you
were
just
talking
biting
about-
them? Are you just
we were-
doing all their bits?
What?
Yeah.
Are you memeing right now?
No.
Oh my god, yeah, when he
I
was,
don't watch content anymore
No, when he was segueing
because I don't want to
talking
like
all
people.
that smart shit,
Yeah.
Herrera was like, by the way, dibs on the I think indie,
The indie
punk,
punk
band
band.
Oh,
named Sonic
No,
Disruption
so like
because he was
we were
talking.
talking about the.
I didn't get that far in the episode.
yeah.
You're a piece of shit.
Stop listening to you two.
No, we were talking about 50 cal rounds. How some people say if it just goes past you, it's gonna rip your arm off.
Oh my god.
So I was talking
that-
about like
Can we talk about?
We're
the
gonna
math
solve it.
and like the sonic disruption.
You're gonna solve
of
it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
so for For anybody who's listening, who's
You
like,
got a
what the
problem?
fuck
Yo,
is going
I'll
on
solve
right
it.
now? Since technically we are filming, I will wrap this. There is this big myth in the industry.
Mythos?
I've heard it. I have heard it.
I think
quite
it's a
often.
wives' tale more than a myth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That,
at this
well,
point,
hold
yeah.
on.
You say, you know what? Myth's too man.
Now
man.
listen.
Get down to it.
Myth means
you
no,
fucking,
myth means
you
that it
peasants.
deserves a test, and it really doesn't.
That's a good
Right?
point.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Mr.
That's
Science
a,
Man.
fuck,
back
that's a
here.
good point.
Yeah,
That's
here we
that's
go
a, that's
again.
actually a really
Yeah,
good point.
describe it for the people.
For the peasants.
For the homies.
For the homies.
Homies,
So
not peasants. Good.
Wow.
I would unsubscribe. To
It's no wonder. It's no wonder you only have.
they know
less
where they
subscribers than us.
stand. They know. You know who you are.
I hope your audio.
It's no wonder you have less subscribers than
You
us.
guys are too nice. You got to keep them in check. You got to slap them up a little bit. I'm gonna play a little clip for you. Hopefully, you'll allow me to do so.
Oh, is it the Grand Theft Auto cars going down the ramp?
No, no. As soon as that shit stopped on the podcast, that's probably why he stopped watching and didn't see the other part of it.
What?
Exactly. So, it's fucking.
All right.
All right, back to business.
So, there's a man, and he will remain unnamed in case you decide that you don't want to put this dude up there who said this, but somebody very famous who's done a lot of things in the combat zone, allegedly. And apparently, when you have a 50 cal round going by a human body, as he said, it will tear that person's arm off. Now,
if you miss a person and the bullet passes by within like a couple of feet, it'll rip a limb off.
I didn't see the full episode.
Oh,
do you
no,
know
dude,
who
I'll
I'm?
fucking
Do you
put
know
that
who
up.
I'm
I don't
fucking
give a
talking
shit.
about?
If you say something stupid on the internet,
That's what I'm
on
saying.
the
But what we
internet.
need
done
is
for.
what I want is I want the full. We got to check the full video because I don't know if somebody cut that into a short.
No, I saw
and
that. Yeah.
I don't know if somebody cut that in short, and maybe he was saying there's a lot of bullshit about
No.
Oh, I see.
the
what
blah, blah,
you're
and then
saying.
you know what I mean, out of
I'll make
completely
sure
out of
I'll make
context.
sure I get the full
Context.
clip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Context.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we won't clip it out of context, but he
Absolutely
as
said
far
that.
as I can remember, now I'm a moron.
If we can find the
but
original,
yeah,
we should
as
do
far
that.
as I can
Yeah.
remember, he
No,
did
we
say
should stay out.
It's a bunch of
You
horseshit.
should do that, and we'll
I have
watch.
seen 50 cal rounds go by human bodies, and it does not rip anything off.
The only we in this is we can prove and or disprove.
We don't even need high speed. That's
I
just
need
dumb.
that.
Yeah.
My fact
If
checker.
a 50,
I know,
if a
but-
50
So-
going by is supposed to rip your arm off, what was this RPG's fucking
Dude,
problem?
Adam, I'll let you shoot a 50 cal. I'll let you shoot a 50 cal.
We
I
actually,
guess-
we actually had a dude that like, we can probably talk about it. If not, we'll have you clip it out. We
Yeah,
have a guy that
we
wants
talk
to swing a sword and cut a bullet in half.
Oh yeah.
And he was talking to Bryce about it. He's like, I've seen your guy shoot. He's like, I trust him. Absolutely fucking not. Are you out here?
We're
I
going
like how
to
you
give
just
you.
say that. No more than 30 seconds ago, I was like, I'll let you shoot a 50 cal by me.
That's what reminded me of it. I was like, a motherfucker's actually tried this before.
No, I was
That's
like,
fucking
no, we're gonna set it up to where it's electrically fired. It's all mounted down. We'll probably do a 38 special, so it's slow and just lead, and we'll give you a wall of
Like a glass
protection.
wall.
And he's like, I'll just slice the bullet. I'm like, listen, sir.
It
He
doesn't.
swings too far, catches it in the fucking wrist.
So that was another thing that I thought
Yeah.
about. We're gonna need like a barrier like halfway up his shin so he can't lean too far. Maybe something on his. I mean, like
That's a risky
What
thing.
caliber bullet are we talking about?
He was saying
he just
38.
wants to slice one. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care what it is.
We
Right.
don't want a
Something a little more
large
snubby.
cross sectional, just lead, soft, slow bullet.
44 Magnum. Probably be your best bet. Like 1,400 feet per second.
That's
It's
too
a
fast.
huge-
We need like 700 feet per second.
Well, just put less powder in it. You could get it down to 700 feet per second.
a-
Just
do a lead
pack your own
45
load.
water.
Okay.
Pack your own load.
yeah.
Or
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
have Nolan pack your load because he.
Yeah,
seems to
45
enjoy it.
wad cutter. It's actually
Yeah.
really good.
Oh, there you
fucking
go.
kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll be
It has
going
a
about
it has a nice
800.
flat face too.
Easy.
Yep.
You could download it too if you wanted to.
So like,
Yeah.
I was trying to do like the rough math with him because they split airsoft bullets. It's fiction.
Yes.
So
It's fiction.
he did
That's
a,
his name.
So he did a
Fiction.
Fikshun.
Super
fiction.
badass like ninja dude.
Black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
I mean.
And he's
So
literally
he-
splitting airsoft bullets.
Yeah. So
Well,
he.
there's an Asian dude that does it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you just want to
he-
get video of the year twice? No, don't do this.
Apparently.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. It's a bad idea.
I actually would love to do
But
that.
he was on a Mr. Beast video where he did that, and I filmed the high speed for it, and he was getting it at one point like once out of every 4 or 5 tries.
Okay.
So
And
and
those
that
are
was
what,
like
6
300, 350 feet per second airsoft round.
Yeah.
So I was like, if we get a 38 special, that's like 700, 750. That's like only twice as fast. So
Right.
the odds aren't horrible. You know what I mean?
They're not.
And then in him talking to them, kind of, my portion of this can kind of come back in because he described it as like it's dancing, and the guy that was shooting the airsoft knows like when his
Yeah, they
movements
ebb
are,
and flow
right?
together. And
So I was like, okay,
interesting.
well, let's remove that, and I'll develop a foot pedal that it can have however many milliseconds of delay or seconds, whatever that he wants. And so
so he can step
he
on
can
it.
sit there,
He
and then
can
as
ebb
soon
and
as he
flow.
drops his
So
heel,
he can-
it will be the same exact fight. So I mean, it could take 6, 7
So
times,
he can
whatever. It'll be
create-
the exact same, and then it's just up to him
Yeah.
to get the
To
flow.
figure
So he can create
Interesting.
his
Yeah.
mental tempo, and we figure out like what plane he's comfortable with, and then we set that level for the round.
Yep.
So there's a lot of ways to sort of ease the results.
And we could do that before we even fire a bullet.
Right.
That
You
sounds
tell me where
absolutely-
you want to swing your sword perfectly every time, and I can make a round
Yep.
go there.
So then
That's
it-
easy.
Have we considered fragmentation on like where this may end up going?
It should go up and down, but that's a thing that
Technically,
Right.
it
We're
should,
going-
but
before we would ever even attempt this, we will mount a blade, shoot it,
And
and
see
where it
yeah.
goes.
Shoot it a bunch of times.
Because if it
Yeah.
fucking splays out,
Right.
yeah, he catches
No, it
one in the fucking face. You know, like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, like, as we go through and we delve out all of these safety measures, it's no issue to me to just say, no,
Right.
sorry, we can't do it.
yeah.
Like,
Because it's like,
just no.
It's just
Yeah, it's just no.
Hey, you
It's
remember
not gonna
that
happen.
thing
What
where
I-
you wanted me to shoot at you? Yeah, no, we're not going
we're
to
not doing that.
No.
What I
not
will
happening.
do is, if somebody could develop me, or like the wax rounds. Did you ever do a shoot house
Oh,
with the
yeah,
wax
yeah.
rounds?
Wax around the.
Okay, so like
He's
we'll
talking about
do it
Milsim
with
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, okay,
Or
we
like
can
cowboy
do it
action.
with a wax round, and then we can mount your sword and shoot it with a bullet, so that you could see what it would have been. But if it comes to a point where it's
Got it,
just like
yeah.
too risky, it's just like no,
Yeah.
we've risked enough.
I wonder how gnarly that would be. Even with soft lead, how gnarly it would be on the hand, taking the.
I know.
energy
I
of
would
that.
love to know, but
Yeah, it's sketch.
there's a lot of moving
I would,
parts.
I would
going on.
assume the lead, since it's moving so fast
I don't-
against hardened steel.
Could we melt the lead?
I don't think.
Oh, I was just watching you.
Not enough impulse time.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, I
that
don't.
word.
I think.
snap, no.
I think he'll feel like a solid click,
Clunk.
but I don't think it's gonna be like you hit something with a
Jarring,
baseball
right.
bat and you get all the
Yeah.
the muscle. I don't.
Wobbles.
I don't think we'll get much of that. But
So
I
that's
also don't know
another
much.
one that we're
Not until
we're
you
kinda
try.
running down. Yeah.
I mean, we gotta we gotta establish the idea. We're gonna get him splitting airsoft because that's what he's known for, and then be
Yeah.
like, now to Patreon for the bullet. No,
Yeah.
we won't do that.
Yeah.
We won't do that.
And check out our
Yeah,
Patreon.
check out our Patreon.
Yeah, I would
Both sides.
totally. If he wants to do like wax rounds or something,
Yeah.
I mean, he can stand there. I mean, no shield as far as I'm concerned with wax rounds.
Yeah,
Convince him he can cut a bowling ball in half. Just
a bowling ball.
just be like, you could do it, bro.
I mean,
confidence.
technically, if
wax
you swing
bowling
that
ball.
sword fast enough,
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
That would be
Besides.
wild.
Especially
We
with
bring
fire
out the
friendship.
bowling ball cannon again and get a samurai sword on a rig that's like supersonic.
like a pneumatic rig.
Yeah.
You could, dude.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
You could.
That would be an easy build.
That would be fucking
Pneumatics are super simple.
Yeah.
Like kind of what Mythbusters did when they
And you
tried
gotta
to
do,
do
like,
the
servo.
curving the
Yes.
bullet rig
Yes.
where it just whipped it.
Yep.
cool. Interesting.
Actually, Adam
grew up
Savage.
watching
Do you just
Mythbusters,
have
didn't
that still?
Yeah,
Can we
Adam.
just
You guys
borrow
just-
that?
we just
Yeah.
borrow it.
It'd save
Yo,
me a
Adam
lot
Savage.
Of, save me a lot of time, bud.
Right now.
I watch a lot of his videos now, man. That guy.
Do you?
Oh my gosh. I love his videos, but his workshop.
I
It's
know.
a fucking
Oh my
nightmare, dude.
god, dude. Like I'm a medium, messy kind of guy when I'm
Yeah.
working on a project, but
Just a fucking train wreck.
It's like, where is my shit?
But he's also one of those guys that if I could know a quarter of the stuff that he's forgotten,
Yeah.
Right.
like I would.
Yeah.
You'd be
oh,
set.
That guy's brilliant, dude. Unbelievable. So to give you an example or an idea, imagine what, 20-foot tall ceilings?
I don't know. Is this one of those things where he wants like 50% of the AdSense if we go with the idea that he pitches us?
Yeah. This is all a ploy for cash flow.
I'll just say it, yeah.
It's he's got tall. It's like warehouse ceilings almost, stacked to the brim, just full of stuff.
And it's not even all
random
tools.
stuff.
It's like
No.
props from movies
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
And, he's got like shelving just full.
Oh, have you not seen
No.
his?
tested.
I've
Yeah,
seen
that's
I've
the
seen like
channel name.
Mythbusters, but I haven't actually like
Oh, okay. So
delved
like,
into his personal
like
channel or
I don't
anything.
know if he's in retirement, but he does his own channel now, and like
Okay.
he'll buy like old school machinery, and then he just like rips it completely apart and like rebuilds it.
Oh,
or,
okay.
You know,
It's a pretty cool
he kind of just
channel.
does whatever he wants.
Yeah.
But it's always his like crazy like brain, and just I can barely focus on what he's doing because in the background I'm just like,
So much stuff.
oh my god.
It's like drawing your focus away from. Yeah, it's good for Gen Z.
I
though.
watched that man hammer an aluminum foil ball for.
I watched.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
For
just like,
way
he's
too
doing
long.
it. And he's just like hammering
It's happening.
this.
Yeah.
Like,
He has to be
look at
autistic.
it. Look at him go. Look at it. 100%. There's no way he's not, dude.
And that's not an insult.
No.
Just like
No,
you know.
we all have
There's-
a little tism somewhere.
Sometimes there's like superpowers.
I truly believe that every single human being is on the spectrum somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've got part of the tism.
Yeah.
Part of it is.
Yeah, not
Part of
everybody.
it.
Even if it's just being a moron, that's your tism.
Like when we started joking, we started joking about it on Unsub, and I was like,
Oh shit.
he's
Yeah.
gonna watch this episode.
Well, so often I've always kind of wanted that.
forgot.
Like we jokingly we joke about autism quite a bit, like about
doesn't
being
at this point in time?
being autistic.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, is there some capacity? And it's kind of like the gun industry in general. We're all kind of doing it, picking up on it. And I wonder if it's gonna fucking blow up in our face. You know, like, tonight on CNN, the fucking gun industry.
They're all autistic and schizophrenic. Okay, so
Just
Guns haven't been real ever.
mainstream
the Second
news.
Amendment actually doesn't exist.
totally fucking made up.
We told you this was all made up.
And so
This
like,
is a
the leftists,
ploy.
they're actually like, you guys are crazy. We're
They like-
crazy.
They're like literally crazy.
Everybody else is like, oh, you're crazy.
Yeah. They can't have guns. They're on
the
the
NRA is
spectrum, and
just
then
our
they
war
just play these
doctors.
clips over and over of us going like, "I'm autistic. I'm on the
autistic.
spectrum. I've got
Pretty
the
sure he's
tism. I'm-
autistic. That was my tism.
so
No, I
my
was
tism,
tismed up
tism.
when I said
Like it's like
that.
every single fucking gun tuber in the industry, and all these guys have guns. What are we gonna do about
What
it,
are we gonna-
Dims?
Honestly,
You know what
we
you're
are
gonna do about it?
signing her.
So,
Fucking
Not a
silly.
fucking
so at the Gundies last night, when people are out there like, they aren't taking the Second Amendment from us, people in the back like walking, just strangers, like, what are they talking about?
The second what?
The 2A what?
The two,
No, we got rid of the guns. No, we have the Second Amendment. It's called an amendment.
And there's
You
just
re-amend
there's
it.
videos. The videos on the screen are people like playing pretend with no rifles. We're watching high speed of nothing happening. We're like, oh, it's the bullet impulse time.
So we're like remaking Shutter Island.
yeah.
This is like A Beautiful Mind, where it's like none of that's real.
Because all of the vendors that are selling you guns are just taking your fucking money.
And giving you nothing.
Yeah, this one's really special, buddy.
Here, this armor will protect all the bullets.
Here you go.
All in your fucking mind.
Ooh, it's in a case.
This one comes in camouflage.
Full auto promise.
Promise.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, the Sugar Island reference got me too good.
Yeah, that's good.
What a wild conspiracy that could be, though.
Oh shit. Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But on a real note,
Yes.
I'm fine with the tism jokes. But like when creators are like, all right, I'm going to do a schizophrenic rant, it always hits me a little weird. I'm always like, ooh, maybe you shouldn't say that one.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe
Do you have some repressed?
it's probably because I'm schizophrenic. No,
You
but
better
Clearly you're
punch in on
offended.
too.
well, dude, this episode would be nothing but punching.
Someone's gonna have a fucking seizure.
Seizure warning in the beginning of this episode. No, but just for some reason, every time that I hear it in a video, especially like in Second Amendment related stuff, I'm like, that might be pushing it. Like, just like,
And
someone
coming from
might
you,
be taking it.
that
Yeah.
might mean something.
Right.
Someone,
Someone might be taking that and twisting it. Like, because like you can say you're autistic. Oh, okay. You're,
Everybody has, like,
Maybe you're
traits.
slow. Maybe you have like some OCD. Right. There's a whole lot of autism. But schizophrenic's a whole lot of one thing.
And for you to just casually say that,
So
sure.
I had made the joke before, and that's all I would have left it. But then I saw somebody's making a T-shirt where it just says, "I'm schizophrenic and I'm strapped."
Beautiful.
I'm the Sandalorian and I endorse this.
And I endorse this message.
And then I went down this rabbit hole of just like, T-shirts like that. And another one was like, "You'd never wear this in public." And then it does like the Chad face. And then his shirt just says, "I'll beat you to death with a hammer." That's like, these are the jokes I would make, but I would never wear it.
I would never, yeah.
I'm gonna.
My digital footprint's bad enough.
I'm waiting to see it at SHOT Show now. Somebody's got to have it.
That's fucking rad.
Oh, maybe.
You know it's true.
Now I want one.
Now I kind of want one.
How's your second White Claw coming?
They're doable.
Yeah, they're doable. Yeah, I think it's going to be a trend.
Actually, really like it. Probably not.
Dude, so
Probably.
when
I'll stick with my
when I
ciders.
messaged you guys about getting White Claws, and you were like, I love White Claws, I was like, thank God.
Thank God, yeah. It was going to go one of two
You gotta
ways.
remember, I'm a high-funcking alcoholic.
Yeah.
I love all alcoholic beverages.
They would have been like, yeah. They would have been like, fag. And, yeah, it was like one of two things was about to happen.
Well, my text to them was, how do you feel about seltzers? Yes, I am both a white woman and gay.
Oh, so you drive a Subaru Outback.
Yes.
See you at brunch on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, whoa, easy on the
Wait,
side. Oh, that's a you problem, buddy.
Me and Nosy here are going to be brunching it up, okay?
We'll be talking about backface deformation or something.
Plasticity.
Again, nerds. I'm going to be talking about how the ratio of my champagne to orange juice is a little off, and I'm not paying for that.
That's not the right
But I'm not-
stoichiometry, sir.
That's
Now there you went nerding it up.
Oh, drop the stoichiometry. Holy shit.
That word is too big for me.
I have not heard that since college, and I didn't know what it meant in college.
Still don't know what it means.
I still
Holy
don't know what it
There's too
means.
many claps.
Oh,
that's
one
fucking
clap
rad.
was enough. What?
What are we clapping?
What are we
I don't
clapping
know.
about?
You're on the other side of the aisle, dude. We don't connect.
Apparently not.
Okay, well, as long as the White Claws stay on this side of the aisle.
Oh wow, it's getting fairly quiet. I would never do this. We're never gonna get him. Nobody will ever do a
scared.
podcast with us again. This is gonna sound really bad, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this. I preface it with this. My kids are gonna go to bed, and I promised them one thing, that I would call them
No, yeah.
every night before they go to bed.
Yeah,
And they
say
go
the
to bed
breather.
religiously same time. So if you
Yeah,
don't
no.
mind, if I just step out and
No, let's just take it. I mean,
sorry.
I gotta pee. Let's just take a breather.
you sure? Okay, cool.
I was getting
I
uncomfortable
normally
anyways.
wouldn't. I wouldn't do this.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna.
He's really the only one judging
have
me.
to do it
It's
right-
the one guy that I felt shouldn't be
You have
judging
to
me.
do it right in front of the camera lens.
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
thing.
I hope you know in the
I
long-
But like, don't go too far on it.
Leave the
I'm gonna
mic on,
yell
'cause I'm
racial
gonna-
slurs and teach them to your children.
Leave the mic on. I'm just going to nip this part out.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I'll leave it on.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it. I doubt you want me pissing in the toilet.
No, hold the microphone
I
where
doubt
the stream
they want
is.
it. You might.
You don't know my audience.
That's fair, because I don't watch your channel.
Ooh,
Does this have autofocus?
Yeah.
Welcome back to Ballistic High Speed. Cheers.
Like a couple questions that I had that I wasn't getting answers from the VA, and so like
And he was able to answer him.
on the spot.
He gave him more information about his potential long-term nerve damage than anyone else
Yeah.
had, just by looking at his face
All
and
I
telling
was
him
told was-
like feel here, what is that like, tingling here, there? He's like, okay, yeah, this is
He's
what you
like,
should expect.
okay, you're retarded.
Like everything
I
that I
figured it
got
out.
from like the VA, it was they just told me it's more than likely going to come back, but it could be days, weeks, months, years.
Just
so-
wait forever and find out.
And so that's what I told him, and he
Welcome
was
to the
like,
military.
he was like, well, there's 3 types of nerve damage. There's this one, this one, this one. So like depending on your symptoms, he's like, if you can do this, if you can do that. And while he was doing it, I was just like touching and prodding. He's like, okay, so that was like level 2 or whatever. He's like, so that's good. He's like, that's a good one to have.
yeah. He's
I was like, oh,
Oh,
he's like,
okay,
thank you.
yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes,
Holy
thank you.
shit.
Oh my God.
he's like, you'll notice it'll
Holy shit.
transition from tingling to burning to
That's
this.
what it was,
And he's
yeah.
like, oh yeah, I can,
Yeah,
that's there.
because I went from like he had me go from like my temple down, and it was like full feeling. And it's like okay, and like here's numb, nothing, kind of painful, numb, normal. And he was like, okay, yeah, so that's probably like level 2, which means that it's not a total separation. It's just like kinked,
Right.
and it'll eventually like work. And I was just like,
There you go.
holy shit.
Yo, Magic Man. Hello. Where have you been all my life?
He's just making it up.
It's just he's completely bullshitting you.
Yeah, it's level 2, level 3. I'm a veterinarian. I fucking have
He's
no
like,
idea.
that's a
In
level
his
3A.
In his defense,
He's
I
all
said that.
yes.
He's like, that's a level 4 ceramic. What's the gun stuff you guys say?
It's a level 4
Now, in his defense,
stoichiometry.
I made up the level 1.
You're never gonna make it.
Yeah,
Because
no,
I think
Stoichiometry, impulse
You
time,
gotta
something
break it
or
down
other.
in simple terms, man.
All I heard was that's a good one to have.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
And I was like, okay, cool. And he
It's a
said,
good
yes,
one
that
to have.
is a because the next one up, it's like a more of a permanence. Where the one that I have, it's long term.
But temporary.
Yes,
Yeah.
but will come back.
That's good.
And then the first one, basically just based on the timeline, he's like, it would have kind of already gone away by then.
Dude, you know, I had Bell's palsy once.
What?
Am I getting set up for like a joke here?
He looks around like, this is a setup. I know it.
Is it gonna land?
Is it gonna land?
No, I was just thinking about it with your face being numb and everything.
Talk about a
I
joke.
can't even imagine what that's like having an entire like half of your face. I legitimately had Bell's palsy for like a week.
I remember that.
I don't know what happened.
I remember that
but-
half your face.
But the left side of my face
Were you having
Just
a
went
stroke?
completely numb.
That's what I
Could,
thought.
yeah,
Yeah.
you couldn't
So
feel it.
I was driving to Costco with my lady, and I was like, my face feels weird. I was like, it just feels funky. Like I'm trying to smile and it's like not working. I looked in the rearview mirror,
I was like, ooh.
and one side smiled up. Very, you
And
know,
it
Very
happened
much
for
so,
no
yeah.
and
reason.
just no reason. Nothing happened.
You
I wasn't
freak out?
sick. I lost my shit.
He called me as soon as it happened, and he was like, dude, you cannot fuck my face that hard ever again. I was like, no problem,
I was
dude.
like, we
got
haven't
it.
had sex since Saturday.
Saturday. Aren't you on the phone with your kids?
What'd you do? Like
Jeez.
scrape the roof of his mouth halfway through?
Jesus. So what did it end up being?
It was Bell's palsy. So
Yeah.
I
Like, how does that
just
happen?
randomly get
it
that?
just randomly happened.
There's cerebral palsy, and then there's just Bell's
Bell's
palsy. It's half of cerebral.
Yeah. And
Is that not how it works?
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
Is that
That's
true?
not-
I have no idea.
It sounds great.
No,
Back to Dr. Render. We need
It's
him here.
it's a temporary paralysis.
Yeah.
And from what I researched, it comes from like an infection or something like that. But I
Like
hadn't
somewhere in your
Daysex.
spinal cord or something?
I don't know. It was probably all the mushrooms that I ingested years ago, just finally
You
releasing.
finally, it just
And the truth comes
neatly
out.
tucked away in a duct somewhere,
Yeah,
you
but-
know, just like
Actually,
I
wasn't
noticed-
mushrooms. That just sounds better than it crept up from his dick.
Yeah. But I noticed
it was
in
finally the
mirror,
herpes making its way up into my brain.
had a total panic attack. My heart rate just started
Like
bumping.
if
Well,
you weren't
yeah.
having a stroke before, now
Yeah,
you are.
Now I'm gonna have a stroke. I still went to Costco though. Still went shopping.
You were just sort of
Well, the
going
hot dogs. Price doesn't change.
you're like, ma'am, am I
All
smiling?
the savings. Yeah, and so it was funny because I ran into my dad at the Costco, and he's like, "How you doing, son?" You know how dads do. They're like, "How you doing?"
My dad doesn't do that.
Your dad doesn't love you.
Are you good? Okay. He's squeaking out another one.
That's good.
But and I was like, "I'm gonna be honest with you, Dad.
just sounded so
I think
sad.
I had a stroke." And he's like, "What? Why are
See?
you here?" at Costco?"
I'm looking for the stroke
I was
medicine
like, "I don't know.
in
I'm
bulk.
shopping for Squishmallows."
Jesus.
When I first got to call my dad when I was in the burn unit, I haven't talked to this man in like weeks. And I call him. He must have heard through one of my brothers or something. He answers the phone. He goes, "Hey, dumbass."
Because you're alive.
I was like, "You motherfucker."
Yeah.
And then you're just like, got it.
Got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Into the
All right,
conversation.
so we're still cool.
So yeah. I know that you know that I know, and we're good.
You
Yeah,
should've
that's all we
You
got.
should have just said, "I took $20 out of your wallet."
I actually was the one putting the water back in your vodka bottles all those years. Bye.
Bye.
You can't be mad at me. I'm in the hospital.
Who's that one comedian that did the thing on the plane, that little shtick on the plane where he's like, you just got to call everybody you fucking hate as the plane's going down?
Oh, dude.
Gillis.
Gillis, yeah. Oh my
that's
God.
fucking hilarious.
That was me when the VA read my fucking face scans wrong. I just wanted to call him like, "Oh yeah, you fucking suck at your job, don't you?"
I fucking hate you.
They did CT scans to figure out if my cheek needs another surgery, and then they read my nose.
Dude,
Dude, I
Do you know what-
could
do you
have
know-
told you needed another surgery
can I
just by looking at you.
Can I share a little-
Yeah.
can
Everybody.
I share an anal
Listen,
VA story
well,
with you?
That's the only reason you won the Gundy.
wait,
Let's
what?
be
Hold on,
honest.
shut up.
What? I knew
heard
that
the
was-
A word.
That
I was like,
processing just
I'm
kicked
never.
in.
Yeah.
My RAM's running a little bit slow recently.
I tell you about my rectal experience at the VA.
We have not heard
I mean,
this.
past MEPS, By the way, if you are friends with someone in the military, they've had a finger in their butt. Just so you know.
Yeah.
All of them.
All of them.
Doesn't
every
matter
single
the
one of
branch.
them.
It doesn't. That includes
Nope.
me and
Everybody's
him.
had a
And
finger
if
in
you've
the
ever
ass.
had a friend who enjoys their life, they probably also had a finger.
What?
Fuck, I'm
That's
so
how you
glad.
that's how he gets enjoyment.
Dude, you know what?
Am I the only one normal here?
Oh, you are not fucking normal. Get out of
Not
here.
at all.
You're twisted, dude.
My brain
Yeah,
is
you
so
know.
stoichiometric.
Just a stoic.
I wish I
Is that why it takes a while for processes to happen? Because of stoichiometry?
I wish I was dead.
I'm still running on DDR2 RAM.
You could just just sit outside the fucking hospital for dudes that don't have health insurance. Just fucking run your hand on the side of their face. Like, I got you. You don't need to go in there. I'm
Yeah,
not even
no,
going
I
to charge.
got this,
Just
I got
$20. Give it to me. Yeah, that's level 2 stoichiometry all day. You're good. You're fucking good.
I'll
Head on out.
That'll be
Don't
$20,
worry about
you're good
these
to go.
guys.
Not at night, though. It's level 3 at night.
Level-
Don't get your sleep.
So,
Anyways,
and
tell
it's
me
just
about your butthole.
So,
Oh, that's right. We talk about it so much.
I
just lost.
didn't tell you about this dull pain that I've had in my ass for a real long time.
Okay.
Okay. So, Nolan's been around when it happens, and it's like,
I'm sure he's
it's-
been around when it happened.
You just getting raped by a ghost?
That's what I
Like
said.
Ghostbusters?
That's hilarious. All of a sudden, he was in my office.
Every time Nolan comes around, my drinks taste funny and my butthole.
Get after. Holy
Don't
shit.
let him connect the two. He can't figure it out.
What is this
No,
podcast?
it's all making sense.
Like, I stopped
now.
drinking and it still happens.
I black out. I don't know why.
I made
What's in
my.
this essential water?
I tried to make my way to the hospital, figure it out. Bryce is outside. He's level 2 stoichiometric. Just get back in there and live your life, dude. There's nothing to see here.
Nothing to see
Nothing
here.
to see.
You're
here.
so
good.
stoic,
fuck,
dude.
You're so stoiced out the game, dude. You're fucking good.
Listen, we're getting stoic later, okay?
Oh, okay.
We can't get through one story.
I know. A sentence. Fucking, the
This is either gonna be
there's
the
been
best or
20
the worst
minutes.
podcast.
There's-
Dude, listen,
There's a-
we've conditioned
there's
with
a-
27 episodes of our ADHD. We're good.
It's been 20 minutes since
All right,
I
so
said
you're-
my butt hurts.
So you're hurting
Fuck.
butthole.
So it's this dull pain inside my crying. There's dull pain inside of my rectum,
Okay.
and it's been happening for like the last fucking 10 years. It's like this deep
How long have you worked?
pulsating. I'm just waiting for you guys to drop a fucking punchline on it. So
We'll listen
it's like
this
this bated
Listen, your
an-
asshole
this
already has
bated
the punchline
anticipation.
dropped on it, okay?
All right. So there's this like dull. It's like this dull pulsating feeling inside of my rectum, and I don't know what it is. I immediately go to colon cancer. I'm thinking colon cancer. I'm gonna die. Like, I'm never gonna watch my kids grow
got
up,
a
get married, go to
WebMD.
college.
Now, mind you,
Yeah.
this is post 10
And I
years
did.
of the pain.
Yeah, right. Post 10 years of the pain. I am going to the VA, and I'm like, hey, VA, like, my fucking butt hurts, and they're like, well, it could very possibly be colon cancer. In fact, the symptoms that you are exhibiting, and they asked me all the standard questions: how long have you been exhibiting the pain? What does it feel like? Yada, yada, yada. What's your diet like? And they're like, this could very well be colon cancer, and you were exposed to like this, and that, and burn pits, and there's been cancer, and yada, yada. Just scared the shit out of me. And so now I'm like, fuck.
Turns out you
I got
left your vibrator in there, and it's on low battery.
I got
knew
tired
I
of
should-
interrupting him. I wanted to
I knew we were all thinking that.
Bryce with the singer.
Bazinga, bitch!
My wife's just like, why did you buy a second Philips Sonicare? You already have one. I was like, on the Amazon account, like, I think I can get away with this. She'll never know.
Listen, you can get a bullet at Target for like
the
20
next thing that he
bucks.
buys is one of those little magnetic grabber things.
Well, we did. We had my suitcase was fucking vibrating. We were sitting in the fucking airport, and like, I'm like, it's like, I touch on, bzz, bzz, remember?
It was a heavy vibration.
It was a heavy vibration, and I my mind didn't go there, but I was like, my suitcase is vibrating, and I was like, feel it, and he was like, yeah, your suitcase is vibrating. Did you bring a fucking dildo? And I'm like, Jesus, I never even would have allowed you to fucking feel that fucking suitcase had I know that's where it was going to go.
I'm
But it was-
surprised you didn't know that that's where it was going to go.
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Maybe
Did you
because
never
we were.
slip dildos into guys' suits
Yeah.
when you were deploying?
I know. Isn't that the
He
greatest
kept
thing
them
ever?
all for
I haven't.
himself.
You
I haven't.
didn't?
It's fucking brilliant, though. It is
my
because
God.
when they get
Dude.
checked, they go through customs. Then they
Yeah.
fucking
There was like a fucking 5-foot one, big old black thing.
Fuck.
It was named
Fucking-
Excalibur.
I've seen that one.
Yeah,
I know.
You own that one.
Yeah,
I attached it to a
it's
sword
right over there.
Yeah, that's right.
The shallow wall.
It's draped over and drying off right now.
Yeah, so they
You gotta
bought
clean
it
it every
and
time.
slipped it into a dude's suitcase.
Fuck,
and he was
that's
going
funny.
through TSA on the way to Africa, and yeah, it came out of the suitcase,
Dude.
and he didn't know it was in there. Oh, I wasn't there for this one.
Okay.
I just heard all of the stories. Oh, I wanted to do it so bad.
That's
I just
fantastic.
I don't have the Excalibur to do it.
That's
with.
fucking rad. I got to do that to your carry-on one of these days. I'm like, hey, can you go grab me Starbucks real quick? Just fucking TSA.
The good suction cup sound.
And make sure I just put like a fucking knife in it or something. So they're fucking like,
Hey,
what is
whoa!
this? And they pull the-
Dude, you know I'm gonna.
So everybody's there. Just why is there a knife inside the
Dude,
back of this
do you know
dildo?
who
Oh god.
do you guys know who Black Triangle is? They make the
Sounds like a sex company.
they're sexy. They make like the carbon fiber knives
Oh shit.
and the little punch things.
Okay.
They're undetectable
Yeah.
by TSA and metal detectors. That would be a great fucking product review for them. Stick one of those in an Excalibur dildo that you know is getting pulled out of a package.
And see
if they don't find it,
And if they don't find it, it's good to
the
go.
G10 is clear to go.
I don't know, like that's kind of a flawed experiment because like the TSA agent's gonna be like, I know there's this giant dildo in here. I don't want to touch it, and I think there's something in it. Fuck it, dude. You know what I mean? Just you can
Well,
have
did you know
that one.
the TSA fails like
long as it's not a
70% of
boxcar.
their audits by the
Whoa.
Department of Homeland Security,
Yeah.
No shit.
which is an
bad.
improvement from the 80% that it used to be.
Damn, I didn't know
They're
that.
moving up in the world.
Moving
But
on
you know,
up.
if you put a dildo in my luggage, I'm gonna own that shit.
Yeah, you're just gonna wink at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna pull
Of
it
course,
out.
there's one in my
And it's
suitcase.
gonna be like,
There's-
it's gonna be like, they're gonna be like, is this yours, sir? And I'm gonna be like, can you turn it off and put
he's
it
gonna be
back,
like,
please?
yeah, there's also one inside of me.
I just start shaking.
Got a fucking
You've heard
two-stroke.
of Bluetooth, right?
Got a two-stroke engine in
All
it.
right,
Fucking.
we're getting too close to the Patreon. We're getting too close to the Patreon stuff.
To jump full circle back here,
So-
boys.
This is the VA.
Let's
This is,
listen to
so this
Zach.
is the VA health system in a fucking nutshell. Rectum hurts. You've got cancer. We need to verify. This sounds like cancer. Yada yada. I'm fucking panicking. My wife is not happy about this. Maybe deep down she is like, fucking thank God. It's fucking assholes.
Gay bars finally caught up to him.
But she was like, but she did offer some pretty sound advice. She's like, just go to Kaiser because, you know, dual citizenship with Kaiser. And so I went in, checked out. Dude, I had been going back and forth with the VA for a very long time about this.
Naturally.
I walk into Kaiser, and in one meeting, and I think it wasn't even I don't think it was even I think like I took my kids in, and I was like, hey, doc, by the way,
Can I slip
I've
in on
got, can I
this?
slip in on this doc visit?
I do that shit too. Like if anybody has to go to the doctor, I'm like, hey, yo, can I hop in?
Can I have it?
I
I got a couple questions to ask.
couple
and I don't
questions.
want to pay that
got a
fee.
question about this growth on my thing. So I was like, hey, so I've got a pain in my rectum. She said, for how long? And I said, I got a pain in my rectum, and I think it's cancer, and the VA thinks it's cancer. She asked, how long have you had it? And I said, 10 years. She goes, it's not cancer. You'd be dead by now. And I was like,
There you go.
that is it? She's like, yeah, but we're going to have to check it out.
Naturally. I hope so.
So this is actually, have you had a little anal exam
Yeah.
since in your adult life?
Yeah.
Post-military.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I mean, still through the VA.
Like
He does it
okay.
for fun, but like,
I'm curious how they do it in the VA, so I'm going to ask you this. So we're going to compare rectal stories here. So she goes to leave, and she says,
Stoichiometry,
she says, I do. It must have been it was my own appointment because I was the only, I was the only one there. She says, I've got to go get somebody so that because I have to have a chaperone in here.
Okay,
If you
yeah.
put a finger in my butt, and I'm thinking to myself, I said to her, I was like, you have to get a chaperone, and she was like, yeah, and I was like, but what if is the chaperone going to be a dude? And she's like, yeah, and I was like, that's interesting. Why? And she was like, well, just in case, because I'm going to be in there. And I was like, can I ask you a serious question? I'm like, all seriousness. I'm not even trying to be a joker. And I don't care if it is or it isn't, but what if you were a guy? Would I need a chaperone? She was like, well, no. And I was like, but what if the doctor was gay? And she was like, I don't know. And a pretty fucking valid question, though.
Right.
Right? So why don't you just need a chaperone anytime you get something in your ass? Right?
I
mean,
feel
it's
like
a
I need
serious
a
fucking
chaperone.
question.
He's
Like, I
asking
want a
the real
chaperone.
questions.
It's like a legit question. I'm like,
ass
if anything, you're gonna enjoy it much less than he's probably gonna fucking enjoy it. Let's be real.
Can we bring up the doctor's name? The doctor's last name?
Oh, let's. Now, when this appointment came for my rectal exam with Kaiser, this doctor's name is Dr. Coffin. Now, this is not a misspelling of coffin. This is not Koffen or anything like that. It is Dr. Coffi fucking N. Like coffin is actually
Doctor,
spelled.
you're
The
about
first
to
time
pass
in my
away.
life
Yeah.
since deploying, I think I might die, and I'm fucking like.
Dr.
Dr.
Coffin
Coffin.
is
Well,
here
this
to
couldn't
see
be
you.
any fucking more
Dr.
perfect.
Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
So she leaves and comes back with the dude, and the dude's standing awkwardly in the corner. Well, let me just preface it with this. She leaves. I had never, had this thing done before. So I'm just going to demonstrate for you. When she said, put this thing on, drop trow, I'll be back in, and just be ready when I get back. So I did, I don't know, I've never been fucking fingered in the ass before. So
Well, you had to have at MEPS.
this was 20 fucking years ago. I don't know how the fuck they did it. I'm not remembering that event.
He's lost.
I
all
went through
memory.
MEPS like literally 22 years
So
ago.
his was
You better,
traumatic.
you better be.
So here I am.
Walking away.
So check this out. So here's the doctor's
The trauma.
here's the doctor's table, and I'm like this,
You better zoom in.
Yeah.
dude.
Punching in hard.
Like I am my ass is in the air, right? And she walks in and literally goes, "Oh no."
Lay on your side.
She goes,
said be ready.
She sat down on a stool,
Thank
rolled
you.
over, and she goes, "Can you just lay on your side? We could just do it from the side." And I was like, "Oh yeah." And I'm like,
You were like in doggy, all spread out.
awkwardly fucking getting
Which is
down,
hilarious,
like
'cause-
literally about to get. Like I didn't know how you were gonna get in there.
Because if you imagine it, right? You got chocolate starfish staring her in the eye, but then you got the thing just hanging.
I'm not assuming his gender.
How dare you?
Oh, fuck.
I hate to
Yeah.
break it to you, but mine was just like MEPS again. It's just like you just flop over the table, you just do a little.
Yeah, no, I fucking straight. Yeah.
Why do
That
they
was-
do that?
They touch your prostate, make it come, and then
Okay, but what about after that?
I got ripped off.
They milk you. They milk you.
All I got
Yeah,
was ashamed. No, it's a prostate name.
Oh, okay. So it's not just a poop. All right, you're good.
No, they
That's
put.
what mine were.
Oh no,
Oh.
she went in with a thing. So at first she like did a finger inspection. Yeah.
Oh, did she?
And then she went
like-
in and out and in and out. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I was gonna say there's no fucking way she did
Yeah.
that.
Like level
Yeah.
2 stoichiometric
Yeah.
all day.
Yeah, she just goes, hold on.
It was seriously level 2 stoichiometry going on in here.
Happening on this podcast.
But it's not level 3, so you're
I
good.
don't know. We gotta stop talking about
That
buttholes.
derailed so
All right, let's get to some real
Yeah,
questions
that's-
here.
All right, so we
Christ.
got a couple questions.
Let's go to the Discord.
Yeah, we got a couple questions from the
Well,
Discord.
now everybody's stopped watching by now.
No,
Yeah.
Put this first.
no, we got more
Put
viewers
this
from
first.
now.
You can literally just cut on this story and then like maybe put it first. Fuck
Yeah,
it. I don't
put
care.
the butt story on Patreon.
And that
for
way
sure.
it's easy.
Go on Patreon. All right, so this is mostly a question for you, Senor. For Ballistic High Speed, you've shown remarkable resilience in recovering from the catastrophic RPG failure, and we're all thankful for his protection and support you've received during this time. With your deep expertise in high-speed imaging and analysis of high-velocity events, and considering your unwavering commitment to safety and responsible handling of firearms and explosives, could you share one or two crucial practices or insights that people might not typically consider, but you believe they should start implementing the right way?
So this is a real question.
That's a real
That's a
question.
real question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're done with the butt jokes. Okay.
Well, I mean, we're not done with
We're
butt
not
jokes.
ever done with
But
butt
it's
jokes.
a real
we have
question.
to pad the real
real-
questions with butts.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that we take it seriously, and I think I talked about this on Unsubscribe, where maybe you touched on it.
I'm
where-
going to need you to completely change the answer.
We need unique content. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
like
not unique.
no, like we've even been roasted for having too much safety before, which I don't really think is
What?
a thing. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
You
we
know,
were
the-
doing the
Very specific example of when we did bullet ricochets off of steel. We were using our electromagnetic, wireless, gun bolted down remotely fire it mechanism. And
Wait, can I guess real quick? Someone was like, "Why don't you just fucking shoot?"
No. We were because we wanted it super controlled. We were measuring angles, all that stuff, and because there's electromagnets around the trigger of a gun, when he was loading it right next to steel, he had his riot shield right there while he was loading it, making sure it was unplugged.
Carrier, with riot shield on.
Just to make sure, like, if that went off, he's not getting shrapnel in his face, kind of thing.
A logical thought.
But people are like, "Why are you going over the top with a riot shield?
They were
and trying
like,
to protect yourself."
They're like, if you built your device right, then why are you so worried about it just randomly clacking off?
They've obviously never watched Terminator.
A company sent me a riot shield.
Do you respond with like, why don't you go get your own fucking high speed cameras and set the old fucking thing up and do the entire
He wants to so bad.
Because the amount of like work and effort and planning that goes into those things, it's like just appreciate the fucking content.
Well, it's like
Give us the shield. It's not like I went and spent $3,000 on a shield just to go do this.
We'll put weeks of planning into a project. We'll execute it on it in a way that we kind of want to do it. We think the audience might enjoy it. We have to make decisions, right? We can't do everything. And some people will be like, "Oh, you should have done it this way." It's like, well, please be my guest.
Go for it.
Yep.
Yes.
Get the phantoms, get the RPGs, get the explosives.
Back to the kind of like the base of the question, I would say is like just think about things.
Think it through.
Like, so if you're going to be doing something that may or may not result in unknown or potentially sketchy results, think it through first. Storyboard it. When I do this, then this happens. And then, okay, once that happens, you have your primary, secondary, tertiary fucking courses of action. Most likely, most deadly, all that stuff.
Right.
You just kind of think it through. And you build a plan until both of us were comfortable with it. And even with that, another layer of safety that I think got cut, when I was walking up to the device, before I would load a round into it, I would leave the shield pointed towards the potential shrapnel, and I would look at Bryce, and I just called it sanity check.
Right.
And then he
It's like,
would
is
look
that actually
and say,
unplugged?
Yes, it is unplugged, and I can see the toggle switch that activates it is right over there, untouched, and he would say, yes, sanity check's good. And then I would load
That's
around.
so smart.
We cut out some of that stuff now because there's times
Well,
where he'll shoot something, he'll say weapon clear, so I can go up to the phantom to review the footage, and people are like, quit being pretentious. We don't need to hear weapons clear. Like, you're doing too much.
No, that's for everyone.
That's like, my safety is more important than you not wanting to hear those words.
So that's the thing. Like, I also have him, and so I mean, we cut most of them out now. Every once in a while, if it's something a little sketchy, we'll throw them in the beginning just so that we're doing it.
You're just trying to accommodate for the fucking ADHD of the internet,
Something,
not being able to
so like
sit every walking.
But every time we're doing a shot, I'd say weapons hot, and then he says high speed's ready. I say okay, 3, 2, and then I shoot, and then I'll check it. Weapons clear, and then now we both know that the sets is okay to go upon because. Even if it's just us two, it's not going to be just us two forever.
Right.
If this keeps taking off, we're going to have new people coming around. And if we already have a good baseline SOP, a standard operating procedure, it's easy to indoctrinate.
Then the new crew members will have to adapt into the same thing.
Yes.
It'll be more checks with more people. Right. High speed A, high speed B. Audio rolling, all of it.
You as you're like a lighting guy, you have no reason to go past this plane of view.
Yeah.
So then you never go past that. And if you do it, I'm going to fucking yell at you.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting point in business in general, and like just some general business advice when you guys start hiring people, totally unsolicited, but I'll figure I'll offer it. I've made
it's
a lot
our
of
podcast.
I say what I want. I say what I want.
The sponsor of this video, him.
That's funny because I say that in some videos. I'm like, the sponsor of today's video is Jake's fucking pocketbook.
Checks out.
Yeah.
So
literally.
I've made mistakes on this in the past. So when we have this thing when we hire now, like when I'll talk to anybody that's going to be like training somebody up in the, in the company, it's, listen, whether you have it implemented or not, the things that you want implemented, make sure that this is the thing that happens. I'll give you a really solid example. So I had an employer a long time ago try to tell people that they could no longer bring their cell phones into the office. Well,
was it a skiff?
yeah, fucking thing. No, it was just a bunch of fucking immature idiots that couldn't get off their phone long enough to do any fucking work, and the owner was getting really irritated about it. Well, the reason why this didn't work is because for years there was a culture of you being able to bring phones into an office. Now, if I had been hired under the premise of, hey, there are no phones allowed in this office, then I would say, okay, I'll take the job, and I would leave my phone in my fucking car every day, and I would think not twice about it.
That's what I signed up for.
But
Right.
exactly. But when you go to change something, is I say significant, it shouldn't be, but as significant as that inside of a workplace that will affect the culture like that, you can't turn it off. And as much as we've tried to tweak things and do things, there is no way that once you establish a culture in a company, absent firing everybody in it and restarting from scratch, can you change the culture and the direction of the company. You almost have to cut the fucking cancer out of the company and then completely rebuild, leaving only those in
which is so,
with your vision in mind.
It's so bizarre that just wanting to use your phone is now considered like the cancer of something.
Dude.
In your context.
Right.
Like I've always been able to do it. Granted, I came up through CNC machining.
Right.
And so in a CNC operation, I always told people it's automated, it's not automagic. It doesn't just make a part.
Right.
It could be hour, 2 hour. I mean, hell, I've had 24, 36 hour run times on different parts. In that downtime, if you have cleaned your area and done all these things, and you're standing by the machine, sure, hit up the wife, do whatever. But give an inch, they take a mile.
Right, right. Yeah,
So it's just like,
time.
you got to get the right person in there. And so my whole thing was, I will take advantage of it because I was making like $17 an hour as a CNC operator, programmer. I did all the maintenance on it. I ran the whole shop. I did all the logistics and everything. I calculated it out one day, and this is kind of when I probably shouldn't have done this, but I was making them like $400 an hour, getting paid $17 an hour.
Right.
So then I kind of got like salty.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, honestly, that big of a disparity between your wage and the shop hours
And that
would cause anybody to feel a little bit spiteful. I totally get that.
That was
now,
net, not gross.
okay, yeah, see, and that even more spiteful, right?
Yeah.
So I totally get that. But
Yeah.
one thing often that, employees, even myself included when I work for companies, don't see is that just all the actual infrastructure that goes into the company and all the bills that actually have to get paid and the liability insurance on the back end that nobody really sees. I mean, and our liability insurance annually is now $80,000 a year, and that's just for commercial liability. That is like not product liability. That's not anything. It's just pure commercial liability.
Right.
We're in the six figures on all the other shit.
That's to
and
even
so
be
it's
allowed to have the license
To
that
do
you
the
have
thing.
to purchase
right
to
do the thing.
fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets incredibly expensive. But going back to like what's really more important is that if creating a culture of safety, first of all, it starts with you guys, obviously. But I'm more kind of talking to myself in this instance, which is a culture of anything you really have to think long and hard about really the direction you want it to go. The culture will actually take care of itself. You cannot manufacture culture in a company.
No.
You gotta be like, this is gonna be a happy place. Happy. You know what I mean?
Happy harmonic.
You really do have to put
The
this
nodal
thing in.
structure.
Yeah,
German
there's
guy.
gotta
Stoichiometry.
so it's very, very it's impossible really to undo once it's been done. And there are certain things in our company, and I'm not going to get into all the fucking details in the weeds about it right now, but there are certain things that I wish I would have done differently so that we didn't have the things that are happening now. I'm being vague, but man, I like going back
then
hindsight, I wish I would have thought a little more about
There's
that.
also that, a lot of those struggles will kind of be internal to your company, where you guys are also content creators. And obviously that's like our main thing together.
You guys make content?
We try.
Seldomly.
We throw bowling balls at bodies.
Yeah, and we win awards.
Loser.
So that's like controlling your own company. But then when you're doing content creation, you can control your employees. But then, like you said, it's like a culture thing.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people think that if you're a YouTuber, you are just like a millionaire. in that there's like no work involved. I don't know how many people have just like randomly thought that, and we're not even like that big.
Well, we get this a ton from our audience. They think that because we have phantom cameras that we
you're
are
super
millionaires.
rich.
That's
the literally
we
opposite.
get called
of
like
this.
daddy's boys. Like I wish I could go play in my backyard with daddy's money all the time.
So
it's I am so heavily in debt because I am so passionate.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. Well,
So it's actually the opposite. Instead of you having a ton of money
have
because
no
you have
money.
phantom cameras, you don't have the money because you bought the phantom camera.
No,
Yes.
so like if let's say a company hires me just to do high speed imaging,
Right.
And they're like, why am I paying you $500 an hour or something? And it's like, well, it takes 3 hours before I'm net even for the project because of how expensive the camera is. Now I can start
You
to
can
make
go buy the
money
camera.
to feed myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
And
go buy the
then-
camera.
Like
And then
quarter
go
million,
learn-
go.
Yeah.
And then go learn his 13 years of experience on how to do
Exactly.
lighting
Yeah.
and the
Or-
audio.
Lighting and
It's like-
lensing
Or
and
go rent the
composition.
camera
and-
for a weekend for $10,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like this. You know, you can't just go buy a fifth axis, right?
No.
I mean, you
Easy
could.
machine. Can't go buy a fifth
Well,
axis
yeah,
and say,
I mean, you could.
Yeah,
Literally could.
You're gonna be like, I'm gonna buy
People
a fifth
do it
axis. I'm
often.
gonna buy a fifth axis. Okay, you realize that like maybe less than 5% of machinists, maybe even less than that, know how to actually operate efficiently a fifth axis machine.
couldn't.
Correct? Right. It's
could
just
not.
yeah, I
No.
couldn't. Yeah, fuck that.
Nope.
Yeah, it's incredibly more difficult than a horizontal.
I'm
or
like
any-
fourth axis at most, and even then, it's got to be.
Listen, I stick in the third dimension, okay?
I'm
Sometimes
2D.
I
Three
go
planes. Three planes. Really,
It's
I just
like
draw
a
on a
video,
paper.
two-dimensional.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yep.
Sketchpad.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's,
The Etch-a-Sketch?
it's just kind of crazy, and especially with I think YouTube has just gotten so popular lately. I would say probably because of Mr. Beast, honestly,
Yeah.
if anything, that people just insinuate. They're like, "What do you do for a living?" We're not even full-time YouTubers at this point. But it's
Right.
like, oh, you know, I do a bunch of YouTube. And they're like, oh, you make money doing that? Like, yeah. They're like, oh,
You're
so
obviously
millionaire.
rich, yeah.
No, it's a trip.
No.
No,
No, it's like
not how
it's
that
like
works at all.
I remember it took us like a year and a half to even get approved for AdSense.
Yeah.
And I remember very vividly the first night that AdSense was approved, and we made $4
Hell
on
yeah.
that first day. And I was laying there in bed, and I was like, this is YouTube now. Like, this could be something. And then the next day it was like $4.30. And then it was like $3. I'm like, we got to do better. You know? and then one day it jumped up to like $20 in a day.
And
I was
you're
like,
like,
wow.
oh my God.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
multiply that by 30, and you're like $600 a month. That's like a
Yeah,
cell
that's-
phone payment.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But like that's kind of what it became. People are like, oh, they're like, oh, you still making one thing that I can overlook a lot of things that get said to me. But when somebody's like, how's your little YouTube channel doing? And they, when they throw that little
people
line
say
there,
Oh, who said that?
Wait, is that not common vernacular anywhere else? Do
Your little
people just
YouTube
not
channel?
like me?
Oh,
Have I
dude.
been being berated my entire life?
I've
Well, it
never
depends
been
on
told
who's
that.
saying
Make
this.
anonymous accounts just to say it.
No, but like,
They're like, how's your little?
Is
how's
your
little-
dad saying
is that
it?
not a normal thing?
Oh, no, I have heard that like that. Okay.
You start
think
your own
like
business.
if
Like,
it's
hey,
not
how's
a-
your little
I thought you
business
were saying.
How's your
like
little
a-
business going?
Yeah, like how's your little
no,
business
I
going
bet
or
I bet
something?
they say it out of like
Oh,
out
dude,
of
I've had
it
that
fucking
happen to me.
irks the shit out
I
of me.
bet
have
they say
that.
it out of jealousy or spite
Yeah.
because it's like they can't believe that you're doing that on
And-
YouTube successfully, so they try to belittle it as like your little YouTube channel.
But real
That's the one
subtly,
that, like,
so it's
yeah.
not very, you
That's
know.
one of the things. Like,
That's
hey, how's,
rough.
like, yeah, like how's your little YouTube?
It's like I
channel
bet my camera costs more than your home,
Good.
so be quiet.
Please stop talking.
going? Actually,
And help me pay
camera
my debt.
costs more than the entire range.
yeah, fucking
My
Christ.
bank account feels it. Trust me. I don't own a home.
So something going along those lines of what the view of YouTubers are is actually kind of terrifying with the next generation. So last year, my daughter was in 4th grade and she had an open house. I go there and they've got this thing on the wall. It's kind of like a Mad Libs thing. Remember those where you just fill in the blank? And the paragraph was, when I am an adult, I want to have blank kids and I want to drive blank car and I want to be a blank YouTuber. I can't tell you how many kids in that class said,
wild.
I want to have, and I want to live
Mr. Beast.
here blank,
Absolutely.
and because of this blank and by this blank, right? So there's a lot of little questions. There were several
4th
questions, and I remember reflecting with my wife, like on the way home going, holy shit, did you see the answer? We're fucked, right? Because you see the answers to the questions, and I saw it in real time with 30 students. Thank God my daughter was not amongst those. And the only like 3 or 4 people that didn't have these types of answers were the people that my daughter actually hung out with. So it was really a fucking, it really shows you, it just shows you that like the people that they connect with at school is very
So
important.
people don't say like astronaut anymore.
No,
or
That's what we said.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There was no
That's
firefighter.
wild.
Dude, it was YouTuber. It was, swear to you, it
That's
was
like the
YouTuber,
epitome of what children want to
social
be
media,
now?
YouTube,
Yeah.
all of them,
So,
of them,
I can
YouTuber.
attest
And I
to
want to
this.
drive they were, dude, they literally were saying there were cars that
Lamborghini. Jesus Christ.
4th graders, McLaren P1. No shit.
It's because
Okay, in their defense, that did have a gold-plated engine bay.
I
don't know if you know this or not.
I'm like McLaren. It would be like it was like it was like blue McLaren P1 or something, and I was like,
makes you
wow.
wonder like what YouTuber were they watching and then remembered
Exactly.
Yeah.
So my wife was an art teacher, and one of the projects that she would have the students do would be one of them would be, make your dream room. So like your bedroom, you make your own. Some of them have like aquariums like built into the wall.
Yeah.
But most of them had
your
like
door?
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah, it's
right
Danny.
now. Oh, okay.
hello.
So they would have like streamer setups in the background because they want to be streamers.
Yeah.
So then she developed it into this one. It's like, what's your dream job? And the same thing. They all want to be Twitch streamers and YouTubers.
I was about to say, did they set up the room like streamers? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was focusing over there.
Oh yeah, no, they would have triple monitors, like all that stuff.
God.
And so this was at the same time that we were kind of like thinking that this might work. We were at like 80,000, like we were getting ready to get like the Silver Play Award and all this stuff. So she had kind of seen what it takes to like do YouTube.
Right.
And so she just started rebuttaling them. She's like, okay, like so you're gonna be a YouTuber. What are you going to make?
What's your game plan?
And so there wasn't
they're like,
really
I'm
any
gonna do
substance to the actual
Yeah.
event. Yeah.
She's like, so what's your content going to be? She's like, well, I'm going to be a YouTuber. She's like, yeah, but what are you going to put on
What do you want to film? What do you want to talk about?
It's just me and my friends. She's like, okay, but what are you doing? And so she would just like try to pick. None of them like had
Any sort of foundation.
like if one
to
of them
build
would have
on,
been
yeah.
like, no, like I am really good at like doing this thing,
Right.
And like I'm gonna do this.
to be-
okay,
yeah.
that kid,
That makes sense.
push him.
I'm
Right,
really
push
good at
him into that,
high-speed
yeah.
videography.
To be
But didn't you
honestly,
always?
I think I said that.
But you but real talk though. How long has your love for high speed photography gone back? Like where did
Well,
it
it
initially?
started-
Oh, can we give them some clips of the first camera that you ever got?
Oh,
Can
the
we- can we-
Casio Excellent
can we delve that deep?
EXFC100. Are you filming in 4K?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big video file.
Oh, this is gonna be like
Do you do 8-bit or 10-bit?
How long do you guys usually go for?
10-bit, of course.
The longest 2.5 hours.
Okay.
We almost
Three-
went for 3.
3.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
we
think
went
we-
for 3 one time.
Yeah, there was a
So
3 hour.
is that like total time and like you clip stuff down to?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
the
I'll-
3
I'll-
hour
I'll
went
put
down to probably
240.
240.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a-
okay.
Just just like minor pauses in between, like gathering our thoughts a little bit, and then also like there was a 10-minute segment that we cut out.
Of what?
yeah,
Tom
because
Fuller?
sometimes it could be a
Nothing
little
but
dicey.
It wasn't.
Racial
It,
slurs.
it wasn't Tom.
Like
Fuller.
with your
Yeah.
guest? Oh wait, you haven't had guests.
Well,
You
you're the
are
first.
first
You're,
guest.
yeah, you're actually.
So
Which is
dicey
really, this is
between you
actually
two?
really cool. I didn't even. I should have.
dicey between us because we'll say stuff that is very like we're like, ooh, should we say that?
Yeah.
So you're just like black
Yeah.
people are dumb. And you're like, wait a minute. I
I'm
shouldn't
so
have said
glad
that.
we have that on camera. Like,
No!
just out of context.
The intro is me
Out
going,
of
black
context.
people are dumb.
Sorry,
I was
do
sleeping.
you remember?
What happened?
Remember when your partner over here said, "And you're right when your YouTube channel was on the rise." I'm gonna sneak that into the fucking editor on the
dude,
next
like,
fucking
we're
Gundies.
yeah,
so
the
it's
next
just
Gundies
gonna
is
be like
black people.
Video of the year.
video of the year. Black people are
Most
dumb.
influential.
Oh fuck, dude.
You're sitting right next to Colleen Noir.
He's
When,
like, I regret
Christ.
sharing your shit.
Oh my
Like
god.
when fucking Joe Rogan did that with the goose mouth.
No, I haven't seen that
He
episode.
was so obviously announcing a UFC fight,
Yeah.
and then there was a black guy fighting a white guy, and the white guy had black trunks. No, their skin colors matched their trunks.
I think I remember this.
And so the announcer next to Joe, he's like, so and so doing so and so and so and so doing so and so, and Joe Rogan was like, or goose mouth, or black guy, goose mouth, white guy, whatever his name is. And the guy immediately goes, that was said by Joe Rogan.
Wow.
I do love Joe Rogan's like just blanket, like, I don't give a fuck about your race. Like,
yeah.
you're black, get over it. You're white, get over it.
Yeah.
Like when Dana White, they tried to pin him up. They were like, so-and-so was saying like a bunch of N-bombs in an interview. And he was like, okay, like who? And they were, whatever his name was, he was like, yeah, he's black. Who cares? He can say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, why are you bringing this up?
Why are you even talking about it?
Yeah, why are you even fucking having this conversation right now? It is a waste of fucking time. And it's really like, if you boil it down, it's like just because there was a bunch of people that fucked that up a while back.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're trying not to do that now.
Yeah.
So get the fuck over it.
What we are trying to do
speak
is
for
find
yourself.
out when he
Black
fell in
people
love.
are dumb. Okay, just cut that out.
2 times in a row. I don't know.
You must
Holy
really
shit.
believe it.
Yo,
No,
boy.
What we are trying to find out is when you fell in love with high-speed.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But like
You got to ask it formally again.
But the dicey stuff, sometimes it'll be on race, but sometimes like not like black people are dumb, but like we'll say stuff and we're not sure if it's like factually correct in history.
Yeah.
And we're just like, we'll just
Like John Adams
Yeah.
was
Like,
dumb.
Nobody
John Adams
talks
was
about
dumb.
Super gay.
nobody talks about who owned the slave ships.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
So
we're
if
like-
we
we're
start
like,
talking
it
about
doesn't
like
need to be in there.
it doesn't, yeah, it could prove to because social
like,
media has
slavery was really fucking bad, but then suddenly when you point out that 70% of the slave ships were owned by Jews, all of a sudden it's like,
No, wait a minute.
whoa, but I thought
and
we were
most
talking-
of the
but, like, I
slavers
thought
were
we were talking-
black.
I thought the
but, like,
Jews
I
were
thought
the
we were talking
victims
about-
here.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
you've got another layer of that where people will report you for false information if that happens enough time on a video, then right? And then you get this I
you
don't know,
just get
strike
so when
on
we
YouTube
said
or get
that
yoinked.
fragmentation was spalling, we could have got reported for misinformation.
No, that's because everyone fucking believes it's Spall.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I just wasn't knowledgeable enough. Now I know.
But that's fine. So what's funny about that? It's a tiny quick story.
Also
Lots of
just
segues.
talk in layman's terms.
Yeah,
It's like even our title was bullets exploding on steel at 250,000 frames per second. That bullet's not exploding.
Exploding, right.
That's not incendiary.
Whatever.
Just like
Yeah.
it's a verb. It's
Yeah,
exploding
yeah.
against something.
Right.
Yeah.
I read the definition on the very first podcast that we did.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Exploding, it's shattering
Shattering,
into
yeah.
many pieces and going in multiple directions.
That is exploding.
yeah,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
Hey, bud.
Yeah. I think there's a button for that in fucking CAD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
There's a button.
your short story.
Just real quick, we've made a lot of videos on like steel and how like the coating can lock in frag.
yeah,
We did
done those too.
Yeah, right.
you're not special.
Did you do it in ultra high speed?
Have you
No,
you've done
because
that?
Got you. No, you know why? Because I emailed somebody about it and they never got back to me.
Okay, so that leads to the next question
Okay,
real
to
quick.
be fair, nobody should email you back. I don't think you would have either. Super gay and dumb.
Facts.
I would have
Super
emailed
gay.
you back.
That's because
No,
of super
okay,
gay
but
and
like,
deaf.
I think I told you this in Texas. It was
yeah,
because
yeah.
at the time, armor requests was our number one constant email,
Yes.
and we had already done like 4 or 5 armor videos that got like no views.
Yeah.
So at the time, we were like, another armor request.
Yeah,
We don't know how to
fuck
make this
off,
unique
yeah.
to
We
get
didn't
views.
know
Got
that
it.
we
No,
would get to suck on your.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
we're
we
the
didn't-
Tootsie part.
Tootsie bars were not
You left
available
out
at
the
the time.
piggies.
no, it's all good. But in our video, we gave demonstrations of the difference between fragmentation and Spall with animations and everything. And even in the comments, they were still calling it Spall.
Yeah. Just
Because
headbanging.
The
Spall
fragmentation on the front side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Spall is when the metal breaks off on the back.
Yeah.
It's when the target that's hit fragments.
yeah.
So like even when we shot the windows,
think
that's glass
Isn't
spalling.
that
Correct.
like more of a specific tank?
It's
thing,
a tank
though?
thing.
It's a tank thing.
Yeah.
So it's a tank thing. So it was popularized
we had
during
a
the
we had a
tank
tanker
warfare.
come into our rescue when people were like trying to roast us for it, and he was like, "That's actually like more of just like a specific
Tank thing.
description
Yep.
like of
It's
it." And I
using
was
the
like,
tank
"Oh."
itself.
Because when everybody was like, "Oh, that's not spalling, it's fragmentation," I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Let's learn about this. 'Cause that's what our channel is.
Right.
Right.
It's
Let's
informational.
just get into some shit."
And we even pinned
Yeah,
a
and
comment
that's the whole
where
point
like
of
we realized
long-form
we used the
media.
term
The whole-
incorrectly.
Yeah, if
People
you
don't give
come
a
into the
shit.
comments like very cool, calm, and collected,
They
like,
don't
hey,
see anything.
I actually just want to like let you know that you were incorrect on this.
Yep.
This is like what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll read it. And it's like, oh,
People
Very
are
cool.
And you're
Yeah.
respectful
thank you.
about
But you're
it.
like,
People
hey,
are-
dipshit.
Well, it's the
Well, first
same
of all,
way
I'm
as
gonna
us
read
getting
it.
on a video,
Yeah.
right? It would be the same way as you
If I
guys
see
getting on a
dipshit,
video
I'm
and
reading
saying,
like
Daniel Tosh, like, which by the way,
Yeah.
feels like unsub.
Yeah.
It's like I watched a couple episodes. There was like multiple conversations. I was like, I
Yep.
can't do it.
All right, get to.
No. But real quick, I wanted to say that if getting in the comments and roasting the creator would be the same as us getting on the video and saying, you guys are fucking idiots. That's the only reason we're making this fucking video. Here's why we gotta do it, you dumb little motherfuckers.
People are so
right.
Yeah.
And it's just demeaning and like
people are so
you wouldn't do it either way.
anxious to be correct and be able to correct someone. So like there's a video where I just had a typo on a velocity, and instead of like, you know, a few hundred meters per second, it was like kilometers per second, like some stupid way off the charts
Right.
incorrect typo I didn't catch. And people are like, you guys are idiots, you don't know anything about ballistics, how could you think bullets are going kilometers per second? And it's like, it's a typo,
it
sorry.
happens a lot with.
But like they're so anxious to be
Yeah.
like wrong.
It happens a lot with the FPS for the frames per second.
Oh,
They're like, you guys are so fucking stupid. No way a 223 goes 100,000 feet per second.
But like we
dude,
spell it out, we have
context.
FPS for frames per second,
Yeah.
and then FT/S
Yeah.
for feet per second.
Yeah.
But also, if it's the same shot and it's 6,000 FPS, then 20,000 FPS, then 200,000 FPS, and the motion's getting slower, let's infer that's frames per second.
Yeah, let's just take
use
the
our brain.
assumption
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
The
yeah.
bullet
And
going
also,
faster doesn't mean it goes
and
slower.
so often I'm like, okay, Adam, let's check it out at 20,000 frames per second, and then 20,000 FPS pops up.
They
Let's
don't
use our
watch it.
brain.
They click through
Yep.
to see the slow action, and then they click through to the next one, then they click through to the next
Right.
one.
We
And
see
that's
it in our
what is.
retention graphs.
Yeah, do you? Yeah, it's just
I
Yeah,
got
we
into-
have the graphs.
Watch more.
I got it into it with somebody. I forget what it was about. Me getting blown up. Oh no. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. So
Oh, dude, that was me.
it may have been.
Your burner account.
No, so on the me getting blown up episode, which I'm assuming we're going to talk about, he was like,
They don't care.
it was like, he said 26 minutes of two grown men crying for a 30-second video or something.
Dude, I saw that comment.
Oh,
Jesus.
us reviewing the footage and
yeah,
stuff?
I'm like
Yeah.
paraphrasing it. And so I replied to him because I was like, all right.
all right.
So I replied and I said, Jesus Christ, dude, did TikTok just fucking rot your brain or what? And a bunch of people started replying and started roasting the guy. I was like,
Oh, so you started a good chain there?
yeah, nice.
Dude, it's
I pin
I think he
those.
deserved it.
yeah.
Especially when you
100%.
get a fan base, just pin them.
See, we get away from that because we're trying to like do stuff off the channel. Like
Yeah,
we're trying to
that's
be like
fair.
more professional.
Oh,
We'll come in
we're
and talk
not.
about butts on here.
Well, see, you're already established. We're not
yeah,
like
yeah,
established
you're
yet.
good. You're good.
Remember that. We're established.
Okay,
You're
back-
not.
Your business is your channel sucks.
Yes, it does.
All right.
All right.
Get sincere and ask him wholeheartedly what his little childhood head thought about the.
And then leave all this in.
It's not even that interesting. What do you
I
mean?
think.
I'm
But-
interested.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's a.
they
fucking,
think it's interesting.
I think it's a great story.
They don't know who
watched-
I am.
Me and my wife watched his. He gave us like his secret channel that like never went anywhere, and we
Pardon?
watched it.
I've
I
had-
think it's
hold on,
fucking
I've had-
fantastic, personally. But
I've had like 6 YouTube channels,
I
and
am
they've all
intrigued.
had many videos.
I think they're fucking.
It is
seeing where we
secret
are
channel
now,
Get up
is-
with the link, dog.
Yeah, it's onlyfans.com.
No, I don't care. It's like
ball speed.
it's my
Ball-
it's my
ball
personal
speed
growth
ballistic.
of trying to get into what we're doing now over a long
I
period
think
of
it's
time.
So
fucking
when
fantastic. I really do.
at one point in your life, like how genuinely how far back does your love for high speed cameras go? Because we just kind of got done talking about like kids wanting to be YouTubers, not having any
Yeah.
foundation or context
Yeah.
behind
Well,
why they want to be YouTubers.
So me in like 2nd grade was like physicist, astrophysicist. I want to get into science. I want to do like that stuff.
how old are you right now?
28.
28. Okay. All right. So you're still
Yeah,
in the
we're
younger,
old.
but no, still in the younger generation technically. I mean, you're
Yes,
not
I
up there.
guess,
I'm
yeah.
40, right? So
So, but like, so that's not like where the high-speed camera goes back, but it was like science. I want to learn stuff. I want to get into physics. Astrophysics sounds cool. And then I want to say middle school, like watching really heavily into Mythbusters and shows like Time Warp and
Dude, yeah.
seeing how ingrained high-speed imaging applies into physics and engineering and research and all that stuff. So to me, it wasn't like I just want to get a camera and like take photos and stuff. Like artistic stuff was not it at all for me. It was very I want something that can, you know, have many frames per second. I want tons of temporal resolution. I want to just examine stuff and learn. And so I saved up for a long time.
By the way,
Temporal resolution.
Yeah, there's spatial resolution, which is like 4K,
cool. Yeah.
and there's temporal resolution, frames per second.
Interesting.
Which happens in your temples.
Yeah. So when you combine those numbers, you get the throughput of the camera, like gigapixels. Anyways.
No. It's important to talk about. So I hope it doesn't segue too far out, but just real quick, it's a rental. It's a rental.
I just squirted on
the rental
myself.
prices around here. I'd be careful.
I just had a raspberry squirt.
Again, that $1,300
I'm dumb.
deposit bet.
I'm acoustic. Sorry.
I'm acoustic.
Oh God, we have too many intros to do all at once. You need to tile it with all this
This
stupid.
entire episode is going to be nothing but intro now.
I'm acoustic.
Hey, say something for the Patreon.
Okay, as you were saying.
I think it's important to note before moving forward to this, we're talking a lot about frames per second. You're talking about 30,000 frames per second. Put in perspective, like you might already have a very unique way to put it into perspective, other than just genuine divisible math.
Yeah.
Of the difference between what we normally watch TV in, for those that aren't into videography, and what your video captures.
Oh, you want like a direct comparison?
Just a direct comparison of these two. What you're doing and what we see on TV.
Well, so like started out in the film days, it was like how many pictures do you need to be shown per second for your brain to think that there's motion? Okay. It's called persistence of vision. And back in the day, they determined around 18 frames per second was enough to fool your brain to think something's moving. And then that like was not quite enough, so it moved up to 24. So that was the film standard for a long time.
Can I pause real quick? So when we see some of those really old footage, Charlie Chaplin stuff, that looks like it's kind of
a little
skipping
sped
around.
up.
It's a little sped up.
Yeah,
What's
it's because they were
there?
under cranking the camera. So like instead of 24 frames per second, maybe they were capturing 18. But when you play that back at like 24, it's a little sped up.
Got it.
So that's why it's a little like janky there. So
I haven't got this before.
So basically the whole idea of frames per second comes from persistence of vision, because your brain's dumb when it comes to like illusions. Like your brain's very dumb.
My brain is very dumb.
Yes. So like you get enough frames per second, you get persistence of vision, you see motion. And that established as 24 frames per second. All movies are still 24 frames per second. That's like the cinematic look. And then TVs came out and there was 30 frames per second. And then there was 60 frames per second to make it a little smoother.
There was only a 6 frame per second jump between film and TV. Really?
Yeah, so TV was actually 29.97 because they needed 1% to devote to audio in that stream, so they pulled out a little bit of frame rate to carry audio with it. So 30 frames per second turned into 29.97. But
I've always wondered
in
that.
fact,
Is that also why a lot of settings are at 23.9?
976, yep.
Yeah.
I had to learn this when I was
Interesting.
figuring out how to edit and
Yep.
shit.
But like it was all based off of the electrical grid of the United States, 60 hertz. So TVs would stream in at 60 hertz, but in order to maintain that stream, so like soap operas, which are known for being a little bit like smoother and like a little more realistic looking, those would stream in at 59.94 because it's 1% for audio, dropped it to 59.94. So it was all about fooling your brain into seeing motion where motion was not there. And so once that happened, and this goes all the way back to Edgerton, when he filmed the horse galloping, he had strings attached so that as the horse broke the strings, it would capture a sequence of images, and you technically got the first high-speed imaging. Because they wanted to answer the question, were the horse's hooves forward, outwards, or were they together when it was galloping at a certain point? So that was the first attempt at high-speed imaging to solve a question. It was Edgerton.
And the video is essentially just a sequence of photos that are strung together.
Which is true for any video ever.
I was about to say, if you think about it.
Think about like if in school, if you ever did the little flip books where you drew a dude, you turned the page, draw him doing something a little bit differently,
I never
and then you
draw
flip
dudes.
through it. Okay.
So
So like if you flip through it, you're essentially fooling your persistence of vision, and like you could flip through it faster, the animation would go faster and look smoother, or you could flip through it slowly. But like if you flip through it too slowly, suddenly it's a slideshow. It's not video,
Right.
so to speak.
Skip 3, 4, 5.
Got it.
Yeah. So now,
So,
now oh, go
relate
ahead.
your going 24, 30, and 60. I'll give the viewers something that they can definitely bite into. For 60 is football, right?
Yep.
Filmed in 60.
Sports, yep.
And sports and Demo Ranch.
Yeah.
Demo Ranch is always at
Always
60
at
frames.
60 frames.
I was like, why does this look so fucking real?
Yeah.
Am I on mushrooms?
So it's because
So,
it's fooling your persistence of vision even more. You're getting more temporal resolution. So like to your eye, it's more in tune with what, actual motion is in real life.
And what would you normally see in 30? Like what media would normally be consumed in
Most
30?
Tacticon
television.
armament.
Most television?
Most television.
I thought that was, and then what would you see in 24?
Movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Doesn't
movies,
the-
24, television, 30.
Ballistic
and
high
then,
speed at 24 frames per
Just
second.
say-
Because we're cinematic.
so
right.
now that we got that out of the way,
Mr. Beast do something with that too? They like record at a way higher quality, but they turn it down when they put it on YouTube because it looks too fake if it's at
Yeah.
If it's at too high.
Yeah, because like instead of filming with like cinema cameras, they pretty much exclusively film with iPhones because the production value makes it seem like too stage, too television. So they don't believe like, are you really giving them $100,000? So they film on iPhones because it feels more like you pulled your phone out and just witnessed this.
I didn't know
So there's
that.
a lot of psychology in there, but
Yeah.
So like this is a really long-winded
got
answer.
scared.
so
No,
I'm sorry.
but it's great to really kind of break down the fundamentals
yeah.
because 30,000 frames per second, relatively.
Yeah, so like a good comparison, if you filmed 30,000 images in 1 second, now that we know it takes about 24, 30 frames per second to fool your brain, that's our baseline we have to play it back at. So if we take 30,000, we play it back at 30, we now took 1 second and stretched it out 1,000 times.
So you've got 1,000 seconds.
Yeah,
Which is
you
the
took 1
equivalent-
second, and so like, you can spread it out as much as you want.
Right.
But why we establish the baseline is like if you stretch it out too much, it's just frame.
Click,
It
click,
doesn't.
click.
It's just a slideshow, right?
Got it.
So like, like
Kodak
people when they try to do slow mo, they're just like 0.5 in Premiere Pro or whatever, or 0.1, and it just tacks through the frames. It's not slow motion. You have to capture at a higher frame rate and then stretch it out until you get to the point where it's like, okay,
Where
now
it's
you're at
still
24
smooth.
frames per second. Don't stretch it out anymore, or it's gonna look more like a slideshow than video.
Well, now it
Makes-
I mean, AI is kind of bridging that.
Yeah.
That Da Vinci optical flow, you know what I'm talking
Are
about?
you?
It's called speed warp.
Yeah, speed work.
Optical flow is Adobe. It's called speed warp.
Speed work. So what are you cutting it down to?
Not
So
nerd.
So give us an idea from a
This is more camera questions than Eli gave me. This is
Hey, I'm sitting
surprising.
back. I'm letting it happen,
from a data perspective.
Data's important, yeah.
Okay, data storage perspective. What does the data storage look like with 30,000 frames opposed to 24 frames per second?
Well, it's 1,000 times more, right?
Right.
So it could even be more than that because
Everybody does that.
like prosumer and lower end cameras, even cinema cameras, they're recording compressed video, even though it might not be very compressed, it's still compressed. But the Phantom cameras will shoot raw, and most high speed cameras do. So that means like you've got your entire array of pixels, your RBG values. It's keeping all of that data. 30,000 frames per second, 100,000 frames per second, whatever. So that really stacks up. Most cameras, you'll get your array of pixels, and then it'll do some math and be like, we can save some data over here because most of that's green. It's all kind of the same.
Right.
So the data, sort of very quickly exponentially goes up for high speed because it's like we're not saving any data. You're getting all of the data. So
Got it.
So one example is the 2512 camera. One shot is 288 gigabytes,
Fuck.
which is like
Holy shit.
like all of your Call of Duty downloads, like one shot, it's done.
That's a good way to
It's
look
like
at
it's
it.
like a Call of
In how
Duty
many
per second.
seconds?
And it's
In like
it's a
6
Call
seconds.
of Duty
Yeah.
per second.
It's a Call of Duty per second.
Per second.
is weird to say.
288.
That's
So if you've got
hilarious.
6 seconds, you're into it for 1.5
6
terabytes.
You're shooting like 30, 40, 50 gigs per second in some cases.
30,
per
40, 50
second.
gigs
Gigabytes per
gigabytes
second.
per second.
was,
And,
so
and
it's
to put that into perspective for you guys that are listening to this, each file from like each camera for like a almost hour and a half podcast is like anywhere between 30 to 50 gigs.
So we would capture that in 1 second.
Correct. So for an
Also,
hour and a half at 4K at 24 frames per second is
so
in
another
that
good way
frame.
to look at it, a 6-second capture at, I think it was 250,000 frames per second. If you just played it, it would be
Oh, yeah.
what was it,
Many
eight
hours.
It was
About
like
8
8 hours for a 6-second clip to just play out in natural time.
So
It'd be like
No,
8
I
hours.
think that was
In
1
30 cal?
second at that.
so
Oh, that was
think
1
so.
second?
from
I could
okay,
do the math again, but that sounds right. Yeah.
let's do this because this is super interesting. Let's say when you go to take your shot and you go to push go on the camera, I would assume that these things have to be incredibly synced
They are not.
or close enough to be synced. You
So
can't be
he-
fucking around between.
I record
I'm about to
backwards
hit
in
go.
time.
We'll let him do it.
What?
Yeah. So
Tenant.
it's all stored. It's all stored on RAM essentially.
But it's
Right.
self-looping.
it's
RAM.
recording all of the time, and so
Because you've got to.
We'll
sync
talk
these
about the
things.
RAM. That's what it is.
yeah.
Recording again?
Yeah.
Syncing claps. It's the worst peaks you're gonna get ever. Yeah, so think of like a dash cam, which is always recording in a car, and it's when you need something important, you tell it to stop.
Yeah.
Because it's got like, let's say an 8 gigabyte SD card. It's gonna fill that up, and then as the oldest clips get deleted, it makes new clips.
Right.
It's essentially what the high-speed camera is doing, but like millions of frames. And as the newest ones are getting recorded, it's dumping the old ones.
Got
so
it.
it's looping 288 gigabytes forever. And then when he fires, I trigger it, and it's like, okay, previous 7 seconds or say.
And then depending
hits the
on-
backwards in time.
Yep.
Depending on
Makes
what
sense.
we're doing, he can have like a certain, it's like set in, set out, or something like that, where so like if I'm actually triggering it because he's shooting the gun,
Yeah,
he'll give
which
me,
rarely happens.
Yeah, he'll give me more of like a dummy-proof time, where if I'm like
I could
half a
mid-trigger
second
it, yeah.
or a second late, it still gets the important.
So
6,
so it
7
might
seconds.
loop.
Got it.
It might
Yeah.
loop 3 seconds, and then when you hit trigger, it'll proceed with the rest of the RAM, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you
Got
could pad
it.
it, kind of thing.
And then he
Got
does
it.
it too, like if it's a very quick like impulse time, like an EFP or Tannerite, something like that. He, as soon as he hears the boom and clicks it, the human brain is slow, especially when you have a physical thing into an electrical thing, and so he
Right.
just knows his cameras well enough to kind of know where that trigger point is
Yeah,
supposed
and
to
also
be.
like I know I want to
So-
capture some debris, but I don't care about the moments before the explosion.
Right.
So I don't want to put it perfectly in the middle because everything
Right.
before the explosion's
Except
nothing.
for that det cord video, dude.
That is delicious.
yeah, that goes all.
Yeah.
The det cord video.
So
Have you not seen it?
we wrap
Hey,
deck
very.
cord around a ballistic.
I don't
body.
watch your fucking channel, dude. No, I'm just kidding. I do.
I'm
I do,
sus.
I do, I
For real, no cap. I'm sus.
I'm sus. For real, no cap. I'm
That
sus.
doesn't.
I've been-
That doesn't stoic with me. There's no stoic going on.
That's not very stoic. either.
I haven't seen this particular, or maybe I'm just
I'll let them explain
tizzing
it.
out.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
it was part of our high explosive series we did out at Washington County Machine Guns.
Big shout out to Tread Barton. By
Yeah,
the way.
Tread's awesome.
We love you on every channel,
He's-
everywhere we go.
He was the
Tread.
one. He was the one that had the bowling ball cannon.
Yeah,
that got
okay,
video of the year.
shit.
So,
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
so, but he's got like deck cord. So we took a full legs, arms, head, body, ballistic torso or body
Chris Mills.
from Chris Mills. Shout out to him.
Yo,
And
Chris
we
Mills.
so we first took a shock tube, which is so infinitely small amounts of explosives in it, it just lights up, but
Okay.
it sends a signal, so to speak.
You could hold it.
Yeah. So like we wrapped it going down with that, and then it initiates the det cord, which went back up the body. So you see this light dancing around it, which
Yeah.
normally is like an instant, but you see it go just lighting them up,
no shit.
and then you see the det cord rip its way back up the body.
that's cool.
It's a really good video.
That's cool. I can't wait to start thinking of really creative
Can't
things
wait
that,
to
like, man,
start watching our fucking channel or something.
yeah, I can't wait to start watching it.
He's like, I saw them use
Can you
spalling
imagine?
incorrectly, and I just stopped.
I come to you
Jake
with like,
starts calling you. I've got this idea for a
And
video.
come
It's something
to
you've
me?
it's already,
filmed.
yeah, so yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
He's
Try
like,
again.
let's shoot steel.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
buddy.
Okay, buddy.
bud.
But, okay.
You had a
It's
killer.
like
You actually had
back to
a.
the conspiracy,
You had a
like, yeah, okay,
killer
buddy,
fucking idea, which we
go.
can get into later. Do you want to talk about the idea that you had, which was like a legitimate steel versus ceramic video, or
Oh.
do we want to wait on the details of that?
I don't
and
know.
just release it.
It'd kind of be funny just to come out with it. You know?
I think you're right. Just kind of let
we
the
just need to
surprise
get
hit.
the hardware that could actually do the thing. But yeah.
Got it. But going back to
Sapphires.
your passion in it.
We need to talk about Sapphire.
The club?
The what?
The Gentleman's Club?
No, definitely not the Gentleman's Club.
Hold up.
The
Hold up.
the barrel for the firearm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can we talk about it?
All right, so-
on what it is?
We're not going to talk about it because we don't want anybody to try and do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
They'll
good call.
never do it. But
There are people with money out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody has a large sapphire deposit, hit us up.
Or if you're related to Elon Musk, who apparently just mines things in foreign countries, we have a new job for
seriously.
him.
Fucking gay.
Space is boring and dumb
This is
and gay.
boring.
Earth is super cool.
So, at what point in time? There had to be this.
We've got women here.
There had to be this inflection
I
point.
didn't even answer the original question.
Right. At what
I'm
point?
so sorry.
No, it's all good. I stopped you 15 times along
That's
the way to
right.
like, hey, explain.
I was trying to
24 with
establish
the,
the
data.
baseline frame rates and all that good
Baseline
stuff.
frame rates. So, at what point in time
Frame
did
I wasn't stopping him.
the inflection point happen that kind of you said high speed cameras?
I
That's
got
what
a
I'm
lot
going
of
to do.
good stuff.
Like, were you on the shitter reading an article by
When I just-
Tyson Neil deGrasse, going, "Oh, this is it. This is the one."
speed?
Right? Yeah. Just where were you in your process? You're kind of like.
When I decided I wanted to do it for a living,
Just when you decided I want a high speed camera and see how these things are going to do.
When
They're-
you like,
Oh.
when you ponied up the dough to
like I
to
wanted
get the
oh,
first
the,
what
the
piqued the-
Casio camera.
yeah, what piqued the
Okay.
interest? Like
It was shows like Mythbusters and Time Warp, which Time Warp was like really high speed
Time Warp
centric.
was so fucking sick.
Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
dude. Not many
We
people
grew
know
up
about
watching
that
the
show.
same shit.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed out. I didn't watch it.
You did. You
Time
did.
I
Warp.
haven't seen it either.
Time Warp was like
I'll
take
get it on DVD and
Mythbusters,
we'll watch it.
take out all of the like engineering and stuff, and
just
just
give
focus
us the
on cool
slime-
high speed
yeah.
stuff.
I was shooting guns and racing dirt bikes. I wasn't watching TV shows.
I was saving up for my first
And
camera.
that's how we got here.
that's how I got here. That was a polite way of
doing
saying
both.
fucking nerd.
So, like, so I knew that science and high speed could Venn diagram together, but I didn't think that was going to be my approach
Yeah.
professionally. It was more of a I want to buy a slow-mo camera to do fun slow-mo shots. That's what that started at.
okay, got
So back then there were not many
So
like
you just like straight up call it like a hobby.
yeah,
Yeah.
initially it was like I just want to do fun slow-mo stuff.
Yeah.
And back then there was no Chronos cameras, there was
Right.
no affordable Phantoms, which there still aren't.
I was like, that's
Sorry.
an oxymoron, dude.
I didn't mean it
What's
that way.
the fucking the Firefly or whatever? I
The
always-
Free Fly.
The Free Fly. I
Free
always
Fly
fucking
Wave.
name them.
There were no affordable options that could shoot decent
High
frame
speed,
rates.
yeah.
Back then, it was the Casio Exilum series, which a lot of people. So Teo Flattermouse, I don't know if I'm saying Teo Flattermouse.
Oh.
He does a lot of like
yeah.
interesting shotgun stuff. Teo
Whatever.
Flattermouse, something like
Yeah.
that.
Sorry,
He shoots
bud.
shotguns.
So back
You
in
know
the
who
day,
you are.
You know who you are.
so he was one of the YouTube industry leaders in the Casio cameras. He had one of the better Casio Exilum cameras. It was like 600, 1200 frames a second at like 200 by 60 pixels,
Oof.
like super grainy
Lit.
crap
Yeah.
quality. But back then,
It was
like
fire.
2010 YouTube,
Yeah.
like that was like the best on the platform.
Right, we were still watching at 480p back then, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like actually, you're right. It was everything was 640 by 480.
Yeah.
Back
That's
when you
right.
had to put your AOL desk in.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
remember that.
Oh yeah.
He might not.
No, I do. You'd go to like Target and they'd be you just like take
Okay,
them home.
okay. I didn't know how old I was.
No, I for a minute there I collected them because we didn't have internet. I'm like,
Exactly. Yes, 100%. Yeah, we
Okay.
had neighbors that didn't have computers. They'd give us their fucking AOL.
there you go. So no, I saved up for a very long time to get my first Casio camera, and I was like, YouTube was starting to become a thing, so I put up my first video, which is me basically like, this is the Casio Exilum EXFC100, and it shoots 210 frames per second, and then I show a little sample, and I just like, I was so obsessed with it because like I could film multiple hundreds of frames per second, even up to 1,000. And
Right.
back then, that was huge.
Yeah.
So like,
That's
Will
when you
you
got the
give
itch.
them the link to
Yeah.
that so
If
they
you
can
want
put
it.
that
I
up?
do
Yeah,
want it.
please.
it's
we
super
want that.
embarrassing, but
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
it's
you
my
gotta
only
reference
legacy.
that now. Yeah.
If you
Dude,
don't,
so,
if you don't
like-
want it put up, I won't put it up. But
I'll
The
say
internet
I want
needs
to
it.
see it.
I
at
want to
least.
see it.
It's embarrassing to me, but it's important for like history, I guess.
Well, it's
So
important
me
because
watching it,
from where I think it's important because anybody watching this that's like, yeah, I would like to do something, maybe not with high speed, but just in general, where you come from, the starting
yes.
point to
We're-
where what
like
you guys
so
are doing
Beast
now.
puts up
Dude.
like those old things of him like counting to 1,000 and doing all those things like when it wasn't getting views.
Yeah.
Obviously, like we aren't fucking Mr. Beast, but I mean, we just won an award
in fucking Vegas. For
That's
the video
true.
of the year of like
Yeah,
the industry
it's-
that we're in.
Right.
Which
And that's
brings
where
up
you
a good.
started
By one
from,
vote.
and I think that's
We at some point. Okay.
I think that's very important. That
Yeah.
I think
Which
it's very
at some
cool.
point,
I think it
maybe
is.
you tack this mentally. We need to talk about imposter syndrome. That's a huge
Yes.
thing.
Oh
we need to
yeah,
talk
yeah,
about.
also that, yeah.
I had that
So
hardcore.
somebody tack that in the
Yeah,
brain because
you
I'll
guys
forget.
aren't supposed to be.
I will. Yeah, believe me,
Attacking it.
I will
Imposter
remember to bring it
syndrome.
up.
Okay.
So, so yeah, I saved up. I got a Casio camera, 210, 420, 1,000 frames per second. I filmed everything that you could think of. My brother would go to track meets. I would film
And you're
him
like, I'm
throwing
gonna
shot
film,
put.
yeah.
I would show his coach, and he would be like, "Oh yeah, Cameron, work on your form like this." Like I was just like, "How can I use this?
The
What can I
takeoff?
do?"
Yeah.
It's like watching like how guitar strings vibrate.
Oh.
Totally different than you'd expect it to.
Interesting.
I wasn't capturing bullets back then because like it's not nearly fast enough. But so that was my first like this is cool, this is fun, and I feel like if I do really well at this, it could potentially be a job someday. So then I got my first job at a movie theater. I saved up for like 2 years straight, and randomly on eBay there was a really old Phantom camera. It was the Phantom Miro 3.
Hell yeah.
It's just this little metal box with a hole in the front. And it was I remember the brand new price was $27,000. It was on eBay for $5,000. And I was like, I was young enough at the time where I was like, "Mom, can I buy this?"
Right.
I don't have an eBay account.
This was last year.
And I had like this was yesterday. but I had like $5,400 that I had saved up for 2 years buying nothing else. I don't even think I owned a cell phone yet. I was like, this is what I want.
This is
I'm
it.
saving up
Yeah.
for it. I even printed out all these papers. I pitched it to my mom and my stepdad.
I've been there, dude.
I was like, listen, Mom. I was
Business
like,
plan, man.
Yes,
That means you were raised right.
That's right.
I pitched it 100%, and somehow she let me blow all of my money to buy a box camera that eventually showed up.
Look at him now, Mom.
I had zero clue how to use this. It was random cables that go into ports I had never seen before. I didn't even know how to use the software. It was some old disc, and I spent the entire night just figuring out, what does this button do in the software? Where does this cable go? What happens if I press this button?
Yeah.
Why is the image crap? How do I do this? Why are the frames per second so low? And so then I started a YouTube channel. I don't know if I want to say the name.
That's
Yes.
fine.
But-
Yes,
you do.
Yes.
I understand the pain. So if you don't want to, I
Say it.
No, that part's so essentially it was Ballistic High Speed in its infancy, not Ballistic related, but like essentially what we do.
Oh, so you
which
ripped
was
off my name? I'm gonna sue you.
Oh yes. No. So like I was essentially trying to emulate Time Warp.
Right.
That's exactly what I was trying to do.
It was Time Warp on
Speed
YouTube,
Warp.
wasn't it?
Speed warp.
No.
Speed Ramp.
Speed warp.
No. It was no. So anyway, but I made it. I made it episodic, and I had this camera. I was like, I can barely get it to function. Episode 1. Let's look at how water balloons pop, which sounds super boring,
No,
but when
dude.
you watch it, super interesting dynamics
But
happen.
also, back when you're doing this,
This was like
it wasn't like widespread.
this was like 2012.
You're seeing this for like
probably
one of the first
was
times.
like one of the first ones
Right.
to be like doing it.
Well, that was Time Warp.
like pioneering.
But yes.
Yeah, so I did that.
Well, Time Warp doesn't
I did
exist
that
anymore.
channel for probably 2.5 years.
Well, especially on
don't-
YouTube,
yeah,
because
it's not
technically that was a Discovery Channel thing, right? So would you say that you were one of the first pioneers to bring high-speed imagery to YouTube on a regular basis, on like an episodic basis?
That's tough to say because like
Did you
that's
get-
a big thing to claim. I don't
you
think
get-
I
Yeah.
can do that.
Did you know of any at the time?
Of other, so incidentally, the slow-mo guys
Yeah.
and me, the same month of the first year, we both put up our first like slow motion video of like theirs was like, we're the slow-mo guys, and
Yep.
they slapped Dan.
Yep.
August of 2010, that same month, I put up my first video, and I
Oh,
saw the
interesting.
slow-mo guys. I'm like, they had a fucking Phantom already. I
Yes.
had a fucking Casio Exilum, you know. So like, but like, it was just weird that worked out. It was like, because Gavin had access to Phantoms from his employer at the time.
Right.
So he got to use them, and I was just like, I have nothing.
Mm.
But like,
There's a lot of oddities that are how similar we are in relationship
Yeah.
to what the slow-mo guys are.
because like,
It's
because
very-
Dan's an
you're talking about
explosives
the
like military
symbiosis
person.
between
and-
the
No,
relationship as
I've
far as
thought
the
about
yin
that
to the
quite a few
yang and the
times.
like how long
They're just
he
British.
was in like videography and stuff before the slow-mo guys met up.
he was in cinematography and videography about the same amount of time that I was in the military. And
Yeah.
that's how the slow-mo
Super
guys
weird.
were too. One of them was army or
What?
I don't know what he was.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
Dan.
is a
About the same
strange
amount
So think of the
parallel.
slow-mo guys like a British version of them.
That
We're
is
the
a-
American
like-
slow-mo guys,
yeah,
basically.
very
Even though
eerie.
Gavin lives in
Shit.
How
Texas
close
now.
it is.
That's a trip.
It's very eerie. And then it gets kind of, I think it's cool between us. We have the same birthday.
Oh yeah.
You guys?
Same day,
Yeah.
it's birthday. And our channel
day.
started within a day or two of ours. So like us and the channel all share the same birthday.
That's
And
crazy.
it just
Yeah.
happened that way.
That's why.
And then
That's
like
fucking rad.
I was an army dude, and so was
Dan.
Dan.
Yep.
God, I always fucking sorry, boys.
But are the roles that you guys have within your own companies fairly similar as well?
100%.
yeah,
That's a trip.
no, it's like a lot of people.
'Cause, like-
we
'cause,
got
like,
comments
Gav-
early on. It's like, oh, it's just an American
Yeah.
slow-mo guys, and then
No.
we started looking into it. We're
It's
like,
like, wait, this
oh, it
kind of is
actually kinda-
exactly.
It actually kinda is, yeah.
Oh shit!
No, because Gavin handles getting all the phantoms, doing the filming, doing the editing, the upload schedule and
Yeah.
stuff, and like the sourcing of any firearms or when they go out to what's that college they go to for
Colorado
School of Mines. Like
Yeah.
that's Dan's
Dan,
thing. Like
yeah.
he's there. He doesn't source the explosives, but he's there to like
it,
assemble it
yeah.
and make the stuff
He did
happen.
explosives in the army.
It's literally him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like he knows all the firearms and all that stuff. And I'm just there to image it. It's like it's the exact same dynamic.
It's interesting.
I would actually love to sit down with them and actually hash out like
It would
how
be-
much more in common are we?
It would be
Then we
it would
already
be Gavin
know.
and I with cameras and you and him on explosives.
Dude, you
That
guys
could
are
be
just
it.
like Bizarro.
No, it's pretty cool.
What was the initial connection made? Did you find yourself? Did you find you like Craigslist or like how did you guys were like
Oh,
looking
us?
for a gun guy
Yes.
for my camera?
Well,
Actually,
sort of.
no, literally.
that was a joke.
Okay, so
No, literally.
so he was dating
What?
not Craigslist, but
Okay.
No, this is sick. Check it out.
so no, he was dating a
Man
girl
seeking
that
feet.
sang country music, and I filmed a music video for her at the time because I also did general videography stuff, and so I just
I was gonna say she needed high speed for that.
no normal. No,
Crazy.
I was pretty heavy
Did
into
that
like
later.
commercial advertisements and music videos and stuff. So I just had met him during the shoot, and then that was it. We were like added each other on Facebook, I think, at some point, and then years go by. I go from the Phantom Miro 3, I sold that. I got a Sony FS700 because it was more resolution. And then I got the Phantom Miro LC320S. And then I finally got the V711. But the V711 was my first, like, kind of ultra high speed camera, which could do like 100,000 frames a second, 200,000 frames a second. And I was like, I've never really done gun stuff, and I can kind of do gun stuff now. I want to see a bullet slow.
200,000 frames per second.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And really good quality too.
Yeah.
Well, V711 was iffy. It was like
To
except-
you.
Okay. Yes.
Total amount of high speed cameras that you've owned throughout your
Listen,
life.
I
Oh,
can
it was
barely see sometimes.
Infinitely better. Yeah.
No, but total amount of cameras, high speed cameras that you've owned from beginning to end. I mean, you're just roughly like two dozen.
Oh well, they're not that many. No, they're expensive.
Well, bought and sold and upgrading is what I'm
just
talking
looking
Well,
for
about.
there's
rough
a
number.
just the Casio Miro V711 Flex 2512, two Miros actually, so 7.
Yeah,
At one
that's-
point, I owned
just a-
4 Phantoms at the same time. Which
That's more
It's just a
phones
lot
I've
of.
had.
Yeah, I know. I really like. It's a
more
lot.
brain cells
The
than I
reason that's
have.
the reason why I asked you is just because, you haven't. I mean, you have been doing this for how long now with the high speed?
over a decade.
Okay, you've been doing it with high
He
speed for over a decade.
often like overshadows like what he's built. He will not give himself for the credit for what he has actually gone through and developed and built and
Which
learned and
probably
constructed.
would
was-
assume, was there some like imposter
Beautiful
syndrome?
humility.
Yeah.
Was there imposter
Beautiful
syndrome kind of
humility.
getting into
And-
what you were doing? And so explain imposter syndrome real
So
quick and
it's
kind
like-
of what that is.
Well, imposter syndrome is like if you're in anything that's creative or technical where you need to like train and learn and get really good at your craft, and then all of a sudden you're in a project where you're like, I'm not good enough for this, but you are 100% good to go to accomplish that task.
Right.
Like if you just look at it objectively, but you're like, how am I getting paid $200 an hour? I don't deserve that.
Right.
Imposter syndrome.
Yep.
Which is so like at the beginning, zero imposter syndrome because I was just doing it for fun. But now there's a research or a company asking for me to image stuff for research. Like more recently, at one of the largest companies that distributes them continentally, anyways. And I was at one point I was just like, why am I here? Why am I the one doing this?
Yeah.
But like, I delivered exactly what they needed.
But more importantly, why is there massive N95 mask production going on right now?
Well,
Do we think COVID 2.2 is done?
It's already Disease X. They've already released it.
Okay.
Disease X.
Yeah.
No,
well,
that's
this
Twitter.
is a manufacturing problem that they've been having since COVID. They're still one of the largest distributors for hospitals and stuff.
Are you filming to diagnose a problem within the manufacturing process?
Yep.
And they couldn't
It was-
identify it because it was moving too fast?
Well, it was so there's so
Dude,
they
those things were clipping through there.
they
I
well
wasn't there.
the masks were slow,
guess
but they
that's
bring these fabrics together, and then there's this ultrasonic vibrating plate that welds it together with heat just by vibrating so fast.
Okay.
20,000 hertz, and so they're like, we need frame rate. I'm like, I have frame rate, and so
Whoa.
so like
Hello,
so
I
like
am frame rate.
so it was feeding through at like 200 masks a minute, 400 masks a minute, so like the camera would just bring it to a standstill, and you just see this plate going. And so, like, we were looking at, like, where's the heat going? Why is this part failing? That kind of thing. And I think half of that's under NDA. So, sorry.
No, it's
But
all yeah. We
I
can
didn't
clip
say the
any-
company name.
We can clip any of
but-
it out.
yeah.
I feel like sometimes when you tell these stories, I feel like I kind of understand how Joe Rogan feels sometimes. People say shit on his podcast, and he just goes, "Whoa."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got crazier while you were there.
Oh, the person that, yes.
Yeah.
So, we were taking like a lunch break or whatever, and I was talking with the dude that hired me, and then his boss walked in, which was like way up in the company, followed by this other dude on his phone showing him something, and because we were just talking about high speed stuff in general, and he was like, yeah, maybe if we need high speed again, we could hire these guys, and there was our channel on his phone. He was the way upper guy looked over. He's like, "What was the name again?" He's like, "Ballistic High Speed." I was like, "That's me." And then the guy
hiring you while
yeah,
you're hiring
and then the guy was like this. He was like, "Your friend got blown up." And I was like, "Yep, that's Adam."
yes, he did.
But it's just so wild that like because we had
That's a
just
trip.
put up the recap of the accident, and then like a week or two later I was in Oregon, and it just spread like wildfire, literally. And like, so I'm on a project, and there's people like, hey, check out Ballistic High Speed, just got blown up. It's just like just weird how fast some of that stuff works sometimes.
That's
So getting into that, you getting blown up. I don't know if there's a lot that we've announced it a couple times to kind of spread support for what's going on. The medical bills, first of all, behind that. Don't forget to talk about that because I want to be able to cultivate some support for what's going on.
So,
How's everything? Take me back to the beginning of what happened so we can all...
back to
The beginning of the beginning, or just the beginning?
it
the beginning
all
of-
started when I was born.
No. Like,
My
not
mom
what
was
made
feeling
you...
crispy.
It was a twinkle in my father's eye.
You guys, let's go to the set. What was the intention of what you were doing with what weapon systems
Okay,
and why?
so-
And then what happened in that event? And then we'll clip some scenes in and then link to the full video.
You're just
where
trying
we
to
can
use
see
our
it.
footage.
So like most
know
gun
it.
tubers, we wanted to do high explosive RPG 7 episodes. Finally figured out how to get them domestically made because importing is just entirely too difficult and expensive. Where if you get them made domestically, way easier, more streamlined. And so we found a private range that would let us go down there and actually do all of this stuff, and we could actually get like the cinder blocks for the walls and the car. That's not released yet, but
Oh, nice.
coming.
It might
Well,
not
coming
even
soon.
release.
So there's like a range that could actually host all the things that we had wanted to do.
Turns out you need a lot of space for RPGs.
You need a lot of space.
Explosives nowhere.
Who would have thought?
I know.
Rocket propelled
Sometimes they
grenades.
just go.
So luckily, Brandon Herrera had Brandon
Barbera?
Brandon
Barbera.
Barbera. He'd done his RPG episode, and we got to see just how inaccurate they are.
Dude.
That was my next question.
Wildly.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they're crazy
Well,
inaccurate.
I just thought the Taliban was a lousy shot, but they really are.
No,
It really is
yeah.
hard to aim with those things. I've never actually fired an RPG. Fired plenty of the other weapon systems they had over
No,
there,
it
but never
really
the
is.
RPG. Yeah.
It really is.
Huh.
It's crazy.
Nothing like the AT4.
One of the guys, so I talked to an importer of the rockets, and we were going through the pricing, and I was like, okay, so like, it was like, after you pay the ATF, and you have to get like destructive devices, like all these different licenses, it was like
$4,500 a rocket or something.
Whoa.
And I was like, oh, so these are like pristine. I was like, do you have some that are like?
He's all, no, these are from the
Do
States.
you have something I can blow my face up with, please? Like,
Wow.
like non $4,500,
No.
maybe half off.
So then
you know, I know there's a couple things I don't.
If I hurt myself.
There's a couple things I don't look for coupon codes on. One of them is RPGs, you know, and maybe another one, I don't know, like LASIK, you know, like lasers in my eye, like LASIK eye surgery. I don't know. Like,
So in talking to him, then I found like some other guys, and come to find out, like the fins that come out to stabilize it and stuff, they have like a 40% failure rate.
Jesus.
Just like in general, like the weapon system itself wasn't
crap.
meant to be an accurate, like
So
precision.
failing
Well, I mean,
at
that's
It was
60%
just
less
failing
than
at what?
communism.
But failing at what point in the process?
All of
Failing
the
on
points.
detonation,
All of
just
them,
all the
yeah.
points.
Points.
Just
It
even
could be-
after full sin, just failed detonation at the end,
It could-
detonating in your face,
more,
like all
more
the
more so
Yes.
the accuracy.
okay.
The fins don't open, the big blades that come out to stabilize it, to
Yeah.
give it the rotational
okay.
stuff that it needs. Because a lot of the legitimate ones, they aren't distance, they're distance based, but it's based off of how many rotations the rocket head
It's
has
like
gone through.
centrifugally measured.
So if,
Interesting.
so if the fins don't open, it doesn't rotate, it doesn't activate the
and it
warhead.
doesn't arm.
That's how, like, you saw Black Hawk Down, it came through the thing, it didn't rotate enough times, and that's why it just stuck in that dude's gut.
Got it.
Ours were activated differently. They were activated kind of off of a ball
Pressure
bearing.
almost.
So when it got launched, this ball bearing goes to the rear, and then when it hits something, the ball bearing slams forward on a primer,
Right.
and it sets off the high explosive.
Assuming the
So they
impulse
were a little
time is
different.
not too long.
Which
So
we
that
learned
det
it can be.
activates prior to it even leaving your tube.
It's ready to go immediately.
As
Well,
opposed
I don't want to say it has to retreat before it slams
Right,
forward.
so it has
So
to
would
go
you
forward a little bit.
So would you say that it would be safer to fire one that was activated based on that road?
Potentially, because it needs to go
Because it
somewhere.
has to go somewhere before it can detonate.
Which we
totally
did not
is,
want.
But it's insanely expensive.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's
Got
insane.
it.
And we knew we were going to have to film up close because, like, you just send a rocket 100 feet away, 200 feet away.
Right, you have
there's a
to-
good chance
that's
you're going to
such a
miss a
large
torso-sized
set, too.
And watching
object.
Brandon Herrera's
So we wanted,
videos
like,
all
what's
the
our
time.
see.
option to shoot closer
Got it.
and still
And
get it to prime?
Also,
Checks
having
out.
just seen them in Somalia, they're not accurate.
Right.
Hence
Yeah.
the fact I had
So
to
like
do it
trying to
myself.
fucking aim that.
That's right. I did it, not you.
But
No.
no.
So
This is 3 years ago, dude. Get out.
Wow.
so they're just
That's-
like wildly
gotta tell that.
inaccurate. So we had to, kind of modify it for all of that stuff. Outside of that, though, I mean, it was, legitimate high explosives in the warhead. It was activated differently. I wasn't aware of this because I'm not a rocket manufacturer. I didn't know that the RPG-7 had the shape charge capability as a standard option. I thought those were specialty rounds.
Like heat only kind of thing?
Yeah. So we didn't really cover it in the video because I thought the standard RPG round just went and
Was
hit
the
something.
HE and not
Gotcha,
the
yeah.
HEAT.
I didn't know that the standard was that because I don't fucking build rockets.
yeah.
You don't fuck with RPGs.
Yeah.
I mean, if you hire an explosives expert that
Right.
makes rockets, all you know is what they tell you.
Correct.
That's it.
We got a lot of shit for this because a lot of people think that we welded the RPG back together because it was a reactivated
Right.
launcher, and then we made the rockets because we've offhandedly just talked about how we had the rockets made, and then they assume that we made the rockets.
So
Right.
quick
That's just not how
explanation.
that
What is when you're saying rewelding? There's a decommissioning process that goes into the tube.
Yes, there is, and there was actually a guy. I can't remember. VFO Gun Channel or something like that.
The VSO. VSO.
VSO?
Is it VSO guns?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's the
channel,
dude.
VSO.
Yeah, so he made a really funny video, and it was how the government had to take out yet another gun tuber. And I was like, what is this?
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, so I watched it, and I kind of liked his point behind it, was the government mandates that these massive holes be cut in the RPGs, and it just makes a natural, failure point.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to make them cut them up and weld the firing pins and stuff, if you're going to actually have a license to just undo it,
You're actually just introducing like, more
So
unsafe stuff.
even if you're just doing research, you're not just wanting to shoot a rocket launcher. It makes it dangerous for everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Which in our case, the reactivated portion wasn't the failure. Our failure was in the booster charge.
Yeah.
Got it.
I found that out because I watched their channel.
Wow. Is this news to you?
No,
I didn't
This
know
is-
that you knew that because I don't watch your channel.
It's okay.
There's
that's the
a
same-
sequence of
that's the
questioning
same
that
reason
happens-
We didn't win the Gundies.
So how it's supposed to work?
I'm trying to be a good host and introduce these questions. It's not out of morbid curiosity. I don't care. No,
So how it's
I don't blame
I
you.
don't even care.
so how it's
why is
supposed to
I don't
work
even like
is
it?
depending on how
for the
large of a
AdSense.
booster that you have in it, and they can all be different based on like what the needs are or what you have access to in the field. We've been seeing some interesting things coming out of the Ukraine-Russia conflict where they're like repurposing fire extinguishers and making that the compartment that holds the HE.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they don't have to be like crazy, like machine because
Yeah.
you're just
You're fucking
throwing
sending it.
heights.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
fucking
You're
archery.
literally
but
just
it's
like,
high
I want to bomb over there
explosive.
now.
Yeah,
It is.
I want to stab that dude, but way over there, so you have archery. It's like, man, I'd love to.
It's
blow
the
this dude up,
modern
but he's
military
way over
version
there.
of like just like hucking a rock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
But it
that.
blows up.
And so, so you go through and there's all these different things. So you can have different length boosters and all sorts of stuff. And this is all the things that we don't know about. We just showed up to film and shoot it.
Mhm.
Anything that had high explosives in it was strapped to like this massive water container. We pulled a string, did all that stuff. And then when it came to the backblast and there was no high explosives in it, they were like,
Which was
hey,
a conscious decision. It's like, we don't need high explosives.
Yeah.
Let's take it out or just not put it in so we can shoulder fire some stuff and have it be as safe as you can be.
Thank God.
It was a conscious
who-
decision.
Right.
outside of the context of the video that we're currently discussing,
Yeah.
if you asked somebody that was in the gun realm if they wanted to shoot an RPG-7,
Yeah, they would all
Absolutely.
say unequivocally.
they would
yes.
all say yes.
Yes.
But
In
now,
the
because
context of the video, they would be like, well,
Well, yeah, I know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
now I'm.
can I
now
really quick
everybody's-
put this in
yeah.
there?
yeah.
So
Dr. Hindsight.
after we met in Texas, and you told me about this, when we were at the range day and they had that little launcher, I saw it and I was like, I'm not fucking with that thing.
because like context is important, and that's why we got a lot of comments that were like, well, when you play stupid games you win stupid prizes. Like, that's not what shooting an RPG is.
No.
That's just like, if this video didn't exist you wouldn't be thinking
The way
that way.
way
Right.
that I've kind of been trying to equate it, and a lot of people think that I'm trying to cover my own ass or whatever. If you went to a gun range and it was like, oh shit, they have a Barrett 50 cal,
I'm gonna shoot that shit.
I want to shoot that, and they charge you X amount of dollars to shoot it. It has a
10
bad
years ago, it
round
was
in it.
$8 a squeeze.
and
Then
then all of a
Kentucky
sudden
Ballistic.
your fucking
Blows up.
ear goes through your jugular.
It
Yeah.
blows up. Are you gonna go home and blame yourself?
Now imagine if that happened to you and then he and I showed up and we're like, play dumb games, win dumb prizes.
Yeah, I know.
It's like,
On the
that has
internet,
nothing to
Hold
do
on.
with it.
I would expect nothing.
Yes. We just pop up, we're like,
So it's
It is.
just like
When I flip the gun.
we hired companies.
Yep.
And then kind of going back to your safety question from way earlier, I guess maybe do more research
As much
on the
safety-
company that you
yeah.
hire, I guess.
and
Right.
I would say maybe have more options, but in that case there really are no
There
options.
Right.
wasn't
So-
one. They're basically the only one.
Yeah.
I think a
And even
good
though you
question
couldn't-
in a
you
scenario
couldn't,
like
like-
this is
Like, oh, the booster is gonna fucking fail.
Right.
If-
yeah. Yeah.
if you could do this again. First question: if you could do it again, would you?
As in, like, go back in time and redo
No.
it?
If you could, like today in this day, like
I've already
Okay.
found multiple other launchers.
Yeah.
I'm doing it again.
you are going to do it again. Okay, that's
Yeah.
the
We're-
first question.
We're,
So
we're still after
Yeah.
knowledge and science. Like, we still want to
I
to do
fully
stuff.
understand after going through everything and talking to like so many people in the industry reached out, and we had thousands of comments and all of these things, and then there's different Instagram pages. I'm not gonna name them just because you never know what's gonna happen.
Right.
Sure.
there, that are extremely knowledgeable, and they're building like 3D printed like hypervelocity rockets, like dudes that like do this, all reached out, and the common answer that everybody's come to is just
Fluke.
fucking fluke.
Yeah.
It'd be
There-
like
there was
lightning
no-
striking twice, essentially.
Yeah,
Right.
So there's
That's
like
happened to
some
people.
there's some people that are like, well, if the RPG was shot too many times before it went through this, and we're like, well,
like, nope,
he
we
was
cleaned
cleaning
it extensively.
every
Yeah.
3 rounds. It's like, okay, well, what was happening during all of the rocket building processes? It's like, well, I mean, I couldn't even begin to tell you. I'm not going to try to put words in the guy's mouth that was
Right.
like building them. So there's like so many moving parts. Could you even like pinpoint one guy and be like,
You.
him?
Right.
I don't know that you actually could.
So fundamentally, going about it a second round.
It's because he limps.
What are things that are going to be done differently? Just in general, like are you going to do anything differently, or will the diligence essentially be the same?
I would right now go fire an RPG setup.
Right. So if we
it's
went
like-
down to
Well,
brain,
lucky for you.
so what you didn't know on this podcast
No,
is
I
this
would
is
because I am
MGM Grand 2.0. We got to
so I am a huge believer in you should be able to have access to anything.
Yeah.
And there are guys out there.
If the government has it, so should you.
Yes, and there
Yes.
are guys out
I
there
want an
that are
A10.
doing the work. They're putting in the grind. They're going through figuring out how to do the 3D prints or how to metal stamp instead of like CNC machine and all these things. And unfortunately, one of the guys, he wasn't upset with me. He was just upset with this circumstance is going to set back the world of launchers. And out of all of the comments and all of the things I've had, death threats, all sorts of things over this.
We've
Out
had
of
comments saying
everything-
that they just wish he died.
Oh yeah, they wish I was dead. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird out there.
Well, it's amazing that the shield, that veil of the internet.
Yep.
It's
The
anonymity.
amount because imagine again you take
Stoichiometry.
let's go
the word I was
let's go
looking-
analog. Put any of these individuals
I'm an analog man.
in a physical audience
Yeah.
watching this physical audience. You on a football field firing an RPG, audience up in the stadium watching this thing occur. How many people? I would venture to say 0 would point at the guy down on that field and go, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
yeah.
0 fucking people in a 70,000 person
Also,
stadium
most of
would.
those people wouldn't rush to your aid.
Also true.
because-
No, phones would be out
Yeah.
for
You'd-
sure.
Imagine the full 3D reconstruction you could make of that scene with all the
Oh,
cameras.
from the cameras.
Anyway, that's all I
That's
got.
This fucking guy.
This guy.
The frames that could be spliced together and
The temporal
Yeah.
resolution
the
available.
temporal resolution
So
available.
I got tagged in that story, and somebody had asked him like over on Twitter, like, what do you think of that whole thing? And he reposted his like Twitter reply over on Instagram because I don't really do Twitter a whole lot. And it was just like, I do think that this incident is going to set back the self-making, the self-reliant people of making our own like rocket launchers and different things. It's going to set us back a while. And I was like,
That one hurts a little bit.
that hurts way worse than anybody like telling me that I'm gonna should have died or whatever. I don't give a shit.
So like
Whatever.
I completely like I can see that from that perspective being like it's gonna push all this back because not many people have access to it.
Yeah.
And so then seeing that and then especially with the fucking phenomenal
Like
footage.
if it had not been a YouTuber that had that happen to them,
Yeah.
Nothing would
the
have
world
happened.
would have just gone on.
Gone.
right, but
right,
like,
right,
but even with Kentucky, right? Right?
Yeah.
He was shooting his 50. I mean, he was shooting some crazy rounds.
Same as everybody saying that about those rocket launchers. I'm
Right.
I'm not gonna shoot a Rofus round anymore.
No, fuck that.
Well, I'll do it remotely.
yeah, I'll
Yeah,
pull
right,
that. I'll
yeah,
pull that
yeah.
with a string.
Yeah.
But like,
He's the pioneer.
people shoot 50s way more than they shoot RPGs.
Yeah.
So it's like they're like, oh shit, just don't shoot Ralphus anymore.
yeah.
There's nothing like
Or just be a little more scrupulous with what you think you should be shooting. Just
Or-
like a
or
lot of
just-
ways to
yeah,
think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, genuinely. So, if where was I going with that?
You said if you could go back, that was the question.
Okay, yeah, the ultimate things that you would are there going to be any things that you would
Oh,
change going
yeah.
into the process? I think was the
I
the
don't
question
know.
is
I think our mindset has always been safety first, excellent high speed second kind of thing. That'll never change. It just this whole thing has just sort of reinforced it in our brain of like
Right.
we are never sacrificing that. We're never stepping down from it. We're never,
Never back down, never would.
yeah.
Never what?
But like we're never going to shift the importance of safety because like
Right.
But it'd be such a cooler shot if we did this. If it's
Right.
less safe or something.
Right.
We've said it's not like an official motto or anything, but it was safety first, science second.
Got it.
That's how you don't
if
get
it's
blown
not
up
worth
by an RPG.
answering, then we're not going to... Well, like trying to slice that bullet in half with a sword.
Right.
Right.
If we find out that there is no way
Yeah.
that, you know...
It's why
And do it safely.
it's
That we
why
can do it
it's
safely,
why
yeah.
I wait for it's why I wait
That's
to
another
hear
cost to YouTubers that they all think you're just millionaires. It's like, oh yeah, you just record yourself doing some stuff, you make a bunch of money.
And if we put this into full perspective, think about
you
this,
put
right?
months of work into something, and it's just like,
And
we
then you have to
actually
fucking scrap
can't
it.
do that.
Yeah.
I would
we
venture-
have many videos that have never seen the light of day.
Same.
I'd venture to say that, like, when you look at it from a perspective of, like, just getting in your vehicle every day. So people say, well, this is a crazy risky thing to do. Why would you ever do it? But then why would you get in your fucking car every day and drive? Because it is arguably one of the... Why are you putting things inside of your body? Why are you putting the processed food inside of your body that's causing heart disease at an alarming rate that is like the #1 fucking killer in today's society?
Why would any of us text and drive?
Right.
Why would any of us drink
You're
Coca-Cola?
operating like
Why would you ever be born?
1,000-pound
machine.
automobile at like
text.
60 miles an hour.
Yes. A missile
And you're just
down
like,
the fucking road.
you're like sitting there watching Ballistic High Speed, like, yeah, that's a fucking killer episode, per the usual.
That's not a real wall.
or even
I gotta
more
be
so.
honest, it's the fat electrician. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Let's look at it from this perspective. How many people,
6.
guaranteed many, at least 6, were driving down the road in a car, watching the video going, that dumb fuck, why would you ever pick up a fucking RPG drive?
Oh my
As
God,
they're
I've
driving down the road, watching the video, like this fucking idiot, this fuck, oh shit, okay, I got that's wrong.
That's their fault.
I've never thought about that.
At least
Yeah.
6. You're
At
right.
least
Good one.
6, guaranteed.
That's hilarious.
No,
what
it's
a good.
I mean,
It's just,
so then there's also, you know, the other part of this that comes in. We saw a lot of comments of, you know, you're glorifying your friends. Well, they say death because a lot of them that didn't watch the video don't know that I didn't actually die. Like, you're just glorifying your friend's death for likes and views. And it's like,
Yeah,
trust me.
obviously.
There was a long time where we considered if we should even put up
Yeah.
the video.
Yeah.
I'm
it almost
gonna,
didn't come out.
I really want to say this because this is important regarding the emotional state of what happened when all that went down. I talked to you 3 weeks after this event happened when we were in San Antonio. And I can personally attest to I could feel the pain emanating from you, how serious it was. You were borderline, you shaking while you were talking about it. How it
on
made
the
you feel,
podcast,
trying
too.
to relive,
Yeah.
trying to relive like what was going on. And that's why
there's nothing to be ashamed about.
and-
Well, because then I had to pull up the footage to show
It's a
you.
visceral
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah.
One of the first people we ever showed. Yeah.
That's right. And you're like, I actually am
Actually, I
the
think
only
you
person that's
were.
actually ever seen this is you is what you
Was
told
Was
me.
it the drone
still
shot?
You showed me the drone shot.
Okay.
Do you want to
Yeah,
have
on
a
your phone.
first?
Oh, we'll have it first.
I've actually never uncovered the
We'll get
uncovered
to
the
it. We'll get
scars.
to it.
Do you guys want to?
wanna
You
see
haven't
this
uncovered the
juicy
scars?
Never.
Let's
Not
have
for
a
the
first.
public.
They're surprisingly healed pretty well, but it's still gnarly.
Yeah, but I'm gonna before you go into uncovering your 11-year-old scars.
Wow.
Your old war injury.
Get over it, dude. Stop milking it.
So hold on.
I
So-
love that was what he thought.
So hold on. So there was
me with the
a bit of
electrician.
time in
You see how
San
we get along?
Antonio where you were not sure how much you respected us yet, or what you thought of us.
Well, it had nothing to do with the respect or what I thought of you. It had everything to do with when I first walked up to meet you guys, it was, hey, this is Adam and Bryce, and I went to shake your hand kind of all at the same time, and I think you said something
He's like, I gotta
Adam
go lefty.
said Adam was a vet, just like you, and then you said, oh, I gotta go lefty, I got blown up, and then I thought, okay, yeah, so you were a vet, you were clearly in one of the conflicts that I was in.
This was also after we had just talked to Tyler.
Right, put
Who
that
got
in
his
context.
who got his fucking muscles
This is
blown
true.
out from a bullet
Tyler.
because
I
he
mean,
shook you left hand first time, but then it was the second time you
So
were.
I
it
had
was
just
like
got,
when we were
I had
leaving.
just got done talking to Tyler, and Tyler is he was
Delta.
a Delta operator, and so he was a CAG dude, and he had taken a round going into a room CQB like through his arm, and his entire arm was just shredded from that round. Yet shook my hand. firmly as
comes
best
up
he
with
could.
it, right.
He comes up with it and shook my hand firmly, even
get
given
it.
the state of
I'm a
given the state of his arm.
bitch.
So that was your
And
context.
so then
for-
I turn around and like, hey, here's Adam using his pen. He
that's
got
even
blown
And
out.
he's like,
funnier.
And
"Dude,
so I'm
get
thinking,
over it."
I'm thinking this is a 2000, circa maybe 2007-8 injury from Iraq or something like that. Nothing was put into context. Didn't know you got blown up by an RPG.
and he was
And
actively
I was
limping and bleeding from it.
Yeah,
still.
but
Right,
I just saw,
exactly.
yeah, you had like a wrap over it, and I thought
He
this
just
was
wears
the
a
right
wrap
thing.
every day.
My
for
brother
years.
had one of
And
those thumb sweaters.
And so I go and I grab his hand, and he was like,
actually
"Ow!" And I was like, "Dude,
Great.
You really thought he was a bitch.
no, I did."
If you ain't Delta, you're a pussy.
Yeah, it's pussy. So
Wow.
at first, it wasn't the original thought at that time. So here's the thing, I would shake your hand, and you were like, just be careful because my arm hurts, whatever. and so it wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was more of I had gone to shake your hand multiple times, and every time I
It
did
kept
it,
happening.
you were like until the very last moment before I went and talked to you guys in the parking lot about what actually
Where we
happened.
show him almost
Where-
dying.
Yes. You're
And
like, oh,
I remember
I'm
I was
the asshole.
sitting down. I think I was talking to that Rebel Raider guy, and you guys had walked up, and I went to shake your hand one last time. What I thought was going to be one last time before I said I'll see you out in the parking lot. I'm going to be out there talking to my wife. Shook it, boom, out, and then I thought, and I was like,
Something doesn't
why?
add up here.
Yeah, why is he still injured from this? And I wasn't really thinking like, what a fucking pussy. No, nowhere in there. I was like, what
Just
injury
genuine
could be so
confusion.
serious?
Right.
Yeah, it was just genuine confusion that he's still injured from this. That must have been really
fucked up
bad.
Nerve bundles.
Right.
Right.
And
So-
what's crazy is the first night that I met you, so these are two different nights. The first night I met you, we actually got in the car, and he begins to say, so you heard about what happened to him? And I was like, yeah, I got blown up. And you were like, okay. And
So
he kind of ended the
you were probably
conversation.
like, damn, Jake, all right. You don't even care.
I was like, yeah, I got blown up.
Yeah, so is everybody else.
We're
Yeah,
very
so is everybody else.
dark
Yeah.
about a lot of things.
So I get out there, and I remember I was giving you guys that just a couple things from the Tacticon catalog out there, and I handed it to you. And
You also invited me to your laboratory, which I'm taking you up on.
absolutely come on out. I'd love to have you out there.
Bryce, you're not welcome.
I have the camera.
There was some pivotal moment where
one cares,
there was a time frame of reference
up.
in that conversation came up, and I forget exactly what that was.
Well, I think so.
but
Like
it was-
we assumed you knew, so anything we talked about was hyper casual.
Yeah.
So something
that's
must
what
have
it
been
was.
said
Yeah.
where it was
thought
like,
you- I
wait,
thought
you
you
know,
knew-
right?
I
And
thought
were-
you knew this whole time, and
You
you
had-
were just like, dude, get the fuck over it.
Yeah, you had been.
I literally thought he was
I was like, dude, yeah. It's old news, fake news.
Because you
Yeah.
got, I mean, you got like the hat trick like on your fucking right. I can't wear mine right now. Like I wear one too.
Right.
And so I literally thought you were just like, yeah, dude. I thought you were just like wrist checking me. Like, yeah, dude. Like,
Get over it.
Get over it. It's the fucking life goes on.
get over it.
So,
I think
You're
you
here,
had
aren't
mentioned,
you?
you said something
Get
about
over it.
getting out of the hospital a week ago or something, and I was like, wait, what? A week ago? You got out of the hospital a week ago? And you're like, yeah. I was like, how long were you in? You're like, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. I was like, this happened 3 weeks ago and you're here? You got blown up.
and yeah,
the
it was
face
that
with an
moment where we
RPG,
were
I
like,
was like-
wait, you don't know.
Yeah.
Wait.
And then I was like, well, wait, there's more.
No, wait, there's more.
So then
yeah.
he was the only thing that could fucking save my reputation. That's when he was like, all right, motherfucker, here you go. You want a fucking wrist checking? Here you go.
Yeah, right. And I
So good.
Here it is.
fuck. Yeah, and so I will say, and one thing that I don't want to do, unless you guys want to really go into the details of it, I know that that shit is traumatic for you, and some people deal with it in different ways. We can go through and talk about how it made you feel and exactly what happened, but I would much rather refer to the listeners who are still on listening to this, the 3 people that are still listening after all the fucking, to really go back and go watch not only at first. What order do you think they should watch the videos in? The one that you begin explaining how it felt.
So
and
there was
then
a
the video
lot
itself?
of intention with how I edited the backlash
I
video.
felt that.
Okay.
Because
I felt that as an editor. I was watching this. I was like, oh.
I was like, that was very intentional. Have you seen that video?
Yes, I have seen that video.
Where we were
Yes,
testing
I
the
have-
backlash.
We
Yes,
called
I have
out.
seen.
We
gotta
I have seen the backlash video.
So like we start the video very normally, and there is a short warning before it happens, just enough so that like if you know you're sensitive to it, it's enough of a warning. We're like, okay, maybe I should not look, and then it happens.
Yeah.
And that was as close as I could get without being sort of disrespectful, I guess would be maybe a word, of there's no warning for this stuff. He just got blown up. Now what are you going to do? And so there was some intention there with like, bam, this just happened. And that's as close as I can get to context there because, I mean, I'm sure every one of us here have seen random videos online. Someone gets blown up, gets caught in a machine and ripped apart or something,
Right.
and it's like, damn,
We've
that
all seen the
sucks.
laybacks.
You're like,
Yeah.
ooh,
It's like
fuck, that
most of
hurts.
my
Fuck.
And then you
timeline.
just move on.
No.
But
Right.
when it's one of your best friends right in front of you,
Dude.
Yeah.
and your first thought is he just died,
Right.
and then you have to like come in and realize, okay, he's not dead. How do we help him? It's not until you're in that position that you see the other side of it. So like, none of our audience will ever truly understand
feel
it,
it.
which is okay.
Yeah.
And especially,
I don't want them to. But
especially
Right.
like that dude that was like, oh, these two grown dudes like crying over this. That dude's never seen any of this shit.
No.
I'm
It's
able to process it because
it's
I,
like
I had my fill of
it's
it.
like I hope your best friend gets blown
beforehand,
up and you
but-
get to deal with that.
No,
No,
you
I'm saying
don't.
like,
No,
but like,
you
But
don't.
that's
the
the
context.
feeling that you
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
almost. It's
yeah.
like
Fuck you.
I
Like,
want
you-
you to fucking experience
You
this.
come live
yeah.
this then.
yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't really want them to, but you're like, fuck you, dude. Like,
And then a lot of people like they watch the video, they see like how sensationalized it is because Bryce is going through it and I'm going through
Yeah.
it too.
and it's a
And
great
here
video.
we are. I don't even know how many months later. I still have another surgery to do.
Yeah.
I'm not even done. My cheek.
How many
is still-
surgeries
Stop
have you had?
milking it. It was 11 years.
Yes. How many surgeries have you had so far?
I'm at like 4, and then we left my cheekbone to go because they really thought it would grow back naturally, and it's just not. So they're gonna have to go back in, re-break it, put a plate in, wire the jaw shut, do that whole thing.
And there was a
After
point in
that
time-
one I should be done.
Got it. There was a time where, when because I remember asking you, I said, will you get, because at this point in time in San Antonio, 3 weeks after the event, you were, only half your face would smile and I'm laughing.
Yeah.
Because
He had Bell's palsy.
God, the reason
honestly,
why I'm laughing is because
It's not bad.
I've thought of some really
So, like,
cool
have you-
t-shirt designs.
Do you see a big difference? Because like I've seen
I-
him so
Oh,
often,
absolutely,
I
yeah.
see
100%.
incremental growth. Okay.
No, absolutely.
Huge difference.
Like,
It was, the second I saw you, I was like, boom, it's come
huge
along.
difference.
Okay. So your
Absolutely.
nerves are 100% coming back.
Yeah,
They are.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Cool.
They're,
I can-
they're not 100%, but like they're.
But
they're
they're
coming back.
they're
But
tracking
in the
back.
terms of
Yeah,
like they are
yeah.
coming back 100%. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
For real,
For real,
no
on
cap.
God.
My God. Go off, King.
I hate it here.
I hate this reality. I want to circle back to kind of like the
What are you,
question
that
that
fucking one?
I'm Jerry Springer.
No, the fucking Speaker of the House lady.
Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi?
No,
Nancy
damn it.
Pelosi?
No, damn it, I fucked it up. It doesn't matter.
All right,
That's
circle
great.
back.
Circling back, how
Janine Powell?
I stopped watching C-SPAN. Like
She was like
That's 60 minutes.
she was like a fucking White House worker. She has like the fucking curly hair. She never answered a goddamn question. Then she went to like work for MSNBC or some shit.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh. I'm
This is
lost
too
in-
specific for me.
Yeah.
I
This is way too political.
She was the
That's
one
what I
like
did.
where all the journalists sit in the fucking White House and ask her questions, and then she never fucking answered one. She'd always said, "I'll circle back."
With the red hair?
Oh.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
okay, I was mentioning
Yes,
that two of
yes,
them.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
No,
both
the curly
useless.
hair one
She was-
is just a pathological
She
lie.
was a spokesperson.
Yeah.
She was the White House press secretary.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
she was
what I was
the
looking for.
that's
Yeah,
why.
yeah,
Okay, not
yeah.
speaking. Yeah, press
okay,
secretary.
Sorry,
I know who you're talking
Just
about.
circle back.
Shit. Yeah.
I'll circle back.
So we're gonna circle back.
Circling back.
So circling back.
Circling
yeah,
back.
Fuck, that was a rant.
How are the medical bills doing? Can we plug
So
plug your things, please?
so far, I think it actually worked out with the VA.
Okay.
It's very
I think.
conflicting.
It's
Okay.
very conflicting. I look at the online debt from Vanderbilt, and it's $300 and some odd $1,000. I haven't looked in a little bit. I just kind of gave up on it. Like, whatever.
Yeah, I understand.
But then I get all of these invoices from the VA, and it'll say, I mean, I have a stack.
stack.
I have a stack. It's like this thick. because they do it by
It's all itemized and stuff.
Yeah, itemized. Yeah, there you go.
$3,000 toothbrush and yeah.
Yeah, so it'll go through and it's like we did this, and this on this date, and the total, it could be like $68,000, and it's like paid to Vanderbilt is like $2,300. Veteran owned is $0. And I'm like, well, those numbers don't fucking mesh out. So I'm saving all these papers.
So one
where
of them
the
is
VA
mistaken, but which one?
Well, so I just heard something interesting about
insurance versus. So I got a lot of people telling me about that too.
Yeah.
So I don't
where the hospitals will just write it off as a loss.
So I don't know, but I do know that the VA approved the life flight.
Okay.
And that was like $62,000.
Got it. So
I got that one was just like flat out like
$60 per second in flight.
$60 per second. So $3,600 an hour.
Yeah, it was $61,940 something dollars.
How long was the flight?
I don't know how long it took them to get there, but I was in it for
$36,000
20 minutes, something like that.
That's so.
I got to know like the pilot. He was apparently a fan.
Oh, that's right. You told me.
Yeah, I got to meet him and all that stuff.
Taking pictures with you.
It's like 15 grand. It's like 15 grand to even get one.
Oh,
like before they even turn it
just
on.
like the base fee is 15G.
Yeah, that's not like a quote.
Right.
That's just like
I'm gonna put a picture of you and it's gonna say
quote
Adam. It's 15 grand just to turn it on.
Just to turn it on.
So I think it's gonna shake out
very cool.
because we had the Bryce set up the
next question.
First.
How do you plan on refunding your donors? I'm joking.
No, so Bryce had set up the fund the first because it was looking very grim.
Right.
And then as things went on, I am so glad that he did it. I am so thankful for everybody that did because it actually got outrageously expensive. Even if I don't get stuck with this like $350,000 whatever it was bill.
Well, yeah.
Because I am like just now getting back to being able to work because I work with machines.
Right.
I can't work with mills and lathes with gauze and shit all over me.
No.
I'd wind up fucking either dead or armless.
Or like
worse.
our timeline.
And so
it's like it's been like 2.5, 3 months, like whatever it's been, where I've been able to do like little side jobs. Like somebody comes with like an AR-15. It's like, okay, I can still work on that. Like I can do that. Glocks, stuff like that. I can't do the custom work yet. Really good things coming down the pipeline with that. But that was also, I'm the primary
machinist.
Breadwinner. What I
breadwinner for the family. Got it.
And I have my wife. We have to do things. And so, like, that fundraiser was, like, able to keep us sane. We were able to pay bills because the credit card companies don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because
also there's two schools.
The medical bills are
doesn't give a
just
shit.
Yeah, medical bills are just step one. They're still like you're in a hospital for 2 weeks.
Right.
You can't work for weeks. You've got emotional trauma to deal with. It's just like the things stack up. It just keeps going. It's beyond medical bills.
If it hadn't been for that, I would have just been royally fucked.
Well,
if the medical bills get covered, I didn't just go blow it on like the casino. It went through bills. It went to.
I've yet to see his Lamborghini.
I have yet to spend $1 here at a casino.
too.
I still drive a '99 Tacoma that doesn't have an e-brake.
Hell yeah!
They don't even have air conditioning.
Yeah, I don't have air conditioning in my house. Like, I didn't go blow all the money. It literally. Like,
I'm the one that blows it on cameras.
There it is.
Yeah, and I think there's something to say that's like, okay, so
I hope people that donated to that, I hope they didn't think it was like had to go to like Vanderbilt itself, or whatever. It was.
There's much more that goes into it behind the scenes. I totally understand that, and we would all be
well. And so
still,
like I get food at the hospital, so like in my 14 days there. Obviously, they charged me like a fucking arm and a leg for all of it. But my wife came down, Lana, she came and stayed with me. They don't cover that.
Right.
So we had to pay for her to not be at home. So she has her business that she runs.
Yeah.
She's not there doing that, making money. She's down here with us. So, I mean, we had if it wasn't for her family, like watching the dog, taking care of the cat, I mean, like all that stuff.
Can we put a place? Do you have something formally that, like, if we put a link down in the description, like, there's a place to donate to continue to support in the event, because nothing's 100% yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still going to be things in the way.
Still going.
Yep,
Cool.
Yep.
All
No,
right.
it's still good. It's Fund the First.
Okay.
You'll have to put like the thing
Yeah, we'll
up
put it
there.
in there. And
What I really like about the organization, though, it's a vet started it,
That's
and
cool.
it's only for, you have to have been law enforcement, first responder, or military.
Okay.
They take 0%.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I chose it.
That's
too.
fucking
Yeah,
incredible. Yeah, there's no
Fucking
cut in
kudos
that.
to you for doing some research and making sure that it's
Yeah,
like
like
legit.
every project is vetted by the owners.
Yep.
So it's not just like
Got it.
GoFundMe where it's like throw some crap up and hope you get donations.
Yeah.
Got it.
And everything that goes through it goes
Yep.
directly to me.
Yep, you set
He
him
actually
up
can't-
as the
he can't even
beneficiary.
do it.
I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
get any money out of it. It all goes straight to him.
Yeah, it's a really great one. It seems to be pretty streamlined too. It's like an easy way to go in and do it, and I like that. I mean, shout out to them. I mean, they don't take any of it.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good. So,
I think
can we talk for a quick second, because you guys had alluded to this when we first started talking about that. One of the really interesting things about this entire kind of block of time that this happened was it seemed to be, there's that saying or that book, I think it's called, that's the never-ending no good very bad day.
the title sounds
Like,
right.
right when it
Tracks.
now, RPG getting blown up. I don't know if you want to get into the details on this, but what was interesting was, like, you were like, but then, and then,
Yeah.
were there details in that story that were that can be discussed? Because I'm not remembering all the details of what you told me. It was
Yeah, dude, I'll just cut the audio. I don't know why I took my mic off, because I can just mute
I
the
can just
audio.
cut it?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's
Was
a
it-
different
That's
audio
dumb.
track.
Are you talking
Can
about
we
the
get room
actual
service to bring some more
accident?
White Claws?
it was the accident,
6-hour
and then
podcast, dude.
there was the getting the vehicle out of the thing, and then his, like, dad got in an accident towing the vehicle, but at the same
Yeah, and
time,
then my car blew up because
then,
I've been
like,
building
your-
up a
your
race car.
blew
And
up,
Dude, just one thing
and it
after the next.
did, like, all happened at the same time. It's like this,
within a week or so.
all within a week. It was
Or
like
two,
your
yeah.
car blew up. His dad went out to pick up
Totaled his car.
totaled his car, getting his truck.
Really nice truck, yeah.
But then his truck.
And then the medical bills are stacking up, and then just like all sorts of stuff just
Yeah.
kept happening. I don't have like a comprehensive list because it didn't end for a while.
Right.
But then it was so like I don't.
But it was like the one first piece of good news that you got was the
Yeah.
event that we went to in San Antonio.
So
where
it's
you were
like I'm
okay.
not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. So, so like I don't necessarily believe in like karma or luck or things like that. But it was like the whole RPG incident and the following 2 weeks was just this conglomeration of horrible luck for everyone involved. Emotional trauma, physical trauma, never ending, things getting worse, medical bills stacking up, cars blowing up,
Yes.
never
Yeah,
ending.
fuck.
And then all of a sudden, we barely scraped by this invitation down to Texas, and ever since then, everything has been amazing. Like we win Gundy awards.
Well, that's
we
'cause
get
you
to
met
meet
us.
right. We met you guys. We met Brandon Herrera and Eli.
Yeah.
We got to go on their
Thumbs
the
up.
podcast. Our subscribers went through the roof. We had our best AdSense month ever. Like it was like all of our bad luck was just condensed into
Starting
2
to turn
weeks,
around,
and then
yeah.
it was like now you can have a break.
Yeah.
And ever since then, things
It's
have
like,
been
hey,
really
are you
good.
gonna make it through these 2 weeks?
Yeah, it was like the trials and tribulations. Get through these 2 weeks, and you'll be good.
So, I will say, if anybody out there wants to see, I'm kind of making the executive decision. I'm not going to put any of this footage in the podcast, especially if people are listening. It's probably full audio by now. Nobody's sat in front of a computer and watched this entire fucking thing for 3 hours. Yeah. So if you want to see,
there's someone.
there'll be links to
Love
the
you.
videos of all of these things happening. Both
absolutely.
your take on it and your kind of what you went through emotionally
That's
and
right.
the actual
You asked a question
event.
earlier. What's the right order to watch this
Correct.
stuff? Which I still think start with the dangers of backblast video
Okay, we'll
because that introduces you to the accident. And then you can do one of two things. You could head over to Unsubscribed Podcast because we
Yeah.
talk about
You do a good breakdown
we talk
there,
about
too.
our history, how we came together, the idea talk a little bit about the accident, and then I don't want to say get teased for the footage, because like that just feels weird describing it that way, but like you get a sample of what's to come.
Yes.
And then if you decide based on their reactions, and I don't remember if it was blurred footage or what it was they showed on there.
They did blurred, and then they didn't show it.
The high speed.
Yeah.
I'm guessing theirs is still monetized.
Yeah. So if after hearing our bit of an explanation and seeing their reactions to it, you decide you could handle watching the unfiltered footage, then watch my RPG 7 blew up video, and that's the footage, the high speed, the normal, all of it. So if you think you can want to watch it, that's the right move.
Once you've watched me get my shit rocked.
Yeah.
Shameless plug. Sorry.
No, go for it.
Dr. Chris Rayner.
Yeah.
On YouTube does a phenomenal breakdown where he goes through all of the medical. He's a surgeon. He does all sorts of crazy stuff. He explains it. It's if you like medical stuff, the breakdown is crazy.
Yeah.
And is he
always
like at
loved
this
it.
point the orbital bone is shattered, and is he kind of like walking through
Yeah, he goes through and he does all that stuff. He'll tell like what he thinks is going to happen, and then we were on. He's doing a podcast deal now. We were on his. I have watched him for years. Never wanted to be the one that he's watching, but here I am, and going through and watching the breakdown. It was kind of cool because I knew I could trust him just having watched him for so many years. And then when he was going through all the things he was describing, I'm like, yep.
just kind of getting that scientific.
He just definitely knows his shit. And it was like, it was refreshing to talk to somebody you could actually get answers for instead of just the general hospital crap of like, it might get better.
Yeah. It might get better, maybe.
Also, you'll be happy to read
So,
that, but continue.
You at some point it broke down to me, and I found this incredibly interesting, especially those interested in not only just pure fate, but also physics of the fortunate placement of, we had talked about the decommissioned RPG, how RPGs are decommissioned, and when it was recommissioned, and the tube was recommissioned, the placement of that weld. Go into that real quick.
So I can speak to the recommissioning of it.
Okay.
I don't know where it was decommissioned.
Well, just the placement on the the actual RPG tube.
As far as I've seen, I don't think there's like a regulation as to where. I think they just have to take out so much like
X
area.
It's square inches.
I think it has to be somewhere in the area where the booster starts.
Yeah, I just
so
mean
that
like,
it makes no sense to fire one because that will kill you.
I just mean like left top, right, bottom. It doesn't matter.
It could be left top, right bottom of the tube itself.
Right. It's from what I've seen. Because I've seen some shoddy ones. Because I've been getting sent shit since it happened.
Yep.
And then
Sorry, I'll stop.
I will say though, it was reactivated by TX GMO. Texas,
I don't remember the name.
Texas gun. They do a bunch of them. It's like the place to go. They pressure test them. If it fails its pressure test, then they'll do the X-rays. Like they do the whole fucking night.
Yeah,
And
they're on top of that shit.
apparently,
it's the place to go.
apparently if the hole is in the bottom, which is where it was, apparently that gets the most scrutiny for testing. I don't know why.
Interesting.
I would think that maybe the inside one would be a little bit. I don't know, but something about being on the bottom. Apparently, they do a little bit more extensive testing for pressure and X-rays. And
breaking it down, just for anybody listening, when it's decommissioned, they cut out a hole in the tube, and it is meant to, if somebody gets a hold of the tube and they want to launch an RPG, they can't build up enough pressure to actually
they also
activate.
take the firing pin out.
You take the firing pin out, you put a solid rod in, and you have to weld it in, and you have to drill through the upper portion and put a rod through. So you can't even fit
it.
a rod
So you can't even get a rocket.
And even
in
if you cut that little rod that you have to weld in there and you get one seated all the way, you have to mill and drill out the entire firing pin
and put in the
correct
new firing pin.
That's why companies
it has to be done professionally and with intention.
Now yours was welded in the bottom, so we're gonna walk through 4 scenarios.
Yep.
Had that weld been on the right side, the side opposite
Yep.
your face because you had shouldered it on the right side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So had that weld been on the right side of the tube, what would have happened?
Kink in the neck.
Well,
for sure. Real bad kink in the neck.
I still have that.
Well, let's think about it this way. The only
worse.
Because what
think-
happened, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to make it clear that when the catastrophic failure happened, it blew that weld out of the tube
down into
and
the
I blew it
ground.
down into the ground. Okay. So
Which you
if
should
it-
have seen by now because you should be watching.
yeah. They clearly, they're not even watching anymore because
No,
now they're over to your channel.
It
but
blew out
would-
with such force that metal plate disappeared into the earth. We couldn't find
Oh
the
it.
metal plate
my God.
disappeared
wasn't
into the
even
earth
recovered.
It didn't
Okay.
exist.
Yeah.
because that was the weak point in the tube because that's where it had been
That
rewelded.
that little
Maybe it never
rectangle.
existed.
Yeah.
So had that been on the
Remember, guns aren't real.
guns aren't real. Yeah, it's all in our mind. Had that been on the right side of the tube, walk me through the scenario.
I would have got more force into my face. So I already had so with it going up, I mean, it caught my cheek and I already had my cheekbones broken in 2 places, dislocated jaw, temporal skull fracture, and a brain bleed. And that's with it going up and away.
Because
Okay, let's start there.
It's,
So
it's
walk me through what
yeah,
happened
it's weird.
to the
It's
tube.
weird to think of it this way, but the RPG launcher itself became the projectile.
Right.
Okay.
Because it blasted downward, it launched upward, and you look over it to look down the sights,
Right.
which
Can we
means
do room service to get
that's
more
what
booze?
cracked
Ah,
the side of
there
his
it is.
face was the metal tube
pay for it. I
punching
don't
up
give a
into
shit.
his face.
get
Got it.
That's
it.
what cracked, his bones. That's what gave him the laceration. That's what gave him the TBI. All of that was the actual blunt force trauma of the launcher tube kicking up into his head and launching into the air. So if it had been the other way, it would have seeded probably pretty deep into his neck, and it could have broken your neck. Honestly,
I am currently going through. You may have seen. I mean, your viewers won't, but I don't have full movement of my neck right now. I've been dealing with whiplash ever since, and in my new physical therapy for it, we're reactivating muscles that apparently just have not been used in the last like 2 months. And
They atrophied?
Even just like the simple movements. I mean, like for days after, I like can't use them.
Is it due to atrophy?
He just told me that's what it was. Because I called him and I was like, hey, dude, I was like, I'm supposed to be leaving for Vegas and I did this session with you and now like I can't fucking move my neck. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, what do you mean? Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I did that for fun.
He's like,
Enjoy.
no, he's like, that's a really good sign. He's like, that means that we're reactivating the muscles that are,
It's
not
probably
being
a
used.
combination of like
And
the
this is
atrophy and the shock.
this is like 3 or 4 days later, and like this is fantastic movement. Like this is
Yeah.
great
Got it.
for me.
Got it.
Since then, so yeah.
Had that weld been in the top of the tube?
Top, that would have been interesting.
you could have
because-
broken your shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, I already have a titanium plate in my collarbone.
So he's
Okay.
built different.
I'm built different.
Yeah, so it would have taken a lot more force into the shoulder, maybe blown a rotator cuff.
Okay.
And then we would now have propulsion going up, so it could have
Scorched upwards.
it could
Ruined that
have
Because
beautiful hair.
all of
What
that.
happened was it scorched down, right?
Scorched down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
scorched down,
this
and
little
that's why
pocket
your
between
hand.
the grip and his shoulder was
where
like
it caught it.
exactly where it went.
Would you
so
like
it just
to
filled
see where it
with
was?
explosion.
Yes.
You'd be the first
You want to see
ones.
his? Yeah. Why haven't we done that yet?
We're going to
Reveal
in a
your
second.
body, sir.
In a second.
In a second.
Oh,
You know
I just
what?
wanna
I'm not
see-
doing it until I get some room to
in any position, do you think there would have
Can
been?
we do it? Can we
Can we
get
call
more?
room service? Can we call room service?
I'll pay for it. Can we get some
What
more
are we
beers?
room servicing?
Beers?
More beers. Can we
Yeah,
get
yeah,
more
you can
beers?
room service beers. Where you have alcohol
I'll pay
in here.
for it. Fucking, let's get some beers in here.
Yeah, but I think you can just get alcohol out of here.
oh.
There's a refrigerator in there.
Wait, there's been beer here this whole time?
Yeah, but it's like $80 a bottle. I don't care.
Is it?
It's worth it. AdSense.
I'll pay for it. I don't give a shit.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's-
yeah, you
there's
got beers.
stuff in it.
Yeah.
Go
do
for
you
it.
want?
Just smash the tripod
Do you
away.
want a Bud Light seltzer, a Heineken, a
A Heineken?
Dos Equis,
Did
Any
you
of
guys already?
Dosiquis?
High Noon?
You guys already?
Whatever you can get to.
Just
I'll
grab
go
some
get
stuff and we'll down it.
You guys already fucking pound.
Yeah.
You pounded
I
a
could've-
12-pack of fucking White Claw.
I could have told him that wasn't going to be enough.
I should have thought ahead. We've been going for like 17 hours.
Jesus, it's a
I
hell of
mean,
a-
in your defense, I could do that at home
shit.
by myself.
it's fucking rad.
Fair.
Oh wow, yeah, this is the longest one yet. Congratulations, we've officially
guest,
broken the
longest
record.
podcast.
First guest and longest podcast.
We'll see what
It's incredible.
the anal tickles
Do you guys have a Patreon?
No.
No,
You
No.
no.
Go buy our
we'll-
stuff
yeah.
from our website.
We'll talk.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll talk about that at the dinner that you're taking us.
We'll
to.
give you
Yes,
Patreon
I
advice
did.
if you give
when
us
we
business
wine
development
and
advice.
dine them.
I agree. If that weld had been in any other place, would it have been
Well, that
pretty much death?
that's not really the detail we talk about, like the placement of it. It's more about the way that it failed and the fact that it was welded. Because the weld, by nature of how most welds go, became the failure point, which meant it had a place to go. If it
Right.
didn't have a place to go, it creates its own failure point, and that's going to be way later on when there's way more pressure. Then it becomes an actual pipe bomb,
and that's a
which means
Got it.
360 fragmentation,
Which is
probably
a-
losing chunks of your meat.
But it's also a whole nother internet debate of had it not been decommissioned and reactivated,
A full
the
tube.
structure could have withstood the pressure.
That's the
Right,
So
it's the back
there's-
and forth.
It's a whole
Yeah.
nother internet debate on whether or not that would have happened.
That's
I
interesting.
don't get too far into it because to me, I'm still here.
yeah.
Right. Doesn't matter.
I did
You're here.
get some Frankensteinage.
Which let's check the Frankensteinage out now.
You
wanna
ready
do
for
it?
that?
I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see the first reveal on the internet of what it could be. This is in the front. And then you cut it and make them watch it until the end of the video.
Don't give them the timestamp. Make them find it.
This will be the.
I know somebody was like, "Hey, can you put chapters in your podcast?" And I was
Absolutely
like,
not.
Absolutely
You're gonna
fucking
see your
Have to
retention
talk it,
graph
yeah.
just go.
not. Clicks.
the first public reveal, huh?
Yeah,
You want it?
absolutely.
I'll mic you
Let's
up
do
while
it.
you're doing it. All the rustling sounds.
Walk us through the process. ASMR.
Is that camera functioning properly?
I think
Yes.
so.
Recording everything? All right, let's do it.
These are the important questions. Was that a double ballistic high-speed
All right,
branding?
There you go.
Nice.
Double ballistic high speed
Black and
branding.
copper.
That's all you get.
Damn it, God. If you want the rest, go to Patreon.
So that's my left.
Jesus, even your left is fucked.
Yep. So this one was a skin graft.
Whoa.
Most of this was just really bad brands. That might be shrapnel. I don't think it is just because of placement. It would be really hard to get it over there, but it looks like this one was shrapnel. That one already came out.
Yeah.
And they just kind of look like.
Yeah, there's still
Similar.
there's still
there some-
shrapnel working its way out.
Oh, really?
So I'm banned from MRI machines for life. I can never get an MRI again.
Why?
Because it'll rip it out.
I have too much shrapnel.
Oh, it'll start
It
coming.
would just rip it out. Yeah.
You're like, can we set it on low and just let it
Magnetic.
peel
Yeah.
out?
Which kind of sucks because they just had to redo the scans on my face, and you can't get CT scans as an emergency because a CT scan isn't an emergency. You can only get MRIs as an emergency. So I had to wait like an extra week to get a CT scan of my face, and then the VA read it wrong. So now I have to wait a week to get one done while this whole thing is
Which
interior.
reminds me of a video we'd love to do where we put like birdshot pellets in a dummy, put it in an MRI machine, and just
And
have it
watch
rip
it
out
rip
high
out.
speed.
Shit,
First
that would be
Claymore,
fun.
baby.
Hell
I
yeah.
Or
think
just
the
like
biggest-
surgically implant some steel plates and just have it.
Do you think the biggest hurdle would be getting the MRI machine?
We'll just build one.
100%.
We'll just
You
build
I-
one.
You
Multi-million-dollar machines?
knock on the door of a hospital. Can I put this in your MRI
I'll swallow
machine?
it.
You can-
It's
hey.
the MRI.
You can do anything if you have a gun. Just do it quickly. All right,
Okay.
show us that.
So the grand finale.
The
Show
grand
us the
finale,
skin,
the
sir.
other side.
You guys are lucky. I love you.
I've seen this when it was much worse.
Is it that bad?
It's just weird.
I cover up in public.
No fucking
Yeah.
way. Whoa.
Deluxe.
Whoa.
Yeah. If we're gonna
He
do it, we
he
need-
basically
Holy
got an
goodness.
inadvertent tattoo from unburnt black powder.
Yeah. So. all
Oh,
of
that's
these-
essentially a tattoo.
So they told me that superheated carbon reacts with one of the subdermal layers or whatever of the skin. It reacts like tattoo ink.
Yep.
So most of this peppering is going to be permanent.
So he has an
Fire.
instantaneous
I mean,
cross section
kinda, right?
of the explosion imprinted on him of where the black powder was going.
No
So
fucking way.
then This was all skin graft, and then so kind of crazy. Can you hold yours out? So I had my bracelet on. Right there.
Oh,
shit.
Yeah,
It
I didn't
protected
get it back,
that section.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
No
it blew off.
fucking
And
way.
flew
Yep.
away.
So I got a break there, and then it's skin graft to like there. You can kind of see where
See
it
that
ends.
cross hatching pattern?
That's where they put the fish skin.
And then a bunch of second degrees, and then that was a really bad one. So this was the like I call it ground zero. That's where everything went.
right here.
Yeah.
So they had to excise like a bunch of tissue and fat.
There was a hole
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
eye.
Didn't you tell me like the doctor walked in and you were remember there was you had told me a story about you in the hospital and you looked down and you were like, what the fuck?
Oh, I mean, there was a lot of those, but yeah. No, so yeah, so I didn't know that they were doing it because they didn't know that they were. Oh yeah, sorry, I can just
There you go.
that guy. So they didn't know that they were going to do it. Just as they were. So this actually looks really good. So think of like quite literally the skin of a nicely burned brisket. The same texture and everything.
Delicious.
It was hard.
Your arm's looking pretty tasty. Right?
I'm really
So I'm
hungry.
talking about like the texture, everything. Like
Yeah.
they had to debridle all of it.
Yeah.
I couldn't have painkillers because I had the brain bleed. So for like the first 24, a bunch of hours.
Way too many.
that I
Many
was going through
minutes.
these-
I
You didn't have painkillers.
I didn't have painkillers.
Because it thins out your blood?
Yeah.
I don't know why. They just told me I couldn't have them.
Most painkillers can be a vasodilator.
Okay.
Which would
So
not be good for brain
he
bleed.
was there for
Oh,
the
definitely
first
not.
one. So this is all black. This is all black. Kind of up in here. I had a bunch of like second degree burns all up through here, but didn't lose hair somehow.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That was
It was crazy.
That did not
It was
compute
crazy
for me.
Like my ear, like as thin as that is,
Yeah.
I didn't have any burns on my ear. It makes no.
Well, Safariland protected it.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so. I didn't
Shout
have
out to Safariland.
Yeah.
yeah, off camera. But yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, off
but
camera.
imagine a huge firework accident explosion.
Yeah.
You're losing your hair. I mean, he was
Yeah.
engulfed in a firework
Firewall.
explosion.
Right, and you
It
could see that
covered
in the
him.
video.
Oh,
Yeah, it was.
And then there's also some there.
Oh, wow.
And then I hope I don't look fat on camera.
No,
but
dude,
there's,
you're good.
There's some
okay.
around here
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
You had your plate carrier,
This looks.
Yep.
which completely disassembled. The other
Yeah.
plates came out of
The,
your plate
the
carrier.
plate deflected shrapnel too. I don't know.
Which I just found out that LBT is at SHOT Show, and I'm definitely going to their booth and be like, hey, by the way,
Thanks.
your shit sucks. So this, I think, was like kind of ground zero of where things were going.
Yeah.
And so I woke up and there was just a massive pack of gauze in my arm.
Oh, like a bad spider bite.
And I was like, ooh, what is this?
What is this?
And why does it go so deep?
So
Yeah, pardon?
lucky for me, right before the bicep muscle and all of that, it stopped. They said like within like millimeters or centimeters,
Oh,
like whatever
thank
doctors
goodness.
use. But basically, they explained it to me. If you take a hockey puck and you just cut it in half, you could have set that in the thing. So then they can't sew it up.
Right.
It has to stay open while all of this other
It just
shit
has
is
to
going
generate
on.
new mass, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so they have to come in and they have to unpack and repack it 2 times a day.
Oh, God.
And one of them
Without painkillers.
No, I had painkillers
At
at
this
this
point,
point.
okay.
At this point.
After the brain bleed healed, that was all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the one nurse, she comes in and she's like poking at it because you get new nurses all the fucking time.
Dude, I just imagine a nurse like, yeah.
No, she's like poking
It
at
gets
it.
worse.
And she's like looking at it and she was like, okay, so like all we got to do is pull it out and repack it. And I was like,
I mean,
Yeah.
Are
put
you
it like
asking
that,
me
yeah.
or
Yeah.
yeah?
So
yeah.
then she turns around and she had a tool in her hand that had hooked the gauze. And it just starts ripping it out of the wood, dude.
Oh God!
Yeah.
You're just watching it unravel, and she walks away.
Yes, it was like accordion
just-
style.
Fuck. Oh, it's just.
You're like, you're hitting that
Yeah.
morphine.
So then she turns out like she played it off all cool because calmness breeds calmness kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you don't want her to
Even
turn
though
her-
inside she's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's panicking so hard.
So yeah, that's.
And this to me looks
That's me now.
surprisingly good because I was helping him dress and redress
Right,
his wounds in Texas. This looks like very good.
Do you have the images or pictures that
Dude.
we would be willing to put up against this as people
They
look
have
at
been
it?
fighting me so hard. I don't know how to get them. So like the nurses would come in and they just have access on their phone to like the network or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, like I want those pictures.
Yeah.
Because I love like this kind of shit. I mean,
Yeah, you want to.
usually when it's on somebody else. But
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
And it was so easy for them to just go pull it up. And then I have been requesting. I got charged $17 one time to have a CD mailed to me that was supposed to have my imaging on it, and it's like my X-rays. I'm like, no, the cell phone pictures that you guys were taking, just airdrop it to Bryce and he'll send them to
doing
me.
it.
Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Just give me the fucking photos.
So I'm working on those.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure if I was going to do this publicly, so I'll have to kind of see if I do get them, how much of that will go public. It's pretty gross. It's gross.
That's gnarly,
Both of these were pretty black.
But I mean, for all things considered, you look phenomenal.
Honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really
Really do.
fucking-
Yeah.
So Vanderbilt does a fucking bang up job. I mean, there was a couple little things in there, but when you're in there for 14 days in such a traumatic state, like there's gonna be
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
there's gonna be
hiccups.
mistakes are being made. Yeah.
like you've definitely gone through like TCCC or the variant while you
Sure.
were in, and you definitely sound like you're medically minded. When shit's popping off, I mean,
Yeah.
it happens.
It does.
It happens.
Yeah.
The story of that dude trying to put pills in my mouth though was just fucking.
Wait, what?
So you didn't watch the whole unsubscribe episode.
Yeah.
I told you I didn't.
Did you?
I didn't watch the whole thing.
No?
No, the whole unsub.
Okay.
We've both watched it twice, and we were in it.
No.
I'm sorry, Eli.
Sorry.
There's,
I'm sorry.
I'm
This-
sorry.
This nurse comes in, and I don't know this because I'm asleep. What I wake up to is so when you're in intensive care for that long, you get used to just shooting pills down.
Yeah.
I mean, like 8, 9, 10, 12 at a time.
Yep.
You're just taking one gulp. Because a lot of times you can't have liquid because you have to go get new tests done. So you're on you can't have water and all sorts of shit. So I wake up to this guy like with the cup trying to like give me the medication.
Oh my God.
And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
And then like
Fucking
kind
Bill
of
Cosby show.
yeah.
Take me to a date first, man. Come on.
So I like, kind of got my shit together, and he was like, "Oh, meds," and I was like, "Oh yeah, cool." So then I just took my meds and I went back to sleep. And,
I don't like how the way you say, oh, meds is kind of like how you would explain like a foreigner who doesn't speak English, like speaking
Like
English.
that's what's happening.
I'm
That's
going
good, that's
to
good.
not comment on that.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'm just going to continue with my story. So the next day, my mom had come down and she was like, "Hey, how's everything going?" She was there. She'd already seen like all of my staff, and then she was staying in a hotel. My wife, so we got put up like in a really cool room, and so she got to stay with me the whole time. So she had her own bed, and so my mom comes back the next day, and she was like, "Hey, like how'd everything go?" And I was like, "Pretty good." I was like, honestly, I was like, Payne's doing good, but I was like, that was a fucking guy last night. Like I woke up and he was like trying to like give me the medication while I was asleep, and she was like, "What?"
What?
Like, mom mode.
Yeah,
immediate.
And I was like, yeah, it was super weird. I woke up and he like had him like in the cup, like to my, because you sleep like this, like
His fucking
in there.
and his pants were down.
Like, I don't know how he's gonna swallow, but I'll figure it out.
And
Right? Like,
Why
she
are
was
your
asleep.
pants
They're
down?
just gonna like float around in your mouth until you wake up.
Or like a dog eating. It's like, come on, swallow the fucking pill.
So she was like, yeah, that's not acceptable. And so she like storms out.
Oh,
of the
hell
room.
yeah, she does. Mama
I
bear,
was
dude.
never gonna say
Yeah.
anything, but mom's gonna go say something. So I was like,
No,
All right, yeah, you go ahead, Mom.
Let me guess, only to get the
I was gonna get
response
raped.
of this is only to get
I was
the
gonna get
response of
raped.
this is standard fucking protocol in the hospital.
I think
and-
she demanded he leave his case.
She got him kicked off my case.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Never allowed in the fucking
Savage.
room again. Oh yeah, she went
Damn.
after him. But like
Yeah.
when she walked out, I was just
Damn.
like, yeah, I done got raped. But Mom,
I
Mom's not gonna let that happen.
Mom, he raped me.
Mom's not gonna let that happen. Yeah, and so I guess she went out there and I don't know what she said, but basically did not see that dude again. So
Your
but
doctor
then-
is a raper.
dreamt it.
He's a raper.
She got a random innocent person kicked
So
off the case.
the
that he
funny part
dreamt.
was his replacement.
Was a double raper.
No, looked extremely similar. I thought it was him. And I was just kind of like weirded out. And then he explains to me that he's not him.
I am not he.
out of the
I am
blue.
not he.
I am not he.
No,
Yeah, did he walk up and go, I just want to
I'm
let
not
you know.
him, I promise.
I'm not the rapist. That was a different guy.
That was
We
a-
didn't fire him. The union protected him. But
I know we look alike, no relation.
no, it was like he was doing something, and I was like, "Yeah, because you were here, last night or whatever." And he was like, "Oh no," he's like, "Happens." Like, I was
Yeah,
like,
sure.
I'm
he's
on
doing something
narcotics,
else.
so I don't know if I can trust
Yeah.
you.
He's off raping somebody else right now. You're good.
He's busy.
So-
Yes, man, he's-
So the joke on Unsub was if I got raped, it was just 2 traumas for the price of one. I'll be in a different ward,
kind of boil.
same hospital.
It's still
Same
trauma.
Yeah, still just bundle it in. That's fucking hilarious.
It's on the bill.
2 traumas for the price of 1.
And then there's been
Serve your sentences concurrently.
with how much stuff went into it. I mean, I could go on for days about just different hospital stuff, and like for the first week that I was in there, I think I wore like a circle in that place.
Walking around.
I'm a pretty high energy guy. Like I got to get up, I got to do something.
Moving around
This
the entire
is
time.
I don't usually sit down like even this long.
Yeah.
Like if we could do this interview standing up,
He
I would do
pretended
it.
to go pee.
Like,
He
I
just
would
wanted
do
to
it
go.
Yeah, I
standing up.
just
And
He just was
so
walking circles
I get
through
this
that.
new nurse, and she comes in, and she's just kind of talking to me. She's like, do you go down to the cafeteria? She's like, what's your favorite snack? Like, just making like small chit chat. And I was like, I can leave? She was like, yeah. I was like, what?
you thought you
Wait,
still
hold
thought
on, hold on.
you-
Repeat. How
Yeah.
long did you think you were
This
stuck
is-
in
It's
here?
like 7 days.
Oh
I'm
my
telling you
God.
right. I'm telling you right now what this is. I'm diagnosing it. This is just military mentality.
Yes.
Where
if
an
you're in this
authoritarian
room,
must-
you
yeah.
can.
I'm in a room. You are the authoritarian.
Yep.
You've put me in this room. I
100%.
must stay in
Yeah,
said
in said room.
Yeah.
I
This
did
is-
not. So then, after I found that out, I actually started getting in trouble because they couldn't
How
do enough
often?
tests. Yeah, I was
were
gone.
gone
I
all
was
the
walking-
time.
Dude, I memorized like the vending machines that would actually have the sour gummy worms and Skittles in stock, like on.
The day
on
at
the
what
I had
time?
nothing to fucking do except walk around this.
I've counted every tile in this hospital.
I was taking the fucking employee elevators and shit. And they weren't even questioning it. They go straight to the top,
They're like,
straight
"Yep,
to the
that's
bottom,
Adam."
dude. It's just
And
fucked up.
meanwhile, I'm at home just trying to figure out how to watch this footage to edit it.
Yeah. It was like, I can't do it.
I was trying to figure out how to get the fuck out of there.
And then as I was walking out of the room, there was a Wi-Fi password on the wall the whole time. Like, imagine that. I could have just been on the internet.
So then that was the other
Yeah.
thing. There was none of that going on. Once it went public, my phone's been useless ever since. I mean, not as useless as like Brandon Herrera's.
yeah.
But dude,
I just talked with him
dude,
about
he
that
showed
last
me
night.
his notifications. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
1,400 missed text or like unread text messages, like 600 missed phone calls.
Whoa.
And that's before social media.
But at this
notifications
point, it's like, get a new phone, give it to all your close contacts.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Well,
It's like when
dude,
this
you've
one
got-
rings.
He
look
says he
at
has
it.
a
yeah,
campaign phone,
Oh, but
Yeah.
and it was still that bad.
how
Yeah,
did the
he still
personal
hates it.
phone number get out? Is it like leaked?
Idiots
My
like
bad.
us.
Just, yeah. It's like-
Can you cut it? Because
But Herrera's been instrumental in sort of our rebound from the accident because
cool.
we met him pretty much immediately when we got down into Texas, and as far as like helping us with like thumbnail designs, how to sort of go about the videos, how to make sure stuff stays monetized as long as possible, advice for us in general, getting us on the podcast. Herrera's a really good dude. So
He's a solid dude.
Yeah,
Eli is also
is the
solid
only reason that we like actually have a reliable merchandise line.
yeah,
that's awesome.
dude. Yeah, you were telling
just
me about
casually
that the other
got
day.
us
Did I-
in tight with
that's
bunker
how you-
branding.
I don't think you told
got
me.
Did I
in the
tell you
bunker.
about this? Eli is a fantastic person.
He's
I
lovely.
like telling people how awesome Eli is because he is all about like you should really be a genuine human and be
Yes.
good.
Right.
And so I will tell you that he's not just talking shit. He himself is a genuine,
Good
awesome
human.
You know what?
being.
When I first kind of got caught wind of that was it was just in one of his unsub podcasts where he began to say something negative about somebody, and a couple other people were like, "Wait, are you about to talk some shit?" And he's like, "No, that's why I paused. You can, but I'm done." And I was like, "Whoa."
Oh,
Like he went to say something and he just decided, I'm not going to say this negative thing about
gonna
this
feed
person.
into it.
I'm not going to feed
Yeah.
into it. You guys can talk shit. I'm not going to.
So when we went
because
to
I'm just
the-
choosing not to, and it was very clear. I mean, just kind of drew a line that said, I don't do that. That's my value. You can if you want. But it was jovial. You know, it wasn't in super serious. Like if you guys want to talk, it was jovial. But at the same time, you could tell there was some like internal value there, which was cool.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
So we went to the creator range day, and we didn't know that it was such a far walk back there. And I was 2 weeks off or 3 weeks off a skin graft on my. I'm not going to show you that one. but
Actively limping
My
still.
my skin graft is this long.
Dude,
And like
listen,
that wide.
the people need to see it.
We need to see it. Yeah.
So-
I'm just going to clip that in out of context, and you're going to go, it's that long and that wide.
And then, so I just walked back there because I didn't know how far it was, and then like it just kept going and going and going. I was like, oh shit!
So
and
you
idiot
guys
me.
were parked up by like the front.
Put it in perspective.
Yeah,
we had
by
so
the
much
El Dorado
time
entrance or
walking.
whatever.
We started talking about the Holocaust. Like we had a lot of time.
So you know the entrance, they parked up there.
where you go through
Yeah,
the archway
that
all
is
the
down
way,
all the gravel
right there.
Yeah.
sign the little
Yeah.
waiver, and then
Yeah.
walk back there.
Yeah, that was a hell of a
And
drive.
This part's just on me, but kind of getting caught up and hanging out with like Eli and Brandon and everything. I forgot to take my pain meds. I was still on pain meds, which is why I didn't shoot anything that day because I was
Right.
on pain meds.
Right.
So I walked back there, do all the stuff that we were there for, a little bit. And then as we're getting ready to leave, went over to say, bye to Eli because we were going to the after party, like where's it going to be, all that stuff. And he was like, how are you getting out of here? And I was like, our car is up at the front. And he was like, you're not fucking walking out of here. And I was like, I walked in here and I'll fucking walk out of here. He was like, no. He's like, I'm going to get you a ride. And then in true Eli fashion, was just bouncing around from like year to year to year.
He's,
And then
he's a little squirrel.
Well, but then,
I know. We
but
went
then
and
he
talked to him last
disappears.
night, and
But
it was
yeah.
just boom, and he was going down an escalator I didn't even know you could go down. I was like, what is even what is
did that
even
escalator
down there?
come from?
What is he even doing in there? Mom!
So then he
Meatloaf.
just disappears.
Yeah.
We thought he forgot about us.
Yeah, and then I was like, no. He fucking ran.
He sprinted to the entrance to
yes.
get his own
Got
car.
Tim Kennedy's helicopter and picked me up.
No, he went and got his own car,
Came
back, picked us up, and then on the drive
Oh,
back,
shit.
Got us hooked up with bunker branding.
yeah, we were sitting there, we're like,
Oh,
you
that's
guys
fucking
have
sick.
kind of been joking with us like over the last, day or whatever, that we should do merch and stuff, especially with the whole accident happening. I was like, but how do we do that? And he was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's
Easy.
easy. He's
Yeah.
like, Clint is the guy running the front gate. He's like, I'm gonna introduce you to Clint.
Yeah.
He runs bunker or runs it or
Yeah.
whatever. Bunker branding. He'll make your
Yeah.
merch. He's like, too easy. So he pulls up. We all get out of the car, and dude, obviously his bubbly self. He was like, Clint, you make merch.
God, I can see him.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, you make merch.
You
What's
make
the high
merch?
speed?
They need merch made, so you make merch. They need merch. You guys do
And
merch.
he was like,
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
many subscribers? And we were like, 400,000. He's like, okay, yeah, but go ahead. So
No. So Clint asked how many subscribers we had.
Yeah.
And we were like, and Eli was like, already called character. They're good.
he
Right,
said
'cause it
that?
didn't mean-
Yeah.
What? He called
What's the threshold?
He saw this coming way before we even.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So
He planned it out, dude.
what's the?
and then didn't even like tell us.
Eli is so wicked smart, dude.
Yeah.
He
He
is
just
10
waited.
steps ahead.
He just waited. He was like, nope. He's like, already called character. They're good.
I didn't even know that
Or he
part.
lied to his fucking team.
I thought he was.
Yeah, I already called. Yeah,
Maybe
we're
I'm
good.
lying
Everything's
right
fine
now.
now.
What is real?
What's the threshold?
So you're supposed to have like
500K?
500,000.
Oh, half mil.
So I don't know where
Yeah,
that is
Heather.
because it could. I don't know if it's like 500 on YouTube or like could it also be
Congruent?
TikTok?
I
Could
think-
it be
I think
across
it-
all
I
of your
think it's
socials?
just
Well,
YouTube.
TikTok would never count. You could fucking fart and
That's
get
not even
like
real.
2 million
What is
subscribers.
TikTok?
But
Yeah.
they still sell merch.
What on TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, how effective is TikTok marketing? Like, legitimately though,
It's very.
it seems. Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Carly's sister is a TikTok marketer.
It's crazy.
Oh no shit! I always thought it was kind of a joke because I was like, you could literally get on, pick your fucking nose, get like 10,000 subs. I know this because we were on TikTok. and
Picking
we-
your nose.
dude. It scaled. We weren't doing shit on TikTok. I mean, we couldn't even post like gun stuff on TikTok. I'd have to post the non-gun videos, and we just, dude, it skyrocketed from like 0 to 70,000 fucking followers in a matter of a couple of months.
And you're like, but
It
what
was
is that
super
worth?
fast. And
Like,
it was
this doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, it just didn't.
Like, what's the turnover? Like, what am I gonna get out of this?
I'll give you this in context, right? So when TikTok nuked the account, I saw like I could see revenue. I could see revenue fucking growing, like between all the platforms, getting more followers, doing the thing. TikTok gets fucking nuked, growing. Revenue stays the same. Revenue stays the same. Like got suspended on YouTube for a week. Significant dip in fucking general revenue. Right, and exposure. Like I could see
Interesting.
the
Your
thing
anal tickles showed the story.
I could see
My
the thing
anal
fucking.
tickles.
I could see
That's
the
what we
thing
call
fucking
them.
happening. Like TikTok losing 70,000 subs, never being able to post. Like didn't do shit to anything. And so from that standpoint, that's why
Yeah,
I
TikTok's
just
so
could,
fleeting
I took
and
it,
just weird.
So I want us to get a TikTok just so that we can have the name again. There's like 20 fake ballistic high speeds.
So
I have
Oh
at
no
least 6 of
shit!
them.
So I went. So we had a login at one point, and I ignored it for a long time because I just personally disliked TikTok. So recently,
understand.
I went back in. I went in to do the login, and it said your account is suspended or something along those lines, or like maybe not suspended, but like temporarily
Disabled.
something
Yeah.
where it was like wouldn't even let us log in. So I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
I'm done with this. I'm not worried about it anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that was our official login email as well for it. It's like, well, now I can't even
Gotcha.
use our own official email for it. So it's like, I guess no one gets to be ballistic.
So then
high
I was getting
Damn.
sent. So I don't use TikTok anymore. For not
Very
Yeah,
reasons.
obviously, I have to.
No, honestly,
How
I
much
don't.
time do we
I-
have?
I don't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
give a shit about using the app. I sold my soul to the federal government when I got my TSSCI and signed on to all that shit. They've been tracking me since
Ever
then.
since, yeah.
I know they are.
Yeah.
And I know that they are because I had gone through 4 federal investigations. One of them, I was in Texas getting ready to go to Africa. They flew an investigator out to Texas to meet me on the back end of an airstrip to finalize the investigation. And then I did a FOIA, a Freedom of Information Act request. And they have to tell you everything that they've researched on you. They sent me the whole packet.
What?
0 investigations. I said, I know you've done investigations
'Cause
because
I was there.
there.
I was there.
So I was like, all right, so what are these
This
FOIAs
is-
then?
It's because you're
Yes,
really
yeah.
good at resumes.
Fuck, it's because you're really.
Now we've circled full
Circle,
circle
we're
the whole
full
That's
circle,
the point, dude.
really
Yeah.
good resumes.
All right, I'm going to hit the crap sale later.
Actually, with that, before I have the biggest nightmare of an editing job,
Yeah.
any last questions?
Uh,
Any questions for us?
I have one.
We
quick
definitely want to come to your facility
Yes.
because your testing
I
grounds are
think we
impressive.
should do this, but like walking around the laboratory.
Yeah.
If you can show.
It would be
Yeah, we
very
can.
boring at hour probably like 1. We'd probably have to circle.
No, that's.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not.
that's
It's
fine.
not massive. It's just a kind of a labyrinth of all
I don't think
the
anybody caught my
suites that we've
stupid joke but
acquired
me.
and.
I think I did. It just wasn't funny.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I'm
just kidding.
Joke,
Get
guys.
the-
No.
Come on, damn
Come
it.
on.
Whether we do
get him
like
some burn
another
cream, I know you got
like
some.
podcast, I think a podcast walk around would be awesome.
I'm down.
Because then like
That's-
things would
yeah,
like
unique,
so like
yeah.
we kind of do the same things.
you guys are like at a much more allegiant level than we are. But like we do testing and look at NIJ testing and stuff.
Yeah.
To come do it at like and someone who actually knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
We could learn a bunch of shit, and I feel like it would just spur a bunch of like really great questions.
I'm also
That would-
surprised.
I guess if we want to like segue into the comment section again, do you guys want to?
Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all just like, no,
Yeah.
that's dumb.
That's the one person that's
Blow
still,
Adam up again.
the 3 people still on here.
I wish Adam shot an RPG.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I've never actually considered doing a walk and talk around the facility.
Yeah.
That'd be fucking
Sounds
rad.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Get some
because
high
you're
speed
right.
in
Because seeing the things, being interactive with the equipment would actually spur some comments, spur
And
conversation.
it's like a new
Yeah.
way of people to understand like what you guys do.
Yeah, that would be unique.
Because it's like, oh yeah, you test your armor, cool. Okay, but like, here's how.
get
And
in
if
depth,
we
yeah.
can make it like fun and
Well, anytime anybody's like running it kind of interview style where like you get a person that doesn't have all the information trying to get all the information, they are extracting very valuable data that I may not on my own present to the
Right,
listener,
yeah.
right? It's just the nature of being
and so that would be up
inquisitive.
to you to figure out, what's
So,
off balance.
so be like, so Jake,
Sure.
tell us about this part, and you're like, yeah, it's
That'd be the Danny C
like
way.
the Happy Gilmore.
Yeah,
scene.
Danny would have to for sure edit that. I'm very kind of fast, loose, and free with all of the information, but there's definitely certain things that that Danny wouldn't want to be a part of. So he's really kind of got to go through, and we can go through and talk about everything. I will give all the information so that you can have it, and then we will just edit the shit that we can't on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
And then
because I want like the full.
yeah, the
Monty.
full Monty.
Yeah, the full.
And then for the person who is still here,
the half
For the
of
person
person,
that
half
half
a
of-
human being.
the left thigh of some
Yeah.
person.
Hey, at least they
The
have
guy
one.
who's
They
having
took
a
my right
seizure in
thigh.
the corner.
Yeah.
They can't turn it off because they're seizing.
They've been trying.
And now it's to the end. They finally reached the space
What is it?
bar.
Fucking Michael J. Fox?
Turn it off. Turn it off. It's the guy fucking in the hospital bed that can't fucking hit the call button. He's got
Pills
fucking
out of my mouth.
pills in his mouth.
Okay.
I'm gonna be doing. I want to do range therapy with you guys.
Oh, that'd be fucking
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
So one of the things that I really like about that segment is it doesn't have to be just solely like, it's not like just solely shooting content. That's the supplementary part of it. Ripping on the haters is like
It's ripping on haters.
It's the best
So
part.
you sit there and you kind of like, we'll go out there and you'll talk about, like, you'll read some
we'll
comments
get comments
in your,
from you guys.
from
we'll
you
get comments
guys.
from us.
We get to rip on
just
our
back and forth.
commenters?
Yes.
On your channel.
Yeah.
On our
Yes.
channel.
I'm down for that.
And then
Yeah.
I'll give you the
We
footage.
got to
if you wanna
collect the
post
good
it too.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
How
It's a lot of
long
fun.
can this wait? Because I have to have a surgery on my cheek.
Yeah.
That's-
Whenever. dude.
Whenever.
recovery's like
Yeah.
10 weeks.
And then we'll do goofy
Yeah,
stuff
you've
on the
got-
range.
You have an 8-week
Yeah.
window.
I can shoot pistols.
Perfect.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever.
Absolutely.
You can do a flip
Whatever.
mag swap, you know?
Yeah.
I can do something like that.
I'm in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Because interestingly enough, no one actually knows if I'm a good shot or not.
That's true. The one shot
I
I've
don't
seen
even
you
know.
take-
Because you take one shot every
then-
4 hour,
Okay, that's-
30,000 frames per second episode.
No, but like seriously, like we'll
Is it because you just haven't gone out and shot on camera?
yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Because
Like
what
a-
we do is we don't give a shit if I'm a good shot. I'm not
Right,
fucking Grantham. No one gives a shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's I
I'm
gotcha.
not a good shot.
Yeah, I'm not with that.
Well, at least
I'm
leave
not
it
with
up
pistol.
to be decided.
Yeah.
I don't know. You just split a bullet across the edge of a pane of glass on the first try.
That is pretty fucking
No,
good.
that was
From a
actually, that was
distance.
actually a pretty fucking good one.
With a skinny rifle round.
They actually, if I put my calipers to it, I bet they were like pretty fucking close.
That's fucking rad.
But I can't. I don't,
You also stood
You'll have to
a
find
distance
out. You'll
away
find out.
from one of our
You'll find out.
stickers, and you said top of the sticker, right? Yep, right on the top of the sticker.
Hell yeah.
There's a few times where he's done pretty well.
Nothing wrong with that. Real quick, just to finalize it, I want to, and I saw this, I forget where I saw this, but somebody did this in a podcast. I thought it was neat. I'm going to steal it and use it for ours.
That's illegal.
That's identity theft.
It is.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
It is inspiration, but it's more of a, when we're in like a kind of a partner setting, you guys work together we work together, just off the top of your head, and you may not be able to think anything. We can cut the whole thing out if it doesn't work out. What is that? Because I honestly haven't thought about what it even is with you yet. But I'll put you on the spot first. You've got time to think since you've got the TBI.
No, I'm plugging my ears.
Yeah.
He doesn't even think, period.
What a wrong question.
Well, he's gonna have to know the question, so I'll reiterate it when it's done.
He just wants
What
it
is
raw.
what is the one
Boy,
thing?
I wish there was
What is
more
the one
White
thing
Claw.
that drives you fucking crazy that he does that you wish he would fucking stop doing?
Adam?
What's the one thing that you could
Oh,
change?
that was unsub.
What, it was an
That's-
unsub?
That's with Micah and Grantham.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so it was unsubs
I saw
podcast.
that full episode. Eli.
So what's the? Yeah, I guess I've seen some stuff from him too. Then what's the one thing you think you'd change? It's supposed to be fairly humorous. Yeah, this isn't getting deep. It's just like, I wish you would stop like picking your nose and flicking it in my face. Like just something.
No, that part's fine.
That kind of married working together thing that like the shit that you do drives me fucking crazy.
I wish he'd stop getting so angry at my SIG P220 because it doesn't aim well. He almost threw it in the field once. So I wish him and my P220 would get along better.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, Adam, use attention. All right, so I asked him the question. I'll just ask you since you haven't heard it yet.
But I'll listen
and then
this
you
time.
can answer, and then you can answer him back. What is the one thing, and this is supposed to be humorous, it's not super deep thoughts, just off the top of your head, there's one fucking thing that he does, you know, like married couples do, that, God damn it, I wish he would just stop fucking doing that. It drives me fucking crazy.
Oh, right now?
That you
Right.
change about me.
No,
Just
like
in general,
working
what would you
together.
change about him? Like, he does this thing, and it drives me fucking nuts. I wish he would stop fucking doing it.
When I lose the high speed.
We got to do
No,
it again.
that's fine.
That happens.
Honestly, downplaying yourself.
Oh, we're getting deep. in
It's
this. Okay.
deep, yeah.
I said,
back to the
You're
imposter
like so
syndrome.
negative about yourself a lot of times. It like fucking drives
Well,
me
it's-
nuts.
That
that-
was nice.
it's
He
that-
said he wished he'd just stop
it's
being
that
such a
imposter
bitch when you get
syndrome
blown up by an RPG.
It's why I didn't prepare a speech for the Gundies, because I was like, we're not winning. I'm not preparing a speech. And then I'm there like, thank you. No, I said what I would change about you is like, I wish you and the P220 got along better, because you almost threw it in the
I
field.
fucking hate that. Fuck that goddamn gun.
I can't blame you.
No, seriously, no, that
Yeah.
thing's ass. Yeah,
Now
we've
for
had
the-
two of them. Both ass. But ironically, we're using them to collect bullets together.
Well, when they're locked down, they're perfect. But for some reason,
no, honestly, I wish you would kind of give yourself more credit.
I'm trying.
No, and when we came out here,
I feel that.
you know, you were kind of like,
Ready to
Like-
lose the Gundies?
yeah, like we kind of like went back and forth with that, but like you were like pretty steady about like, yeah, like we're not gonna win, you know, like
I don't know.
all this stuff. Like we're
I've
not
just
supposed
never
to be
won
here. And it's
anything
like,
in my
no, we
life
are
ever
supposed to
once
be here.
ever.
Now
So
you have.
yeah,
We
just speaking historically.
came out here within like a year of being monetized, essentially.
Yeah,
Like we did a year of
we've
like,
only had
unmonetized.
one full year of monetization.
One full year of monetization. We are in Las Vegas. We got recognized on the fucking Vegas Boulevard and got a picture taken with fans of ours.
That's right.
That's
That's
fucking
super
sick.
cool.
Won the video of the year when our competitors were fucking Grand Thumb, Administrative Results,
That is
Kentucky
pretty
Ballistics,
fucking badass.
Nope,
fucking
nope,
guys.
fuck off.
and then us.
That's really
On the
fucking
stage
cool.
at the Venetian Theater.
And then here we are fucking getting interviewed for the first time. You guys are like, we're the breakout for these guys. Like,
Yeah.
That's
we're out here doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
think
guess that was
between
really cool.
Texas and Vegas has now kind of tripped it in my brain finally that like we've kind of done stuff and we're doing it well.
So then 180 of that, don't let it go to your head.
You're just a man, Bryce.
You're
You're
just a man. Well, after that, then name one thing that you fucking love about Adam. Like genuinely.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, wrap it up. We can
Plug your
nice,
ears.
Not everything has to be fucking amazing, or it has to be hilarious.
No, I really
meaningful.
appreciate the fact that Adam is pretty much just as driven as I am to just get stuff done. So like
Yeah.
whether it's slaving away on putting together solenoids for guns because
Yeah.
we want to touch tips
Touch tips.
on bullets, or if it's just dealing with bad sponsors or having a really long break on our channel because like we're just disheartened, but like still getting through it at
Yeah.
the same time and
Yeah.
just keep driving through it. It's like I feel like we share that mentality,
That's rad.
and so that's pretty cool.
That's cool. Now for the moment you've been waiting for your entire career with Tacticon. Tell me the thing that drives you absolutely crazy.
He wears shoes.
not enough flop water.
Nah, come on, give us the real one.
Yeah, give us the real one.
Uh,
There's got to be a tick or a tism.
We had
that
to
we just
Oprah
fucking-
ourselves.
so, and this
I'm thinking to myself that I think I know what it is, but okay, but go ahead.
Ooh,
Is it?
Can I
'cause he's
try
a
to guess it?
squeaker?
Can I try to guess it? I'm a fucking.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm a squealer.
Wait,
Can
wait,
I?
no.
I'm gonna
no,
try to
text
guess it.
Text it into your phone.
Text it in my
Yeah,
phone is a
text it.
great.
So it's
That's
written
actually
down.
that is a great,
Yeah.
great fucking idea.
Text it to one of
That's
us.
fantastic. All right, okay, that's a good call. Text it to one of you guys. All right, I think you should be in my top text. You're not even my. I haven't texted you.
You
Oh wow, you're
whore.
way down. You're way down here. You're not even in here. I'm gonna go.
I
I'm
don't even
sitting.
know
I'm
who
sitting.
you are.
I'm sitting to Bryce.
Do you even know what my name is?
Yeah, I was just scrolling for your name. I mean, it's not horrible.
I can
So,
see it.
if
It's
you-
pretty
If
specific.
you got something really fucking nasty,
I'm so curious. Now. Fuck.
no, yeah,
You.
yeah, and it's just not the one particular event, but it's really every time that I do that general thing around any particular event, because it happens all the fucking time.
Okay, we're
But go
not
ahead.
playing fucking guess who here.
Does he have red hair?
And action.
Glasses.
So it mainly applies to edits. So
We're on track.
yeah. So it's when and it's mainly when I'm editing like the courses or more long form stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
You have tics.
Yeah.
You have verbal tics that you do a lot.
Okay.
When he calls you a bitch.
Yeah. He'll just be talking, but he's just, no, I'm a cunt.
It's called Tourette's.
Yeah. That's right. But you'll like,
Do I? Really?
Do you edit these out?
Have you noticed these?
I
Well,
edit
no,
them
because
out.
he
Because
edits
I
them
would
out.
not know that.
During a podcast.
I haven't noticed that at all.
But
Because he
it's
edits them
only
out.
you.
Well,
you
I
only
know-
see
yeah,
it.
no,
you
I haven't
only see
either.
it in the edit of the podcast. Interesting.
Has he been doing it during this? You must be.
not as much, but I'm much more acute to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have.
I listen to you hours on end.
No, I
on
have
repeat.
something similar for Jason, Fire Department Coffee. When he's acting,
even know I
after
fucking-
he says a sentence, he ends it with like he just like not. It's not loud. He just does it.
I know somebody that used to do that. It's like,
And it's super subtle, but like I hear it every
Text
fucking
yours.
time.
whoa.
Text yours. What you think he's gonna?
Oh.
What do you think?
What he's
What do you
not
think
gonna
I'm
like
going to
about
say
you?
about you? It's kind of a combo. How many things can I pack into this one?
You're done.
He's busting out like the
Fucking
PS1,
fire, dude.
PS1 cheat code. It's like fucking triangle, square, up, down, left.
Like GTA 4 cheat codes, dude. L1, R1, up, down.
I've got to throw like there's two and they're equally,
Say both.
but they're kind of the same, one and the same. So it is. I'll just give you a scenario. It's the best way to explain it.
Is it when I interrupt you when you're talking?
That's number 3 on the list.
Yeah. Okay, that's number 3. Sometimes I really will be trying to get like kind of deep, and he will just crack this fucking joke, and I'm like, I love you for it. I do.
You're like,
because
the
it just,
emotions were so important
Like
right
they
there.
were supposed to be going into this.
I can't. I've had to stop myself
You'll
with
be
these
like,
guys like
yeah.
17 times. Like you'll say something, and I'm like, I could say something to that.
Do that, yeah. But the real thing is, I'll be like, hey, I'm super fucking busy today. I've got 1,000 things going on. I know we've got to do a podcast. Can you just make sure it's completely set up when I get in there? That way I could just sit down and we can podcast. And then, but it's so funny because there's been like an evolution of this and it's been getting better. And so I'll go in and it'll be like the cameras are in there, but the lights aren't on and the chairs aren't moved and the things aren't.
Nolan.
And so then, but no, but that was like time number 1. But then what'll happen is like the next time comes around and be like, hey, listen, dude, I'm really busy today. I've got a lot of things to do. I really just want to be able to sit down and do the podcast. And I don't even say half the time, like last time you didn't have that because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a Karen. And I'll be like,
And here
"Can
we
you just
are."
make sure?" But then it'll be like, but I think you know in the
And
back of
he
your mind.
started
And
it.
it'll be like, but now like the lights are on, the cameras are on, but the soundboard hasn't been on yet. And maybe something
it's just
else.
like he adds
And
one
then
more
but
step.
he's got to go get the card.
Yeah.
And like not a big deal.
So you're just
Right.
sitting there like,
But I'm thinking about like, it's not ready. Right? And it's not, and it's just,
So
Or it's-
you're like, Jake, we're ready.
Yeah,
She's like
He's
not ready.
Hey, we're all set up. We are ready to rock and roll. And I'm like, dude, the lights aren't even
The
in here.
soundboard doesn't
Like-
have his
To
microphone
be
on.
Yeah, or we've done it a half a podcast and the soundboard
To
isn't even
be
fucking
fair
on. I'm like,
on this,
okay.
you'll tell me at the beginning of the day you're super busy,
yes.
and then you'll be like, all right, are we ready to go? Like sometime random in the day, and I'm like,
Oh, you guys don't have like a block of time that you do this?
Absolutely not. It's literally like when I'm like, okay, there's no more fucking fires to put out. Everything seems to be fucking okay. I think I have an hour and a half to do
Talk
this.
about shit for 10 minutes.
yeah.
anyways, continue.
Yeah, that's it. Or I'll be,
That's it.
I can't tell you how many. There's this back and forth where I'll be like, dude, I love the edit. Can I get B-roll? B-roll. And I thought that was, I genuinely, I was going to put that in there as like, he drives me crazy when he's like, give me more B-roll. I need
hate
the
it.
B-roll. I need the B-roll. And can you make the thumbnail look like this? And
I hate it when a non-creator boss learns about B-roll and just says B-roll.
B-roll.
Because
Can you give me B-roll?
that's their way of saying just like I want more stuff in there, but they know the phrase B-roll, so they just say it, and you're like, gotcha. So I just need to go film more.
Yeah.
I fucking love it.
Like,
I love
if
that.
I am not
ahead, Drew.
100% sure that it's something that we typically do, I keep my fucking mouth shut
Hey.
about what we're supposed to be filming. But every once in a while, it's like, all right, like let's get this shot, and I'm like, all of that was on the table. Like, did we get B-roll?
And sometimes
Yeah.
I didn't, and he
And
reminds me.
sometimes he did, but like I don't put.
So
he's the
I backed, and you'll notice this, that I backed way off on the, like, I think I still provide constructive criticism
Yeah.
because it's healthy. It's
That
like,
is- that
I think
is.
we could have
Yeah,
done better here, and we
absolutely.
could have done better there, and we always talk about it. I think we
Yeah.
could have
Yeah.
tweaked that and did that, and
I
usually,
need
hopefully,
that.
it's
Yeah.
done pre-edit. We've got better at getting in. He'll show me things, and I'll be like, we should add this in there, and he'll be like, no, that's fucking dumb, which is great because that's the relationship you want. Is not, yeah, that's nice, I hate it,
Well,
but I'm going to do it anyway. Go ahead.
and like you guys, I mean, we are both on camera like the same amount of time. Like it's not just like it's you and you're a camera guy, or it's you and you're a camera guy,
Right.
and, you know, back and forth. So if you are harboring like these like secret like I should have more camera time, or wish he would do this,
Right.
it's just gonna edge and
Right.
edge and edge and edge, and it's eventually just gonna fuck the whole thing up.
Well, check this out.
Versus
So-
like, hey, like, could you
Yeah.
just like not do this thing? And then it's like, oh, I didn't know that fucked with you.
Right.
And that's how guys operate.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but now I'm going to be like super autistic
Imagine
on
if-
camera because I'm
imagine
going to
if
go.
we were
I'm going to go.
women.
Don't breathe in. Don't make the sound. Don't make the or whatever I'm doing. I'm
Don't
like,
go.
I'm just. You're like, why are? I'm just
I'm just not going to
like,
speak.
why are you looking like that? I'm just like focusing on.
I'm gonna be like, Jake, are you okay?
Don't-
You're just
don't
not
breathe.
breathing and really
Yeah,
sweating.
like we still both like mic check each other all the time.
Okay.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Like we'll do a shoot. All right.
Mic
turn
check.
your-
And
turn
it's
your
only
mic off.
it's only like a 1 in 30 chance, but like there's that time where like, is your mic going? Yeah. Oh, it's not. Shit.
Especially if you're doing like a more complex scene or a
Yep.
shoot. Like he's got to go get the cameras done and turn some lights off, and I got to go clear a weapon, maybe close whatever the fuck it is. And then I don't know how many times I've given him audio where it's been on for like an hour in between a shoot just because I didn't turn it off.
And then I hear him walking around like, doo-doo-doo, Bryce
man.
is dumb. Doo-doo-doo.
Fuck Bryce. I
Got a hot
hate that
mic.
motherfucker.
Just gotta
His
grab him by the
car's
pussy.
not that
Yeah.
fast.
It's super slow. Mostly because it's
Super
broken.
Super dumb. Just intentionally doing it because you're the
Like
place.
all the little nuggets I'm gonna find going through this audio.
Well,
I
so,
gave
like,
you nuggets when I was
know you
peeing.
did, dude.
the first few times that he actually gave me a mic, I used to leave like I would always just go, Bryce is a poopy head.
So
And I would just
so- and
leave
this
it
was-
and see if he would find it.
This was
And
before.
he had no idea I did it.
But see, I used to find them because this is before I was aware of how good DaVinci Resolve's auto syncing was. So I was going through all of the audio, and now that the auto syncing works well, I feel like I miss a lot of stuff like that.
Wait, there's some funny shit. So right when Nolan came on, I had hired this like third party 1099 guy to come in and do filming for us. Kyle had a PA. Kyle's PA came in, and Kyle's PA was on the computer,
I
right?
thought you were gonna say on the spectrum.
No,
Same
on the
thing.
spectrum, same thing. He was on. So they had left their I saw Kyle's PA on
my
this
God, I
computer,
know what you're saying.
right? So I thought
Oh, it just
I
hit.
thought this was Kyle's PA's fucking computer. No, it was the PA on Kyle's computer. So PA's on the computer. I'm like, okay, cool. Kyle was in there with me when PA was on the computer. Cool. We go leave and do some things. Now nobody's on the computer, but the computer is open and available.
Computer's still on.
So you can imagine.
And at
So,
Tacticon, you don't do that.
You don't do that. So I went in there and went to find the biggest black cock I could find in the smallest blonde Asian I could find, or smallest Asian I could find, and put it up on the screen. And hit pause like right when something real fucking bukkake was
4K,
going on.
dude.
Owner of the company.
And so-
We're about to lose battery, so finish this.
Okay.
I see it
So-
flashing.
I
Better
know.
go.
I know.
We're running through
Sorry.
2 batteries.
So I leave this on the screen, and then at some point in the day, I see Kyle on the computer, which means
He saw
that
it.
he has now gone on the computer, seen the fucking thing,
And closed it.
realized that his PA was on this fucking computer, and closed it. The whole day goes by. I am waiting for a reaction.
No
now I'm
reaction.
just waiting. I'm waiting, right? Because I know Kyle's seen it. PA was on it. I'm waiting.
So you think
Nothing's going
Kyle's
on.
gonna think his own PA did that?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because his PA is the only other person
Right.
on his computer. And
That's so funny.
so fucking we get through the entire fucking day, and they are like about to leave. Day is wrapping up.
And you're like,
And I
"Come
was
on."
like, and then he said something like, it was just a nice segue, because he said, is nobody going to mention the elephant in the room? And then said something else. And I said, is nobody going to mention the big black cock in the room? And he goes, he doesn't say really anything. He just kind of, huh? And at this point, I'm like, were you already watching that?
Yeah,
And you
like,
thought
what?
I found that? And he was real weird.
was-
about
it
it. And I was like,
no!
and I-
Oh,
no!
That's a perfect way to end it, though.
How many batteries do you have?
Oh, I've got a lot
all
of
of
batteries.
the batteries. Now I got to worry about the DJI's dying. I promise we'll wrap the podcast up after this.
Holy, I'm surprised.
Well,
the
you guys
mics
still
are
have to get your-
going.
Yeah.
Dude, these DJIs can record like
You guys still have to get
ridiculous
your
amount of hours.
results. You haven't even seen your results
Oh, I
yet.
haven't seen the results, so I'll
It's
make it
recording,
quick.
right?
yeah.
Sorry,
So-
that's part
No,
of the...
that was, I know, that's what you saw me
circle
doing.
on the
Yeah,
corner.
yeah, it's like, yes, yeah.
that's part of the thing.
And he goes, so he's like, and I was like, the black cock. And he was like, he's kind of reluctant. And I was like, it was on your computer, Kyle. And he was like, oh, was that? And I was like, that was me. And he was like, oh, fuck, dude. I was going to fucking fire him on the way home.
He's like, we were about to
It
have
wa-
a really awkward
Conversation. He was like, I was going to get in the car and I was going to fucking, and I was like, dude, I'm glad I said something, because I was thinking about like, I'll let it ride. You know what I mean? It's a lot funnier when you just let it ride. It's kind of like the owner. They
3
talk
weeks
about
later.
They talk about like the
gonna
owner
fire
of
his
Black
PA.
Rifle Coffee Company doing that all the time. Like he'll walk up and tell an employee, like he'll just
You're gonna get
fuck
fucking
with an
fired.
employee. You're getting fucking fired today, and then just not come back a few minutes later, but like 2 weeks later, be like, I was just kidding about the thing that I said 2 weeks ago.
They
Right?
just slit all the
It's
wrists
just like,
already.
yeah, I know.
Emotional trauma's
I was
great.
about to let that conversation go, but you can imagine.
I've already had a divorce from this.
This is Kyle. Kyle was also, a vet and a little more assertive. And his PA was a very kind of submissive, just a fucking
More
Asian
timid
dude.
guy.
Culturally,
Asian dude?
culturally submissive. To be fair, right?
Okay.
Just you could tell, very polite, kept to himself, more quiet.
That's why he's the PA.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I can imagine Kyle in the car going, so.
You're fired.
What's going on with it? And he's like, what? No. Like,
I would never.
It was on my computer.
Damn.
And he
You're
was
right,
like,
I'm
I was
sorry.
about to have
Because
this
then how would it
conversation.
even get explained without you having it explained?
Well,
Like, what are they going to do
what
with
would
that
be-
what
information?
is
What would be
Yeah.
even crazier is if he brought it up and he's like, you can't be looking at that shit while we're at it. Like, that's unacceptable. And he's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it.
Right, yeah.
Like, just didn't realize maybe it was another day and he knew he
It was like
did it. Like,
he just happened to watch that exact video.
In my defense, I was on break.
Technically, I wasn't on the clock.
I was on break.
It's my own time.
So do you guys want to know what your
anyway.
results
Yes.
were?
yeah, let's share
Yeah.
the results, yeah.
I'm dying to know what Jake said about me.
Okay, so that one went first.
Or
what I thought you
yeah,
were gonna say.
yeah.
About
Yeah,
me.
what was
So
the
this,
question?
so
and
this
what's
is what
the-
Jake thought that you would dislike about him, which is the fact that when he leaves the room, says he'll be right back and disappear for an hour before a podcast. Does
Or
that
before
happen?
anything.
Okay,
before.
that shit does piss me off.
There we go.
Yes.
Because like he finally has it ready.
So yeah, this shit will happen. He'll go, all right, you ready to film?
Yes.
And I'm like, yes. Are you ready to film? He's like,
No.
yep, I'll be right back.
Yep. I'll be right back.
Gone. And I'm
And
like,
where do you
and
go?
I'm like sitting there. I've shut down my computer. I'm no longer in the editing zone. Right?
And
I'm
it's
like-
hard to get back
And
in
I'm like
that.
sitting there. I'm like,
And I'll hear
kicking my
exactly
feet.
that about 20 minutes later. Like coming into my office,
Yeah.
the little flip flop, flip flop,
and,
flip flop,
and
flip
I
flop.
will walk into his office and I'm like,
Podcast halfway done.
so are we doing this?
the ultimate-
And it's like 6 o'clock.
The ultimate.
Be like, yep,
ADHD.
be right back.
The workday ended an hour and a half.
So where do you go when you say this?
Well, oftentimes, what it will be is
It's
just
fires. Yeah.
my plan is. Well, no, really, oftentimes it's genuinely to be, yes,
right back.
it's genuinely to be right back. I will go get a cup of coffee because I just like to have coffee when we podcast and water next to me. I will make the trip to go out and get it, but somebody will see me through the process and be like, "Hey,
I
this
need you.
thing happened.
Hey."
Hey, I got to do this. What do you think about that?" And by the time I'm done dealing with that, I haven't even started the fucking coffee, and he's looking for me, and it's like a whole thing. But yeah, I know that hurts the fuck out of you.
You got to delegate better. Be like, handle your own problem.
Yes,
I
exactly.
can attest to that because we were all down there, finally conglomerated with the whole family around like the casinos and stuff and stuff. It was like, all right, let's go do this podcast. I followed you one way, and
Yeah.
Nolan was like, "Where are you going?" I was like, "What? I don't know." And then you were just off on the phone. And it was like, I mean, that was a short one. It was like
I had to
5,
calm
10
them
minutes.
down
It's
because they were about to quit.
It's a small, yeah. That is a truncated version of like what happens on a grander scale. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, and then going the other direction.
Yeah.
Okay, what did you think I was going to say about you?
His lazy editing when he gets tired and doesn't want to do it anymore.
He's like, wait, you do this?
So like when you're like, I want more
That
B-roll
shit
and
just
like,
drive me crazy.
and you're just
You're like,
like,
yeah, here's-
I want you to do this, and I'm just like,
You're like,
I'm like, can you?
nah.
I'm like, can we just add this music to
Here's
this?
stock footage of a tree.
But it's not always B-roll. It's like, can I just get some text imagery on here? Can we get maybe a cut image over to this? Can we a thumbnail do this? You know what I mean?
And I'm like
Can you
18 hours into this edit project,
And I can
I'm
tell
just
when
like,
Yeah.
no,
18 hours. That's rookie numbers.
Okay, can I?
for
I
a
know.
minute video.
One of our RPG videos took me like 2.5 weeks to edit.
Holy
Nonstop.
shit!
That's why you want.
It's
That
the
is
sound
insane,
design.
Yes.
Why you want a Gundy?
The
The
sound
sound
design.
design.
I'll
Wow.
acknowledge it.
Were you in Fairlight doing that primarily, or
Like
do
one
you use
photo,
something
like-
else?
Yeah, Fairlight a bit, and just mostly the layering stuff that I've already designed.
Yeah.
Most of it's like for instance, the bowling ball into the torso. So like you've got it whooshing through the air, you've got the impact on gel, you've got it
Are
cracking
you
a
saying
rib.
those aren't all the real noises?
Sure.
It's crazy, right?
200,000 frame per second audio, slowed down.
Slow down.
If it is a 1-minute video, his sound design takes a long time because sometimes what he does, and I can cut this out, is he won't actually hit the steel, but he'll put the steel ping in on the
Not
videos.
true.
Yeah.
That's not.
I think it's true.
It's
You
actually
piece of garbage.
He adds
think
a
it's
little
true.
dust particle effect.
That ruined our work relationship. It's over.
so.
Oh wait, hang on. Let me update the text that I have here.
And so what's funny is like it's actually been the other way around where like we'll be in the range and like it'll be some like crazy take doing a thing, and maybe I didn't want to fucking do it again because I was like, God, we got to do that all over again. And I'm like, can't you just pretend like you hit the fucking target? And he's like, I will not. I draw the line there. We are not
is my
doing
line in
that.
the sand.
Yeah. And I was like, fair enough. I'm sorry, I went too far.
I mean,
I was like,
You should be happy he maintains
I
integrity.
am. He does maintain a lot of integrity.
747 or 737? What's the room number?
40.
My wife is now just like solo wandering around.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, come on. Yeah,
737, floor 45.
yeah 737, 445.
Unless we are actually about to wrap up.
We are
are
about to
okay.
wrap up, 100%. Yeah. So
No, she needs
we gotta wake up.
place to go.
Also,
dude.
the After Dark
Yeah,
thing's
have her-
been going
have her
on
up.
for a while. We haven't gone to it.
Whatever.
Yeah. Get out of here and do that. Where can
that
they find
going
you?
on?
What channels do you prefer? The users that are somehow still even hanging on until
I'm going to
the
edit
end
this down
of
to 30
this
minutes.
This might be like a 2-episode.
Yeah, it might be.
For the one and a half of you that are still
I
watching.
think we
fucking
should.
4-hour cast, dude.
What do you think?
For where people should go.
Yeah,
All of our good stuff's on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll have links all down
Yeah,
there. For you guys.
Instagram is good for like seeing sneak peeks of what's coming up behind the scenes stuff. That's good for that. Or if you just want the condensed short version of stuff, Instagram's pretty good for that. Facebook exists. That's all we'll say about
Facebook
that.
exists.
Don't really do a whole
Yeah.
lot on that one.
That's pretty much it. And then if you
And
want,
then where do you take the if people were to reach out to you saying like, hey, I've got this cool thing that I do that could really be a high speed contender for your videos, where would
We
somebody
ignore
put a
all of
recommendation or a
know.
request to can they collab with you on a
yeah,
high
we've
speed
got
thing?
we've got a main channel email. It's channel@ballistichighspeed.com.
Okay.
That's where, so if you want sponsorship, if you want to send us products to test, or if you just want like R&D outside of the channel, that's where all that stuff can go. And
channel at ballistic.
channel@ballistichighspeed.com.
Is it in the? It'll
Yeah.
be in.
And
the
it'll
YouTube.
If you go to
also
our-
be in
if
the
you go to our
description.
YouTube
We'll make
page
sure
and click
everything's
show
clear,
email,
yeah.
that's what shows up.
That'll all be in the description. as
So
well.
that's where all that stuff goes. And then there is always things that you can't do and show on YouTube. So we have a Patreon. And
Got it.
there's like some extended
Yeah.
versions of like the accident video and going over my gear. And then we are now buckling down on it. And there's going to be more like, just like the bloopers.
BTS.
Yeah.
And
The bonus content.
It, you know,
Well,
depending
like-
what tier you go, it's always uncensored, ad-free.
Like the bonus content, like I know that we're going to do for the bonus content for this video, if you want to, is when we kind of wrap up here and they want to head over to your Patreon, which we can put a link to in the description if they want to get over there, is we're going to turn off all the lights and we're going to play Who's in My Mouth.
Yeah, it's always
It's always
me.
I'm
me.
just fucking you in the mouth.
Constantly.
Constantly.
Forever.
Constantly all the time.
Jackrabbit, except I don't only mate with one for life.
Stoichiometric is on.
On point.
Man,
Well-
this thing went off the fucking rails.
I would have it known.
This was,
I think we're about done
this was
here.
a record-breaking hell of a podcast. Of what time was the start time? It was 4.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
We've been talking
Four
for a
and a
fucking
half
minute.
hours ago.
I told my
7:45.
We
family.
ran through 2 batteries, dude.
No. Yeah, 4.5. 4.5
I told
hours
my
ago.
family I would
Be
be
an
back
hour
down
in
in
and
the
out.
casino in like an hour.
Holy.
We got really
Shit.
stoichiometric.
My
Dude,
poor wife has
fuck.
just been wandering around the casino like, what the fuck?
God, she totally could have came up here and listened to
I know.
nonsense.
Nonsense.
It's probably good. She
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
Well, with that, do you guys know the sign-off line that we do?
No, I
We
don't
don't
watch
watch your
podcasts
Fuck.
or your channel.
You
at
don't
all.
know the sign off?
No.
Blasphemy.
And
with
with
that,
We
we
bid
bid
thee
thee a quiff. Thanks.
We need like ASMR style. They're like a quiff.
A quiff.
You
Thanks
guys
for the
didn't
help,
even
guys.
join in on that.
I got scared.
That was it.
Yeah, that was,
You wanna-
That was it.
that was the one.
We can retake it, or like we can just leave it.
If you've
I
got
don't
a
know.
better outro, I can bring Manny in here and have
Yeah,
him
no,
fucking.
I have a better outro.
What is it?
He can fucking.
This was Tacticon Enrollment. Good night.
That's fucking garbage.
This is
No wonder
Hey,
that.
what if we had
RPG
Manny?
better than a quiff.
Can we have Manny run on camera and fucking? You could just put a ticking sound in the fucking thing, and he can go
And it just
Allah Akbar, and we just get up and fucking run.
just cut.
Ah, shit. Hamas is here.